dual cultivation. It was the fastest cultivation method. The connection between two bodies, revealing the pleasure of being a man or a woman. This method had caught the eyes of several cultivators, but for someone who only had his eyes on something else, it was supposed to be nothing but a mere tool of progression. While others would add their dual cultivation partner to their harem, he only wanted to use them for his benefit. So, what would be better than giving him a simulation, an unknown system that carries the simulation for dual cultivation? It has met several people who couldn't walk on the path of dual cultivation and ended up losing themselves, but now, it had finally met a host who was made for dual cultivation. A host who could separate reality from the simulation, a host who wouldn't lose himself in the pleasure of dual cultivation, and a host who, despite having the benefits of the simulation, would rely on himself to get stronger. This is the story of a young man who sees his dreams far greater than others. Even if he had no means to fulfill it, but what if he did? What if he was granted the means to fulfill his dream? When granted the chance, he dived into the path of dual cultivation and simulation without any hesitation. Chapter 1, Systems Awakening. What the? Where is this? Tyler muttered in confusion. He seemed to be floating in the dark space. He looked around but couldn't see anything since there was no light at all, but he could see that his body wasn't his natural body. Suddenly, he couldn't help but remember the recent changes in the Mulan continent. The current tide of spiritual energy brought the age of cultivation to the world. He heard that people started awakening strange spaces inside their bodies that contained a root that could be used to absorb spiritual energy. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Did I finally awaken my spiritual roots in Dantian? Doesn't that mean I will also become a cultivator? Yes. 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 Hooray! Tyler became overexcited, but he didn't find any spiritual root at all. Instead, strange white words appeared in front of him. Congratulations, host, you have successfully awakened the dual cultivation simulation. You will live in a new simulation world where you can use the talent given by the simulation to acquire more women. The number of women you acquire will correspond to the rewards you will receive after your death. Rewards are correlated to your life inside the simulation. Your death in simulation won't affect your real life. What? What the hell did you mean by simulation? Before Tyler could ask anything, a new text appeared in front of him. You can choose any 3 of the following traits to inherit after your birth. A long list of strange traits followed it. Erotic touch. You can make any woman sexually interested in you after a few touches. Little dragon. Your little brother will transform into a little dragon as you grow up. Strongest parents. Your parents will be the strongest in the world, but will follow up with difficult situations. Heir of a demon family. Become the son of the demon family's head. Devilishly handsome body and extremely attractive face, followed by an extremely good looking body at a later age. Vitality juice. Your body fluid will contain a little bit of vitality and will keep your woman young forever. Sword talent. You can comprehend anything about swords in minutes. Ancient cultivation technique. You will acquire a powerful cultivation technique at an early age. Holy lightning physique. A powerful talent for lightning. Strongest body and energy. X-ray vision. You can see through women's clothes in the room. Whether it is day or night, you have half an hour to choose 3 talents. Please choose carefully. Tyler, after reading this, became silent for a moment. He carefully looked at every word mentioned in the text and analyzed it. First, I am not sure if this is just an illusion. If it is not, my choices will lead to a harsh life. So, for now, I will assume it is true even though it sounds so ridiculous. I mean, I will only receive the reward after my death. But my death in the simulation won't affect real life. This feels so unreal, but if spiritual energy, cultivation, immortal arts, and techniques can be real, then it can also be real, right? Well, I need to focus on the text now. First, it says that this is a dual cultivation stimulator. Wait a minute. I have heard about this term before. Yeah, my mother told me to be careful of vixens who could lure me with their looks. If they get their hands on me, they can use this so-called dual cultivation to suck my life force for their cultivation. That being said, there should be a male dual cultivator who sucks the life force of females, right? So, is it asking me to become evil? I don't have any bad feelings about using others to get stronger. Was it because of that? 4 years ago, when he and his parents were out of town to sell the rice they grew, they encountered a group of cultivators. His parents tried to maintain as much distance as possible, but it seemed like those cultivators were bandits. They found the rice in my parents' cart and took it. There was no law in this world. After the appearance of spiritual energy, every rule was broken by the cultivators. A sense of power always brings a sense of pride. They naturally took away the rice, but they didn't kill them. Tyler and his family felt lucky to survive as they returned to the town, but they didn't have the money to survive the winter without selling rice. His father started doing all kinds of jobs, and he returned with injuries every day. Later, he found that his father's main job for that winter was the punching bag of a wealthy merchant's son, who was also a cultivator. He was angry that his father had to take such a job, but he was helpless. He was only 14. He did try to find work, but in the winter, when everyone was having a hard time, nobody gave him a job. He and his mother had to rely on his father. One day, it seemed like the son of a wealthy merchant was in a bad mood and had heavily injured his father. This injury was too much for his father since they couldn't even afford medicine. A few days later, his father died. During those days, Tyler understood the essence and importance of strength in this world. He wanted strength so severely that he would have done anything for it, but he had no luck. He couldn't awaken his spiritual roots or dantian to become a cultivator. Now, he and his mother live alone and support each other. He didn't focus on anything except earning as much money as possible. Remembering his father, Tyler couldn't help but feel sad. His father wasn't the strongest, wealthiest, or smartest, but he was the best father for him. Regardless of the situation, his father always tried to do everything for his family. It could be said that his luck was too bad, otherwise, he would have survived. Tyler raised his hand and slapped his cheek. For some reason, he felt the touch but didn't feel any pain. Alright, I don't care what kind of thing this simulation is, but I will do everything to gain strength. Even if I become a dual cultivator, it doesn't matter. Chapter 2, 10 Options and 3 Chances. Tyler carefully thought about the text. If I die, I will get the reward, but the reward will be based on the number of women I can conquer. Since this is dual cultivation, I could assume it would be more about sex than winning their hearts, but there is one problem. Even if it is for sex, most women won't agree unless I manage to win their hearts. So, I have to use 3 of the following talents to raise my chances of impressing women properly. His eyes were set on the first option, erotic touch. It seemed like this is a skill that allows a person to make a woman sexually interested in you. That means this skill is almost perfect for me. I don't need to win their hearts. I need to win their bodies, so I think I will choose, but for now, let's look at others as well. His eyes moved to the second option, little dragon. If I am not wrong, the woman will only be satisfied if it is bigger. But compared to the first option, this is a bit optional. I think I can think about it later. I only have 3 choices after all. His eyes moved to the third option, strongest parents. This is a bold statement. It seems my parents will naturally be the strongest, but the problem is the following statement. It said that the difficulties will still follow me even if I get the strongest parent, so let me assume that I have the strongest parents. But what if my parents aren't present with me? If I am born without talent, my life will be miserable. Many will envy me even if I am born with talent, and my parents' enemies might target me. Of course, there could be a different reason. If I am a son of the strongest parents and choose dual cultivation, it would be disgraceful for my parents, making my life more difficult. But of course, I don't think this option is bad. Let's wait until I look over others as well. Next, his eyes moved to the fourth option, heir of a demon family. It sounds like the last option, but in this life, I would be the son of a demon who might or might not be strong. But this isn't something that I am thinking right now. Evil and demons are often considered similar. There is a high probability that I will get a chance to dual cultivate with more women in the demon family rather than in human society, and being born as an heir means my status won't be low. Now, this is something that I must choose. But of course, I need to enhance it as well. After all, just being an heir doesn't give me the power. Let's look over other options. His eyes fell on the fifth option. Being handsome would certainly make me more attractive. It is certainly a good thing, but I can slowly change my appearance if I become a cultivator. I can become handsome. I have seen many people becoming more beautiful and handsome with cultivation. So, this option doesn't appeal much to me. Rather, I should choose something else. His eyes fell on the sixth option, vitality juice. I don't even need to think about it. Even the fifth option is better than this. His eyes quickly swept to the seventh option, sword talent. Now, we are talking about a serious thing. If possible, I would like to have my hands on this. But the problem is that the other option doesn't seem bad at all. Let's check them first. His eyes moved to the eighth option, an ancient cultivation technique. Well, it would be amazing if I could get my hands on such a thing, but there is one problem. I don't freaking know whether it is good or bad for me. Although I don't think it would be bad for me, there will always remain a possibility, and this possibility is greater to let me not choose this. At least, compared to others, it is less attractive. His eyes moved to the ninth option. Now, we are talking about another tough stuff. Or rather, I could say that between sword talent and this, I need to choose one. Let's check the 10th talent for now. His eyes landed on the 10th option and then quickly returned to the ninth. He realized that this option was too much trash for him. Of course, from one perspective, all of them were amazing, but since he had to choose 3 of them, he had to choose carefully. Alright. Let's make a scene where I inherit 1st, 4th, and 7th talent. I will be born as the heir of a demon family with an erotic touch. With that skill, I can have sex with maids or female servants easily. Then, if I move into the outer world, I will get to meet more women, and using my status, I can get closer to them. Then, I can use erotic touch. The only difference between this and the 3rd option would be tarnishing my parents' reputation or unknown difficulties. That means 1st and 4th traits are fixed. Now, I have to choose between the 7th and 9th. The problem with both of them is that they are both too good. Having a sword talent allows me to inherit the powerful sword arts and techniques. And, having the lightning physique allows me to cultivate lightning and also make my cultivation grow faster. But, there is a catch. If I cultivate too fast, people will certainly notice, and I might be targeted just like with the 3rd option possibility, so, I have to train with the secret. Revealing something isn't bad, but revealing too much is worse. I can't reveal too much. That's for sure. So, 1st, 4th, and 7th will be my choice. Suddenly, Tyler bitterly smiled and said, "Just how good are these options? I haven't even confirmed this yet, and I am already so excited. Looks like I am putting my hope into it." Slowly, his eyes turned serious. "But if true, I will do everything within my power to get stronger. The more women I conquered, the more reward I got, right? Then, I will conquer every single woman. Let's just hope that erotic touch works as it is described." Alright, I choose 1st, 4th, and 7th option. Tyler loudly shouted, but, strangely enough, nothing happened. Tyler didn't understand. He scratched his head, and a new text appeared. "Host, you need to click on the option." Tyler embarrassedly rubbed his head and clicked on 3 options. The next moment, he found his body disintegrating. It was turning into small pixels as it faded away, but, a second later, his mind suddenly woke up. He found a lady in front of him. He didn't even know how he was able to see her. She had brown skin and black hair. Her eyes were black as well. At this moment, a new text appeared in front of him. "You have been reborn as the son of Sword Demon King and Lightning Demon Queen. Your mother has started breastfeeding you. Your consciousness is slowly fading. You have fallen asleep." At this moment, Tyler didn't realize anything at all. He just read the text in confusion. But the next time he woke up, he realized he was feeling more like a baby. This feeling embarrassed him, but he continued to live his life as time passed. "You have started walking after 6 months. Your achievement has shocked your parents. You started maturing so quickly that it pulled others' attention. You quickly realized it and stopped doing any extraordinary. Age 1, you have successfully lived for 1 year in this world. Although you didn't show too much to others, you were still a curious child. So, you began to learn about this world. You found that the world has cultivation similar to your previous world. You discovered that your parents are the demon king and queen who ruled over the sword demon family. Being the heir of this family, you were respected by everyone. Age 2, you have grown fond of the resources you received. You loved the food, clothes, services, and this life very much, but each day, you were reminded of your mother, who was still living a harsh life. You got worried about your presence, but knowing that you couldn't do anything, you focused on increasing your strength. Age 3, you've realized that you can only cultivate by practicing cultivation techniques, so, you asked your father to give you a proper cultivation technique. But, knowing that you were a child, he gave you something else. It was an internal technique that helped people strengthen their bodies. It only requires a massive amount of resources to train. As an heir of the demon family, you had no problem acquiring those resources. Age 4, you trained the internal technique hard, and your strength grew faster than any other child. You could lift boulders and shatter walls. But, you also noticed something strange. you found that your mother wasn't hugging or touching you. And, whenever you do, her face turns red, and her breathing gets hot. You quickly realized the reason behind it and stopped clinging to her, although you didn't have motherly feelings about her. She was still your mother, and her husband was still alive, so you decided not to make any more contact with her. Age 5, you have completed the internal technique training and acquired massive internal energy inside your body. It helped your body cultivation, which was substantial good news for you, but you also found a new problem. You couldn't control erotic touch. Every time your hand touched a female, she would get sexually frustrated. You were also frustrated by this since you didn't want to have a sexual relationship as a child. You decided to become aloof toward others, so they won't gather around you too much. Age 6, you finally stepped on the path of cultivation. Your father provided you with a cultivation technique, Golden Sword Essence Technique. It was a powerful technique divided into 4 stages. With your exception, sword talent, you perfected the first stage in less than a year. With your sword performance and aloof expression, more and more women started getting attracted to you. You began to wonder if it was a perfect thing to act aloof, but now you couldn't change it. So, you decided to find an alternative. Age 7, you stayed inside a library for a long time and finally found an alternative. You successfully created a new technique, 9 Heaven-Piercing Dragon Sword. After you finally created this technique, you started making moves to contact other females. You didn't choose to form relationships with females you didn't know. You were only at the 4th stage of the energy refinement realm, so you were cautious about whom to go along with. You targeted your maid. Your maid was a young 20-year-old girl with stunning looks. Her twin peaks also grew quite a bit, and with her tall height, she was almost twice his size. Knowing that your maid had a crush on you, you asked her to stay inside your room one night. She was a bit hesitant or somewhat scared, but she did stay. You didn't start stripping off, you carefully used erotic touch to get her into the mood. Her breathing turned hot, and she started blushing even more. You talked with her while touching different parts of her body. You touched her thighs, her ass, her head, and her shoulder, and each touch made her even more excited. Eventually, you asked her if you could put your head on her lap. She agreed. Your head was on her lap, and your hands slowly moved to her ass. She trembled a bit but didn't speak a word. Her breathing got hotter as you started rubbing her ass. As she got into the mood, you slowly moved your hand inside her upper garment. You paused and looked at her expression. Seeing that she did not react to it, you slowly moved your hands to her twin peaks. Your small hand quickly passed through her bra as you touched her twin peaks. She started moaning, and it got you highly excited. Finally, you couldn't hold it anymore and pushed her to the bed while getting above her. Chapter 4, Sex and Simulation. You wanted to go wild but remembered that this was your first time and decided to go slowly. You took off her garments, and your hand fell on her bountiful twin peaks. You pinched those nipples, she moaned. You continued to pinch those nipples, she continued to moan. As you continued to tease her, she finally couldn't hold on and begged you to move forward. Seeing her desperate look, you realized that she forgot he was only 8 years old. Of course, you knew this wouldn't matter. You slowly moved her lower garment, and her purple panties appeared in your sight. You were surprised to see that her panties were wet, since you didn't have any relationship with females in your previous life. You were a bit clueless. But you did know some stuff, which was why you were stunned. You didn't expect to get her wet by just fondling her breasts. You realized the power of erotic touch was too much and suddenly realized that you could affect your mother. She was a demon king. This made you wonder about the actual limit of erotic touch. But right now, you didn't overthink. You removed her panties, and a pink vagina appeared before you. It was flowing with juice. You took off your underpants, and your 2-inch-long rod appeared. Your maid saw it and wondered if she would even feel anything, but your touch had still made her lose all senses, so she didn't ask anything. You put your rod inside her vagina. A lustful moan escaped her mouth. Without any hesitation, you utilized the 9 Heavens-Piercing Dragon Sword. It ran your internal energy into your rod, and as it moved inside her, the rod started growing in size. As your rod grew, it began to hit her womb. She was shocked beyond belief as she drowned herself in pleasure. But, after a few hits, a massive burst of cum filled her womb. After getting knocked down by her young master, the maid was satisfied and stayed on her bed. You used her twin peaks as a pillow and slept next to her. Your little dragon slowly changed back to little brother. For the next week, you fucked your maid on every corner of your room. But after a week, you targeted another maid. Your goal was to get as many women as possible, so you didn't stick with a single one for long. Your previous maid realized that you didn't need her for sex anymore and got frustrated. She managed to hold on for a week. You fucked the new maid that week, just like the previous maid. The previous maid realized that if she wanted to have more sex with you, she had to sacrifice something. You had no idea what was happening in her mind until she finally told you something that shocked you. Your previous maid decided to become your dual cultivation cauldron. After coming to this world, you had learned a lot about cultivation, and you knew about the dual cultivation cauldron. They were the kind of people whose cultivation would be sacrificed during sex to increase the cultivation of their partners, but she had two conditions. She only needs him to fuck her once a day and keep her here. You wanted to decline at first, but realized you had no guilt or disgust about using her as a cauldron. You agreed to her. Eventually, you began to use a dual cultivation technique to get her cultivation. Age 9, you have successfully fucked all the maids in your mansion. You even managed to fuck some of your cousins. Most of the maids became your cauldron, and your cultivation reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. But during this year, a war started. Your father had to leave to fight against the humans on the front line. Your father died in that battle. The death of your father hit your mother very hard. You decided to stay with your mother but forgot about your erotic touch. Every time you tried to calm your mother, she became sexually attracted to you. After the month of her husband's death, she finally decided to start a sexual relationship with her son. You were clueless about your mother's idea. One night, your mother made a move on you. While sleeping, your mother pulled down your pants and touched your rod. She started stroking your rod, and this movement woke you up, but when you saw it was your mother, you decided to fake your sleep. Unfortunately, you were caught by your mother. Despite that, she continued by putting your rod inside her mouth. Her blowjob blew your mind as you filled her mouth with your cum. After that, she showed her vagina to you and told you that she wanted to have sex with you for 5 years. She controlled herself for so long due to her husband, but now that she wasn't here, she wouldn't control herself. You fucked your mother the whole night. Unlike other maids and cousins, your sex experience with your mother was the best of your life. The next day, a meeting was held. You were declared the new head of the Sword Demon family during that meeting. You had no problem gaining that status with your mother as your backing. Age 10, you got a powerful status, but with status came a problem. You found that your elders were conspiring to dethrone you. You were angry and decided to talk about it to your mother, but your mother had entered an enlightenment state where she had a chance to break through. You realized that the elders knew about your knowledge of their plans, so they decided to kill you. You found that the only people on your side were the maids you fucked, but without their cultivation, they stood no chance against the elders. You fought back with everything you got, but against the powerful elders, you stood no chance. You died. Chapter 5, Rewards. Damn it. Tyler cursed out loud. He was angry that he couldn't see the conspiracy of the elders for a whole year. But suddenly, he realized that he should be dead. Why was he able to scream? Suddenly, his mind was stunned as he realized this was his voice. It wasn't the voice of Tyler, who was born in the demon family. He looked around and saw the room was the same as usual. He quickly rushed out of the room and saw a middle-aged woman sewing clothes on the corner. Tyler. What happened? The middle-aged woman raised her eyes when she heard his footsteps. She was stunned when she saw Tyler crying. Nothing. Just some dust got into my eyes. Tyler wiped away his tears and shook his head. He was still confused, so he didn't hesitate to ask, "Mom, what's today's date, huh? Didn't you look at the calendar? It's April 18th. His mother looked at him with a weird expression. First, her son cried, and now he was asking for time. What happened to him? No, I mean, what year is this? Tyler shook his head and asked, "It's CW50. What happened, son? Is something wrong?" His mother got anxious as she stopped sewing and stood up. But he quickly pushed his mother to sit down and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just felt a bit weird because of a strange dream. I will be in my room," Tyler said as he moved toward his room. "Tyler, the blacksmith Dan told me you shouldn't take leave without informing him. You must go back to the job tomorrow morning." His mother reminded him and continued sewing. Tyler nodded his head and entered his room. His house had 2 simple bedrooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. It didn't even have a living room. But considering that there were 2 bedrooms, it was enough for mother and son. His mother's name was Rose Carlos. She was indeed like a rose when she was young, but after their family suffered the loss of her husband/his father, her beauty began to crumble. His mother didn't care. She said now that her husband is dead, it was better not to be beautiful, or else she would attract trouble, but Tyler knew that his mother wanted to remain beautiful. He sighed as soon as he reached his room. It seems like it was all a dream. But that was a realistic dream. Tyler walked to his bed and fell, but suddenly, he noticed some text in front of him. He rubbed his eyes in confusion and slowly moved his hand closer to those texts. He found that he could touch those and freaked out for a moment. That was real. I lived for 10 years in that world, and not even a day has passed here. How is this possible? Is it possible to change the time? That's ridiculous, right? But he slowly calmed down and looked at the text. Congratulations on your first simulation. You have survived for 10 years in simulation and acquired 30 women. You will be granted 3 rewards. 30 women have been recorded in your profile. Next time, these women won't be counted in your achievement. You have unlocked a hidden achievement, motherfucker. You will be granted an additional reward. The next simulation will start after a week. Reward 1, Internal Energy. It contains the internal energy you gathered in your life inside the simulation. Reward 2, Spiritual Energy. It contains the spiritual energy you gathered in your life inside the simulation. Reward 3, Sword Talent. The talent you had inside the simulation. Additional reward Energy Seal. It can store spiritual energy and can be used later. When Tyler saw these texts, his eyes widened. He almost burst into tears as he shouted, "It's real! It gave me rewards." At this moment, a new text appears in front of you. It has been detected that the host doesn't have Dantian and spiritual root, using half of the spiritual energy to awaken the Dantian and the spiritual root. The other half would be stored inside Energy Seal. At this moment, a strange change occurred inside him. His body overflowed with spiritual energy, creating a peculiar spiral disc inside his navel point. It was small from the outside, but the space inside was massive, and in the middle of the space, there was a 5-colored root with the shape of a carrot. Suddenly, Tyler was frozen. He found that he was able to see inside his body. He remembered the term spiritual sense and immediately understood it was thanks to his newly awakened spiritual sense. It was said that only after awakening Dantian and the spiritual root could one genuinely awaken the spiritual sense. It would be the key to practicing a cultivation technique that amplified the power of the spiritual root to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. He got excited with a single thought of that. But his transformation didn't end there. He sensed a cold, chilling energy flowing through his meridians. He quickly understood that it was the internal energy that he had gathered for years. He was excited about acquiring internal energy since it could strengthen his body. And, last, he acquired the sword talent. He didn't find any notable changes for sword talent except for his desire to hold the sword. After his excitement slowly calmed down, he found a small rectangular seal in front of him. And a new text appeared in front of him. Drop your blood into the seal. Tyler followed the instructions quickly and bit his finger. He dropped the blood on the seal. Suddenly, the seal released a red light and illuminated the room. People walking outside also saw the illumination from the window and were surprised, but the illumination quickly vanished as the seal entered his body. Soon, a new text appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy host acquires in the future will be stored inside it. See you after a week. Post, Chapter 6, Cultivation begins. After the system said goodbye and left, Tyler was left stunned, but quickly understood that the system would return soon. He was left with nothing but happiness. After all, he managed to get many rewards thanks to this system, and now he had also awakened his own spiritual root in Dantian. He finally settled down and closed his eyes. Although he had successfully awakened those 2 things, he still hadn't become a cultivator. He needed to cultivate now. After his mind calmed down, he started remembering the Golden Sword Essence technique context. With his sword talent, it was as quick as blinking his eyes to recollect those memories and practice them. He realized that the spiritual energy stored inside the seal could be easily accessed with his spiritual sense. He started using the spiritual root and sword technique together to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. The Golden Sword Essence technique was divided into 4 layers. Iron Sword Essence. In this state, he could transform spiritual energy into iron essence. To do so, he must awaken 9 meridians in his body and connect each meridian to his Dantian. Only by awakening all 9 meridians could he genuinely reach the peak of the energy refinement realm. At the same time, he could access the iron essence through this technique by refining the normal spiritual energy. Bronze sword essence. In this stage, he would need to connect 8 other veins into his main meridian and transform them into meridians by refining them with spiritual energy. Once succeeded, he could step into the foundation establishment realm. In this realm, he could use the bronze essence. Using this technique, he could refine spiritual energy into bronze essence and store it inside the 81 meridians, slowly establishing the bronze sword body. Silver sword essence. In this stage, he could condense a core in all 71 meridians, then merge the smaller 72 cores into each of the 9 main meridians. Once all 9 main meridians bear the cores, he could reach the peak of the core formation realm. In this stage, he could finally transform his normal spiritual energy into silver essence and store silver essence in these cores necessary for the future realm. Golden sword essence. In this stage, he would need to put each core into the dantian and explode them. The violet energy had a high chance of breaking the dantian, but not if the energy itself could strengthen the dantian. Silver essence could strengthen the energy after each explosion, and the core parts remained in the middle. After all 9 explosions, those remaining parts were combined to reach the next realm. Hence, this realm was called the exploding core realm. Once the dantian was stronger, he could transform spiritual energy into golden essence and store it inside the dantian. The strongest essence among all others, only the dantian enhanced by silver essence could hold it. Tyler was very aware of the cultivation realms: energy refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, exploding core, golden core, law condensing, and finally nascent soul realm. From the demon's perspectives: infant demon, adult demon, demon warrior, demon general, demon commander, demon king, and finally demon emperor are the 7 cultivation realms. It wasn't just the simulation where demons roam. In the current world, demons had started to emerge, though their numbers were much less than in the simulation. From this perspective, Tyler was glad that he didn't receive any demonic cultivation technique, or else he would have been hunted by the humans. After collecting his thoughts, he gradually focused on opening the first meridian. His comprehension was superb. He had a lot of spiritual energy, and he already had the experience of an opening meridian, so, in just a single night, he reached the first energy refinement realm stage. Inside his dantian, a large pool of spiritual energy appeared, and inside his meridians, a gray essence appeared. This gray essence represents iron essence. Now, he needed to train the sword moves and slowly merge the heart of his swordsmanship, but today, he had to visit the blacksmith shop where he usually worked. Although he had become a cultivator, he couldn't abandon his job without finding a proper income source for his family, though he did have an idea for himself. He wants to open his own blacksmith shop. Initially, he didn't have this idea since it required a lot of strength to forge weapons for cultivators, but now he was a cultivator. He could use his power to forge the weapon instead of working as a labor boy. He got up and got ready for the new day. "Tyler, the breakfast is ready, and the lunch is packed." As soon as he walked out of his room, his mother's voice rang from the kitchen. Although his door made a little sound, sometimes he truly felt like his mother could sense his presence, but it was all nonsense since his mother wasn't a cultivator. After he sat down with his mother for breakfast, he took a deep breath and looked at his mother. "What happened?" Rose instantly noticed his expression and asked, "Mom, I have become a cultivator," Tyler said calmly, but hearing his words, Rose stood up from her chair. She covered her mouth with her hands, and tears fell down her cheeks. She instantly rushed to his side and embraced him. "Congratulations, son." Congratulations. She wasn't the mother who would worry about her child getting hurt. She had already seen him getting hurt a lot. Now, she was happy that her child could have a better life. "Thank you, Mom." Tyler felt a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and continued, "But we can't let others know right now. For now, I plan to work as a labor boy for a month and finally open our own blacksmith shop. Yes, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. And I am glad that you aren't doing anything hasty either." Rose wiped away her tears and felt like her son was overly worried, but she also understood his tension. After all, she was his weakness right now. For a cultivator, running away wasn't a problem, but he couldn't run away with his mother by his side. That's why he was trying to be as cautious as possible. Tyler smiled and continued with his breakfast. After finishing his breakfast, he left his house and rushed outside. He followed the road to the east until he eventually reached the front of a shop with a giant name board. Dan Weapon Shop. Chapter 7, Dan and Blacksmith Work. Tyler didn't enter the shop but instead took the side gate to enter the shop's backyard. He wasn't the only one working in the shop. As he entered, he rang the bell at the entrance. it was to notify people working behind that someone was entering. As he got inside, he was greeted by his boss, Dan. He was a tall, muscular man with a big mustache and clean, shaved cheeks. His goatee fitted him well. "So, why were you absent yesterday?" As soon as he reached in front of him, Dan asked. "Sorry, Master Dan, I felt weakness all over my body and had to sleep the entire day," Tyler responded with a lie that he had already made up. "Oh. Since it was urgent. I can't blame you, but try to inform me beforehand. The work gets really slow without you, even though we have Frankie and Josh, they are far behind you in experience." Dan finally turned around and walked toward the massive pit. In that pit, a massive flame was constantly melting the metal. "Yes, master, it wasn't a master-slave relationship. Tyler calls him master because Dan taught him a lot about forging weapons. Not only that, but he also helped Tyler after his dad died. Tyler didn't feel good about leaving him, but didn't want to remain a labor boy now that he had a chance to build his own. After Dan removed melted metal from a large iron jar, Tyler brought a few different shaped metal boxes. He had already put his lunches inside a room on the backside and was currently wearing metallic gloves. His work was quite dangerous. He had to hold the metal boxes when Dan poured the liquid metal into them. Then, they put the whole metal into the water and started forging the shape. Once the shape was forged, it was finally the turn to make a standard weapon into a cultivator's weapon. Now, Tyler was preparing different kinds of liquids, and Dan dipped each one of them into those liquids. There were precisely 4 kinds of liquid. The first was one liquid made out of mountain-crushing bull's blood, melted dextrite, and spiritual energy. Dextrite was a metal ore found in the mountains of the Sunfry region. Mulan was a continent divided into 7 regions, and the Sunfry region was one of them. There were several cities in this region, a massive forest, with hills and mountains reaching the sky. His city was known as Poise City. Dextrite was a metal ore that could be found in the mountains closer to Poise City, and these mountains weren't that tall, either. Dextrite ore had been known for its durability and flexibility, thus, it had been used for almost all kinds of weapons. This mixture of liquids formed a coating around the weapon to make it more durable, but the next liquid was even more interesting. It was made out of nothing but fuglace ore. This was quite a rare ore, so it was mainly diluted with hot metal liquid. But this ore had an exceptional quality. It had the attribute of both fire and ice. It didn't give the weapon those attributes, but what it did was strengthen the weapon so that the weapon wouldn't break even if it was used against fire or ice. The concentration of this ore during this process also determined the rank of the weapon itself. And the third liquid was the spiritual liquid, a liquid form of spiritual energy. It would cost a lot of money to get this, so it also had a lot of impact on the overall price. After this, they didn't dip it in the fourth liquid. Instead, they put the weapon in the freezer for 6 hours. This allowed the weapon to thoroughly soak up all previous liquids and forge into a stronger weapon. Finally, they put the weapon into the last liquid, the mixture of all previous liquids, in a perfect ratio of 3:1:2 for the first, second, and third liquids, respectively, and unlike the previous dipping, they put it there overnight. This was necessary for the sword to reach its maximum potential, thus finally becoming a first-rank weapon. For second rank, they double everything from the ratio to the time they keep inside those liquids. It would be the same for the third rank, except they triple everything, but the fourth rank was different. Not only did they increase everything, but they also used entirely new ores and metals. Dan would create one fourth-rank weapon yearly because materials weren't easy to find. Tyler had learned every little detail he needed to learn. He just needed more savings and time to open his shop. The day went as normally as it could be. He worked for 10 hours and finally returned to his home. Before returning, he asked Dan to help him create a weapon. Dan wasn't surprised since Tyler often asked him to give him a chance to create weapons. Typically, Dan would disagree since Tyler wasn't a cultivator, but after 4 years of work, he knows Tyler's strengths and capabilities, so he didn't mind it, especially in the 4th year. Tyler created a weapon for himself and asked if he could buy it at a low price. Dan laughed at his trick and decided to give him the weapon for free. The weapon he created was a sword. Of course, it stayed in Dan's workhouse since it needed to soak in that liquid overnight. After he returned home, he found his mother sewing a new set of clothes. "Mom, how have the sales been recently?" he curiously asked as he sat in front of her, watching her sew the clothes. "Not much. Each day, I barely manage to sell 5 or 6 items of clothing to the vendors in our town. Nowadays, more and more people are becoming cultivators, and these clothes aren't good enough for them." Rose sighed helplessly and looked at her son. "But, don't worry about me. I can do nothing but sew, so I will continue sewing more clothes to earn more." "Mom, I am not talking about money. You are turning into your 40s soon. Your eyesight has gotten weaker, this sewing will keep hurting your finger. I am thinking of having you as the weapon seller in the shop once I establish it. What do you think? Tyler sighed and shook his head as he asked. Rose shook her head and said, You already work in Dan's shop, having a beautiful young lady as a seller in your shop will attract more people. You don't have to worry about me. I can work for a few more years with my eyesight. Chapter 8, Second Simulation. Tyler shook his head and said, Although it is true, it is not the main factor for a business to bloom. Besides, I can save the money I have to pay someone else if you work in the shop. Rose sighed and said, All right. We will discuss it after you start making weapons and opening the shop. You don't think opening the shop before having any weapons would be a good idea, right, huh? Don't worry, Mom. I will start forging next week. By the way, I will be training in the backyard, training. Call me when you make dinner. Tyler stood up and walked toward the backyard. Before that, he picked up a wooden sword from his room. He took off his shirt. The backyard was covered with walls, so he had no problem showing off his strength. As for his mom watching his movements, it didn't matter. He released a deep breath and closed his eyes. In his mind, 5 moves of the golden sword essence technique appeared. It wasn't just a cultivation technique but also contained 5 sword arts. Each sword art was a sword move that could be utilized by all 4 layers of the golden sword essence technique user. That meant even in the iron sword essence, he could use all 5 moves as long as he could perform them. That being said, each move was more complicated than before, even with 3 years of simulator experience. He isn't confident enough to pull off all 5 moves. He poured spiritual energy into his foot. He was supposed to pour iron essence into his sword, but he was worried that it would break, so he didn't do it. Instead, he dashed forward and instantly turned 45 degrees. Then 90 degrees to another side, and then turned 45 degrees, finally coming at the middle. His sword swung horizontally as soon as he reached his destination. It brought a powerful wind upon its swing and managed to create a thrust, swift snake strike. After completing the first move, he returned to the original position and infused his arms with spiritual energy. He held the wooden sword in his right hand and started spinning. His hand had enhanced strength with spiritual energy, so he kept spinning his hand until it created a winding disc. His sword moved so fast that its motion made the wind move so fast that it could easily be felt, and suddenly, he paused his movement and withdrew his hand. The wind disc is spinning in position due to the sword suddenly getting freed and moving forward. Violent wind strike. The wind didn't do much damage after colliding with the wall, but if his sword were infused with essence, it would have. The essence itself would merge with the wind to enhance it. This was the reason why it was called violent wind. After that, he tried to make the third move but found his spiritual energy below the requirement and decided to stop. At the first stage of energy refinement, his spiritual energy reserve was naturally low, but it was due to these strikes that consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy that his dantian emptied so soon, but he didn't stop practicing. He remembered a lot of sword moves that would help him utilize internal energy. After all, he had quite a lot of reserve of internal energy that he hadn't used. Using internal energy, he could slowly increase the strength of his body, and even if it was depleted, he had a way to regain it. After all, he had been training in internal energy techniques for a while. He continued to train for hours until his mother finally called him for dinner. After finishing dinner, he directly headed to his bed. He had already wasted a lot of energy, so he had to recover, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate or work tomorrow. He didn't absorb spiritual energy tonight since he wanted to take it a bit slow, or instead properly cultivate it without making an unstable foundation. So, he had made a routine in his mind. He would use his training hours after returning home on the training sword in cultivation, 1 day sword, and another day cultivation. He would repeat this cycle for 6 days, and on holiday, he would train both since he would have more time on his hands. With that routine in mind, the rest of the week passed quickly. He quietly waited in his room on the day the system was supposed to be returned. He informed Dan about his absence. Unfortunately, this day wasn't on Sunday, usually a holiday. It was on Tuesday. He would get his pay cut for this leave, but it didn't matter since the system was more important than that money. At 6 o'clock in the morning, his consciousness once again entered that black space. He looked around and waited for the text. Dual Cultivation Simulator is online. Would you like to change the settings? Yes, no. Seeing this, Tyler got confused. It was different than before, but he didn't dare to press on. Yes. He didn't know the consequences of changing settings, so he thought for a while and pressed no. At this moment, new texts appeared in front of him. You have chosen the same simulation with the same talents. host's previous traits, erotic touch, heir of demon family, and sword talent, have been added to host's profile. Reminder: the previous 30 girls that host has conquered won't be counted during this simulation. So, the host is advised to operate at a higher level. As soon as he finished reading the reminder, his consciousness disappeared from there and entered the body of a small child. A very familiar scene appeared in front of him. Tyler looked at the old text and thought, if I remember correctly, I received 3 rewards for conquering 30 girls in 10 years. If I take this logically, rewards should be based on the number of girls divided by the years I live here. The more I conquer in a shorter time, the more I earn, but the more I live, the more girls I get to conquer. Those maids won't be counted this time, so I must create a proper plan. Age 0, you have already realized your situation and successfully made a plan in your mind. You have decided to play offense. Chapter 9, Princess on Bed. Age 0, you start your plan, but you still decide to stay low-key. You didn't show any extraordinary behavior since you focused on your primary skill, erotic touch. Age 1, you realized your erotic touch was useless due to age. You decided to ignore it and focus on internal energy cultivation. Although you stayed low-key before reaching age 1, you decided to take it a step forward. You started showing the divine strength you gained through internal energy cultivation. Your parents were shocked and treated you as the family's genius. You became the target of many eyes, but didn't care. Age 2, you started picking up sword art. With your exceptional sword talent, you managed to practice many sword arts. Your fame started spreading, and many people began eyeing you. You used this to find out more about girls outside your family. With your talent and aloof nature, you became the center of attention of many teenage girls. Age 3, your influence grew, and you didn't mind it. You managed to acquire more influence by participating in a strength tournament. You beat down every one of your opponents easily despite only being 3 years old. Demon Emperor picked up interest in you and decided to marry one of his daughters to you. Your plan has successfully worked. You became acquainted with many other girls from different families. But you decided to remain silent because of your age and their age differences. Age 4, you started working on your 9 heaven-piercing dragon sword again, perfecting it even more. You decided to train your sword art and internal energy to an even higher level. You managed to reach the peak of the energy refinement realm at the age of 4. You have successfully created a new history, but you focused more on internal energy, which quickly aged your body. Even at the age of 4, you look like 7. Age 5, now that your erotic touch has finally started to take effect, you didn't waste any more time. You looked like someone at the age of 9. You immediately used erotic touch on the daughter of the emperor. You thought the emperor's daughter was only 18 and perfect to be your first target. You started touching her increasingly, creating a more intimate relationship. As the effect of your erotic touch became stronger, she became more subservient toward you. One day, you decided to ask her to sleep with you. Although she appeared hesitant, she seemed genuinely excited. You two didn't go to sleep immediately. After taking a proper bath, she came out wearing only a towel. You also noticed a blush on her face. You asked her to sit and talk with you. You used the same method that you used on the maid. But unlike with a maid, you were touching her raw skin, which turned her even more. Eventually, you asked to lay down on her lap. She agreed, and your head landed on her soft lap. You found that the difference between her and the other maids was huge. It was almost the same when you put your head on your mother's lap. You found that the princess's skin was almost as smooth as your mother's, and thinking about your mother, you got an even greater urge to fuck the princess. You moved your hand behind her and started rubbing her back. She didn't even reject it, so you proceeded, your hands on her ass. Those delicate and soft asses got squishy when you touched them. You realized something was off with the towel and decided to pull it down. At first, the princess tried to hold it, but realized it wasn't useful. She let it go, and a beautiful sight appeared before you. It turned out she was wearing lingerie, and quite a sexy one. It was black lingerie. It was only a stripe starting from the top that covered her boobs. And it was completely transparent. The nipples were even more outrageous as the circle that should have covered her nipples was cut off, and her nipples were hanging out. It followed down her to pussy where it was evident that it only covered the side and let that pink pussy visible to the eyes. Because you were on her lap, you stuck out your tongue and rubbed it around her pussy. Princess was sucked by your action but couldn't say anything. She was moaning in pleasure. As you began to move forward, you moved your hand to her boobs and started fondling them. Although she was only 18, her boobs were quite big. You were barely covering her boobs, so you decided to play with her nipples. You moved her tongue around her pussy while moving your finger around her nipple. Each touch of your tongue and finger turned her even more until she asked you to take it further. You realized it was more fun to tease her than to do it right now, so you continued to tease her pussy with your tongue even more. You managed to put it inside her pussy and pull it out many times without changing your position. Finally, she came on your face. And you finally let it go. Her fluid wasn't to your taste, so you rubbed it with her tongue. Chapter 10, Mother on the Ground. When you stopped, the princess finally regained her consciousness from pleasure and looked at you with confusion. Although she had come out of pleasure, she didn't mind having sex with you since you were her future husband. Instead, she felt happy that you could be this good at such a young age. Now, she felt like she didn't have to wait for years to have more sex with you. You didn't realize what happened to her. Instead, you spread your spiritual sense and sense a strong barrier blocking your spiritual sense. You stopped for quite some time and realized that nobody was entering, so you decided to continue. When you started fucking the princess, her moans got louder, and the door slightly opened. Usually, you would have missed such a slight sound, but your focus was entirely on the door, so you didn't miss it, but surprisingly, you saw nothing at all. You thought for a moment and decided to use your spiritual sense. When you used it around you, you found that your spiritual sense could enter the space around the door. You quickly realized that someone was here and using the invisibility. You panicked, not knowing whether it was your enemy or not. Seeing you stop for so long, the princess asked if everything was okay. You reassured her, but didn't continue. Instead, keep your eyes on the door. The person under the invisibility also sensed your eyes. And slowly the invisibility faded away. You saw someone you didn't think would be the one at this moment. It was your mother. She quickly removed her finger from her pussy and covered her mouth, signaling you to shut up. Then, she signaled you to continue fucking the princess. Since the person was your mother, you didn't overthink and continued fucking princess. While fucking the princess, you looked at your mother once in a while and saw her fingering herself. Your mind was full of confusion. After all, if she was indeed this turned on, she should have gone for your father. Thinking so, you found that there was something wrong with your father, but right now, you didn't overthink. You were already satisfied with fucking the princess and watching your mother masturbate. After you loaded her pussy with your cum, you asked her to sleep. Due to the tiredness that you caused, she fell asleep quite early. So, you moved toward your mother with your little dragon hanging open. It was still covered in yours and her cum. Seeing you coming toward her, your mother looked at your little dragon with a lustful gaze. She felt like she should get it inside her, but she didn't do anything. After you reached near her, you found a strange thing. It felt like you had entered a barrier. At this moment, your mother told you that this barrier only allowed you to see her, and her sound wasn't going out either. Hearing her words, a smirk appeared on your lips as you got closer to your mother. So close that the tip of the little dragon touched her lips. You asked your mother if she was willing to clean your little dragon. She gladly agreed and said that after you turned 5, she had been waiting for this. She put your little dragon on her mouth and slowly on her head. You felt as if a powerful force sucked your little dragon. The tiredness that you had after fucking the princess vanished. You instantly continued 9 heaven-piercing dragon sword and used your internal energy into your little dragon. It rose to its full potential while being inside her mouth. Your mother's mouth was forced open as she felt like her cheek was tearing apart. You could see tears coming out of her eyes, but strangely, you felt good. You felt extremely good doing this. You put your hand on her head and remembered something from your first simulation. You remembered how you once punished one of your maids by fucking her mouth so hard that it turned sore. You wonder if you should do the same with your mother, but quickly deny this thought. Unlike a maid, your mother has much more reputation. So, you just let her take the lead and remove your hand. Surprisingly, your mother did the same as you wanted. Her deep-throat blowjob almost made you lose your mind. You filled her mouth with your cum in less than 2 minutes. After she drank your cum, she said goodbye to you and left. You were left confused. You didn't know what your father was doing and why your mother seemed so okay with it. You realized that you didn't use erotic touch too much on her. You got suspicious and decided to ask her tomorrow. You quickly fell asleep. The next day, you went to ask your mother about yesterday, but she didn't tell you anything. She said you were only allowed to fuck her mouth and nothing more. Seeing her earnest gaze, you found something was up, but you had no way of knowing it. You couldn't ask your father about it, so you decided to forget about it. Instead, now, you started focusing on other girls, age 6, although you had a lot of reputation. Only a few girls were allowed to visit you due to some strict family rules. Thus, you only managed to target 5 new girls this year, but you did manage to fuck all of the maids in your mansion. You were living in so much pleasure that you forgot to cultivate. Age 7, after you lagged on cultivation, you took the maids as your cauldron to speed up the cultivation. You started giving them many luxurious conditions and the chance to have sex with you to let them become your cauldron. Age 8, you realized that this was the year when your father left for the war and died. Although you wanted to fuck your mother, you realized it wasn't worth sacrificing your father and decided to tell your mother not to send your father to the battlefield. But 2 days later, you received the news that your father not only left for the battlefield but also died. Chapter 11, End of Simulation and Doubts. You asked your mother why didn't she stop him, but she replied that it was the duty of a family head. And she also told him that she tried very hard, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't do it. You sighed and tried to remain calm. After a month, your relationship with your mother grew, and you started fucking her every day. Unlike others, your mother gave you a strange satisfaction, whether it was day or night, you just continued fucking her for months. Finally, you controlled your urge to fuck her more and decided to get more girls. You have only managed to acquire 6, so you started inviting the other girls to your mansion. Surprisingly, your mother didn't like it and restricted it to 1 girl a month. And also forced you to fuck her rather than going for other girls. You didn't overthink because you found the utmost pleasure with your mother. Age 10, one day, you woke up and found a letter beside your bed. You remembered having sex with your mother and the princess. You saw the princess next to you, but didn't find your mother. When you read the letter, you were shocked. You found that your mother had left the mansion for some important business. You couldn't help but curse her. After you were declared the head of the family, you knew the elders would attack you, so you told your mother about the elders, but she still left, which made you furious. Despite being angry at her, you were also helpless. You started making plans to stay alive as much as possible, but the next night, nearly 10 family elders attacked you. No matter what method you used, you couldn't escape from those elders. You died. At this moment, Tyler opened his eyes and realized he was still in his room. He clenched his fist and cursed, "Damn that bitch. Why did she leave after I told her to stay? Something is wrong." She didn't stop him from dying and left when her child was in danger. Don't tell me she wanted to become the head of the family? Is that why she left, so that the elders would kill her? But, if she wanted to become the head, she wouldn't have any difficulty. She was the most powerful behind father. Is it all just a coincidence? Tyler was quite confused about the scenario. He couldn't understand her motives. Finally, he gave up and stayed on the bed until the text appeared in front of him. Congratulations on your second simulation. You have survived for 10 years in simulation and acquired 10 women. You will be granted 1 reward. 10 women have been recorded in your profile. Next time, these women won't be counted in your achievement. The next simulation will start after a week. Reward 8 years of swordsmanship experience. When he received the reward, he found his mind accepting every single detail of swordsmanship that he had practiced for years in the simulation. He couldn't help but feel each move in his mind. After half an hour, he opened his eyes and realized a strange aura around him. He felt like this aura was quite similar. He shook his head and walked out of his room. He saw his mother preparing dinner in the kitchen and went to talk to her. "Tyler, you are up? How are you? Is your head fine?" Rose asked when she heard his footsteps. She turned her head and looked at him. For a moment, she froze. Tyler, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. There was literally a cold aura covering her son. It felt like she was at the top of the Snow Peak Mountains. "Is something wrong?" Tyler asked with confusion. When she saw it, her mouth opened wide. It wasn't because of what he said or how his voice was, but how he said it. It felt like she was watching her son speak in slow motion but with a stern tone. But what she imagined after seeing him speak and what she heard were utterly different. She imagined his rigid and cold tone, while his voice was still the same. She felt his aura had changed, which confused her because she didn't know why his atmosphere had changed in a single day. "Tyler, you feel different. You feel more like a cultivator, but does it change so much in a single day?" Rose asked with confusion. Tyler couldn't explain to her about the simulation. So he knew he had to find a new excuse. He did find one and explained, "It's because I have reached the first stage of energy refinement realm." What? Amazing! Rose was shocked. She quickly rushed toward her son and embraced him. She raised her head and rubbed his cheek. Her eyes were a bit red as she smiled and said, "You finally took the first step. Don't worry, Mom. I will be fine." Tyler understood his mother's concern and smiled. "Anyway, let's have some dinner. I am starving." Tyler walked toward the kitchen as he looked at the pot. "Mom, you are cooking meat? Aren't these expensive? Why did you waste your money?" Tyler couldn't help but feel shocked as he asked. Rose shook her head and said, "You are a cultivator now. It would help if you had more energy to cultivate day and night. We might be poor, but we can support meat once a week." Tyler bit his lip as he couldn't refuse it. He required a lot of energy. Cultivation aside, training must be continued, and for training, he needed a lot of stamina. Without proper food, he wouldn't get enough stamina to train. "Don't worry. Let's eat. We have curry and rice tonight. Wash your hands and sit down. I will serve your food." Rose smiled and patted his head. Although she was shorter than he, she still patted his head. "She likes doing it." Tyler helplessly smiled and washed his hands. After that, the mother and son had a meal filled with fun conversation. Chapter 12, Doing Business with Dan. The next day, Tyler went to Dan's workshop. When he arrived at the backyard, Dan was shocked to see Tyler. "You look so different. What happened?" Dan looked at him with confusion and asked. He doesn't understand how a person can change so much overnight. Not just him, many people on the road also had the same reaction. Tyler smiled excitedly and moved the spiritual energy inside his body. When the spiritual energy appeared in his hand, it was in the form of blue light. Seeing this light, Dan's expression widened as he asked, Why you are a cultivator now?" Hearing his words, two other workers also looked at him with shock. "Yeah, I managed to awaken Dantian in spiritual root and somehow reach the first stage of energy refinement realm." "Not only did you awaken, but you also absorbed so much spiritual energy that you reached the first stage. Freak. Kiddo, you are a freak. Just how high is your talent? Tell, which element did you awaken? And, did you get an invitation from Holy Sanctum?" "No. You obviously awakened recently. You still haven't registered your awakening, right? Well, it makes sense. So, when do you plan to register?" Dan talked like a maniac. He didn't even stop for a second, asking him question after question. "I will register soon. By the way, what is an element?" Although Tyler knew about it, he couldn't reveal that he knew about it. After all, element was something he learned only after staying in the library for a year. Ahem. I almost forgot that you don't possess much knowledge about cultivation. Listen, kiddo, I will tell you 5 major things about cultivation. Let's start with spiritual root and talent. Whenever you awaken your spiritual root, heaven and earth react to a specific element. There are 5 basic elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. You can inherit any one of these 5. But, there are some people in this world whose talent is so unique that it reacts with more than one element. In this case, these people will have a special talent called roots. We have root, these people have roots. Once they inherit roots, they can not only use 2 elements but also that. They can also merge those 2 elements in certain cases. For example, if you inherit wind and water, you can use a new element, ice. And, if you have earth and water, you can create wood. These people are insanely strong and versatile as well. The second thing you must know is cultivation technique and elemental arts. Registering your awakening will get you a lowest rank cultivation technique or maybe a high rank based on your talent. This cultivation technique will be related to your element, and once you use this cultivation technique, you can refine your spiritual energy into elemental energy. Now, you can use elemental arts to manipulate elemental energy for a certain purpose. For example, you can use fireball to strike an opponent or manipulate fire to burn wood. Cultivation technique allows you to transform the spiritual energy, and elemental arts allows you to use the transformed energy for various purposes. The next thing is ranking. You should already know about the ranking, right? From 1 to 9, 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. Well, this ranking applies to everything from cultivation technique, resources, elemental arts, to weapons, but what I am talking about is the ranking of Holy Sanctum. The purpose of Holy Sanctum is to provide cultivators with resources as long as they enter the dimensional rifts to fight outlanders. This ranking is divided into 3 grades: Bronze grade, Silver grade, and Golden grade. You must do your best to get a good ranking to receive many resources from the Sanctum. The 4th thing that I want to talk about is related to the resources. Basically, the most important resource for us is energy crystals. These crystals can be found in sacred places. Sanctum usually sends powerful people to get these crystals since those sacred places are filled with outlanders. They collect the energy crystals so that they can give them as a reward for those who fight against outlanders. Remember, unless you are alone, don't try to get loot from these sacred places on your own. Once you get caught by Sanctum, not only will they take away everything you got, but also destroy your cultivation. Finally, the last thing you must remember is that no matter what happens, don't offend the Holy Sanctum. It basically controls our world right now. So, if you do anything to offend them, they will even get you executed. So, you mustn't offend them. Hearing his words, Tyler nodded his head with a severe expression. This power was indeed the strongest power right now. Even if you were a strong person, you didn't want to offend the Holy Sanctum because they currently control the world. Good. Now, let's get back to work. Since you are a cultivator now, I am sure you won't work here for long. So I might as well get a lot of work done while you are here. Dan chuckled as he turned around. I have been planning on opening the blacksmith shop. Tyler decided to speak. Dan was truly good to him, explaining everything like a parent. Dan paused for a moment and turned around. Why don't you work with me then? Tyler didn't understand at first and asked, work under you? No. I mean, we can become partners at work. I am not sure why you want to open the blacksmith shop, but if we can share our work, it will be easier for both of us. Dan answered, but I don't have enough money to become your partner. Tyler shook his head and replied, of course, I know that. I have a different strategy for this. It is something I learned when I was traveling in bigger cities. Let's take this whole workshop and shop as a business. It has a total of 100 shares, which equates to 100% ownership of this business. We can only become partners if we share 50-50 ownership of this business. Let's say you don't have money to buy 50 shares. You can instead join me to work under me. Slowly, as you contribute to the business, you can buy the share directly than accepting the salary. Normally, other workers can't do this, but since I want you to become my partner in this business, I can give you a share of the business with the money you earn, and, unlike before, your job won't be just limited to crafting the weapons. You will also help in promotion, management, and even selling it. All in all, you must earn enough money to buy shares, and the more shares you buy, the less you have to work as a crafter and focus on promoting and coming up with new ideas or even finding resources to build a new weapon. So, what do you think? Do you agree? Chapter 13, Leaving the Poise City. I understand what you meant, but why do you want to help me so much? Tyler asked. Hearing his question, Dan sighed and rubbed his head. Actually, I wanted to make you the second blacksmith of our shop for a long time, but you didn't awaken your spiritual root, and without the power, you can't use the skills you've learned. So, I didn't try anything before, but now, since you not only want to become a blacksmith but also open a shop, I think it would be great if we could cooperate. With your newly found powers and the skill that you learned for quite a long time, you can easily start earning enough to buy half of the shares of this shop. Tyler thought for a moment and said, I don't see any problems, but I think we should make a proper contract before we do anything. All right. I will make the contract and send it to you. If you like it, sign it right there. But, if you want to make some changes, write those and send them back so I can review them. If those changes can be applied, I will change them and send them back to you. Dan nodded his head and walked away. Tyler followed him, and they continued with their jobs. This time, Dan started using Tyler to forge some weapons. He was astonished by Tyler's control over his strength. He wanted Tyler to be the second blacksmith of his shop so badly because of his talent. Tyler was good at learning techniques and forging styles, but couldn't make weapons properly because he never had enough power. But now, he had enough power to do so. Because Tyler wasn't at the first stage, he was already at the third stage of energy refinement realm with a solid foundation. After he finished his task, he returned to his home. The next day, Dan gave him the contract. After reading it, he found that there weren't any problems except one thing. He wanted to get 50% of his earnings for himself while using 50% to buy the share, and he also made another condition where he could sell the shares to Dan or others in case he was in desperate need of money. He also told his mother about the contract, and she found it good. On Sunday, he decided to register his identity as a cultivator. A branch of Holy Sanctum was near Poise but not in the city, so he left the city. The journey was through a small forest. Initially, it was just a normal forest, but due to the presence of spiritual energy, many animals gained supernatural abilities and became monsters. Tyler was quietly walking on a road in the middle of the forest. This forest did have monsters, but most of them were just F rank. Unlike demons and cultivators, monsters are ranked in a different category. It started with F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, and S rank. F rank was the weakest, and S rank was the strongest. And each rank had 9 tiers that defined the 9 stages of the human cultivation realms. Since most of them were F rank, he wasn't worried about facing them, especially with his immense sword skill. That's why he brought his sword with him. Suddenly, Tyler heard a scream from deep inside. He was startled. He quickly rushed to check and found a girl with her clothes covered in blood, with the boar running toward her. Looking at her, he didn't sense any spiritual energy from her. He reached next to her in an instant and kicked the boar on its stomach. Whoosh! Bang! Did I kick too hard? Tyler was surprised when he noticed that the boar flew out so quickly. He anticipated the boar to rush toward him, but the boar didn't even move. Only then did he see the blood gushing out of its stomach. He turned his head at the girl who was covered in blood and noticed that she must have injured him. Thank you. Thank you very much for saving me. The girl quickly tried to get up, but the pain struck her back as she screamed and fell to the ground. So, she didn't injure the boar but was also injured by it. Well, she didn't have any aura, so what else could I've expected? Tyler thought, it's okay. Do you have any white lotus paste? Tyler asked. The girl looked at him with surprise, but then suddenly noticed something and nodded her head. Good. Then, use it. Are you also going to register as a cultivator? Tyler put the paste back into his pocket and asked, Yes, I recently awakened my spiritual roots in Dantian. The girl nodded her head and answered as she applied the paste to her waist. Then, she grabbed the bag near her and took out some clothes. Tyler walked away. He didn't even need to think. Seeing him so quick in his action, the girl quickly changed her clothes. She wore a miniskirt and a tank top with a leather jacket. She rejoined him on the road before finding him. She quickly put her knife to the boar and cut its stomach. She took out a red crystal and walked toward the road. When she rejoined with him, she showed him the crystal and bowed. Thank you for saving me. Please take this. Tyler shook his head and said, I don't need it. You can keep it to increase your strength. Monster Beast inherits a crystal in its body. This crystal was like a power bank that contained supernatural power. Once humans absorbed it, they would get that supernatural power. Since the boar didn't show any elemental attacks, Tyler knew this crystal would only give him a strength boost, but someone with his strength wouldn't benefit at all. The girl didn't argue since it was quite precious to her. She quickly put it in her bag and introduced herself. My name is Alice. Are you also from Poise City? Tyler nodded his head. Although Poise City was a small city, it still accommodated more than 10,000 people. My name is Tyler. In which street do you live? I have never seen you before, but I should know everyone of my age. Alice curiously asked. I live on 13th Street. I am not quite familiar with people of my age. No wonder I didn't know you. I live on 3rd Street. Our locations are quite opposite to each other. So, she is rich. Chapter 14. Power Division of Poise City. Each street in Poise City had a number plate. There were a total of 15 streets. Wealthy business people owned the first 5 streets. The following 5 streets held the market, and the final 5 streets are owned by the struggling class. Even in a small town, there was economic dominance and a gap between people. Of course, Tyler wasn't interested in that. What surprised him was that this girl had the guts to come alone in this forest despite having the resources to hire some guards. Tyler wouldn't have such luxury, so even if he didn't have the power, he would be forced to cross this forest alone, but she shouldn't have that problem. Now that he thought about her wealth, he realized that her healing paste was able to heal her fractured ribs so fast, but he didn't know about that for a long time. He had no plans of looting her or anything. So, he simply continued to walk beside her. At this moment, Alice had a lot of different thoughts in her mind. She was secretly watching his every movement as they proceeded. He is also going to register his identity, which means he shouldn't be a cultivator yet, but he managed to kick that boar easily. does that mean he has awakened some sort of constitution that gives him innate strength? And what's with the sword? Shouldn't the people with innate strength use their fists? Why does he have a sword, should I ask him? But wouldn't that be too personal? But I can hire him into Helen's family if he does possess such a constitution. Ahem. Tyler, can I ask you something? It might be a little personal, so you can totally ignore it if you don't want to answer. Alice spoke. Tyler nodded his head. Do you possess some sort of constitution? Alice asked. Tyler looked at her with confusion and asked, "What's a constitution?" He thought it sounded very similar to Holy Lightning Body, but he didn't know much about it and forgot about the constitution. Only then did she realize Tyler was from 13th Street. It would be surprising if he knew about such stuff. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She shook her head and quickly responded, "Well, once people awaken their spiritual root in Dantian, there are some people who awakened an additional talent with them. This kind of talent is known as constitution. There is another kind of talent known as roots. But more on that later. For now, let's just talk about the constitution. They are kind of a spiritual physique that affects your real physique. Some people have fire physique, which means they don't need spiritual energy to create fire, and normal fire doesn't burn them. Some have water physique. It allows them to create water without spiritual energy and also allows them to survive underwater. People inherit different kinds of constitutions, and among them is one kind, strength constitution. It gives you innate strength without using spiritual energy. The strength can vary from the grades of the constitution, but even a grade 1 constitution can create the power of 1,000 kilos in each punch. By the way, this grade is applied to all other constitutions. It starts from grade 1 and ends at grade 9. Hearing her explanation, Tyler thought for a moment and answered, "I am not sure if it is a constitution, but I possess a lot of physical strength after awakening." Since Tyler found that he could hide his cultivation without external force, he decided to lie about his strength, and besides, with his internal energy inside, his strength would only keep growing. Better than the constitution, that's amazing. Tyler, do you want to be the hired knight of Helen's family? With your constitution, you will receive many benefits from energy crystal to meso. Currently, if you join, you will get 5 energy crystals and 1,000 meso in advance. After that, your monthly income will be 3 energy crystals and 100 meso each month. So, what do you think? Alice was quite excited as she began explaining the merits of joining her family. Tyler shook his head and said, "I am sorry, but I am already part of Dan Weapon Shop. Although my salary isn't that high, I am more interested in blacksmith." Hearing his words, Alice was sad at first, but suddenly realized something. Yes. You have innate strength, so you will be perfect for blacksmith. Unfortunately, Helen's family doesn't have any blacksmiths. Tyler barely smiled. Poise City had 5 families: the Fallon family, the Helen family, the Gellin family, the Solon family, and the Talon family. It was said that all 5 families' heads were previously brothers, but because someone forced them to create different forces from each other, they were forced to split, and now, there was nothing but intense competition between these 5 families. Tyler didn't want to get mixed up in this mess, so he didn't think before declining her offer. They continued to talk as they crossed the forest till evening. They finally saw a massive structure in front of them. Although they were still hundreds of meters away, they could still see the building inside the structure. They found a giant wall covering the building in the middle as they got closer. They saw some guards outside the gate. They quickly reached in front of the guards. When guards saw them, their eyes widened. They looked at Tyler with surprise. Unlike Alice, they could feel the mysterious aura around him. This aura seemed to be rejecting them. "Sir, we've come here to register our identity as cultivators." Welcome to our little town. Please take this. You can stay at the Blue Moon Inn for free." The guard instantly greeted Tyler as he handed over a card. Seeing his reaction, Tyler was stunned for a moment. This was the same reaction he received from his servants in the simulator. "Is it because of my swordsmanship aura?" Tyler asked himself as he took the card and walked inside. "Hey, don't you think the guard's attitude was too weird?" Alice asked as they entered the town. Unlike them, she knew Tyler didn't come from a strong background, so she couldn't understand why they showed him such great respect. "Don't care about that. Let's find the Blue Moon Inn to settle down for tonight." Chapter 15: Guild, Families and Clans. After 20 minutes of walking around the town, they finally found the Blue Moon Inn. Tyler and Alice entered the inn, which was quite crowded. In the main room, there were dozens of benches and desks filled with people. And there was a woman behind the bar desk. she was cleaning a glass with dozens of wines next to her. "Welcome to Blue Moon Inn. Would you like to stay here tonight?" The woman greeted them when they approached her. Her eyes quickly fell on Tyler. Just like the guard, she also noticed the extraordinary aura around him. Her greeting was full of smiles and filled with enthusiasm. "We would like to have 2 rooms. This is for me, and she will pay for her room." Tyler didn't want to take advantage of that guard, so he only used the card himself. Alice's eyes twitched, hearing that. But, she quickly asked, "How much is it for a night?" 10 meso for the night and 10 meso for breakfast tomorrow morning and tonight's dinner. "Of course, you can have breakfast or dinner somewhere else." The woman smiled as she replied to Alice. Since Tyler didn't want to take advantage of the card, she was pretty happy with it. After all, respect and relationship were one thing, and money was the other thing. "Do I have to pay for breakfast?" Tyler asked. "No, sir. Everything for you is on the house." The woman replied. Alice took out 2 bronze coins. Both coins had 10 written on one side and a picture of a giant temple on the other side. "Take these keys. The room numbers are written on the keys. You can find your rooms on the 2nd floor. Your dinner will be delivered in 1 hour." The woman handed over the keys to them. Tyler took the key and looked at a number written on it, 16. He nodded and walked towards the 2nd floor with Alice. Their rooms were next to each other. Alice wanted to talk more with Tyler, but he wasn't interested. Whenever he was outside the simulator, his mindset completely changed. He simply entered the room. There was a bed in the corner, a table and a chair, a lamp, and a small mat on the ground. He went to bed and sat on it. He had to wait for dinner, so he decided to collect his thoughts about something he had learned. Constitution was something he didn't focus on too much inside the simulator since you had to read a separate new book dedicated to it, but now, he had a rough idea about the Constitution. Basically, any talent that isn't attached to his spiritual root is the Constitution. It wasn't a real physique but rather a spiritual one that could affect the real body. Since Alice misunderstood his Constitution, he decided to keep it that way. After all, he had no other explanation for his physical strength. He couldn't say that he had the internal energy technique. He didn't even know whether they existed in this world or not. Now, he had one big question: what category did his sword affinity fall into? It wasn't a spiritual root talent. It wasn't the Constitution. It certainly wasn't a bloodline. So, what was it? Or maybe, it is a spiritual root talent. But, I am pretty clear that lightning is the element I managed to awaken. So, what exactly is it? Tyler deeply thought about it. But after a while, he got bored. In the meantime, his food was delivered. So, he ate his dinner and went to sleep. The next morning, it was a fine morning. Tyler woke up at 6 and then went down for breakfast. Alice also woke up soon after and finished her breakfast. Both wanted to go to the Holy Sanctum branch, but it was closed. It only opens at 10. So, they waited a few hours. During this time, Tyler chatted with her about the world. He knew almost nothing about this world. His idea of the world was confined within Poise City and maybe a few cities nearby. He was surprised to find many things. First, he learned about the division of the continent. Mulan was divided into 7 regions. She didn't explain much about other regions, but she did explain a lot about their region. Their region's name was Sunfry. It was pretty weird but alright. It had 3 major forces ruling over it: guild, families, and clans. There was one major guild which was obviously Holy Sanctum. There were 3 families, and unlike clans, every region had 3 different families in power. Their region had Ditto, Lin, and Isobi, and something that was even more shocking was that 5 great families from Poise City were directly under the Ditto family. It was the Ditto family that separated those 5 brothers into 5 families and forced them to develop differently, although Alice didn't reveal to him what these families do. She did warn him to look out for geniuses from the Lin family. Just like the Ditto family, the Lin family had 5 families under them: Mu family, Lan family, Zhao family, Zhu family, and Su family. And not only that, but every other city also had these families. It was astounding, but after the arrival of spiritual energy, these families got so powerful that they forced people to change their surnames and become their subordinates. Unlike Ditto and Lin, the Isobi family had many small families. Still, they were unknown and the deadliest among others because they were directly connected to the underworld business. Finally, there were 4 clans: Blacksmith Clan, Alchemy Clan, Talisman and Array Clan, Martial Clan. These clans are the main sources to produce the geniuses for martial arts. blacksmithing, alchemy, talismans, and array creations, and unlike guilds or families, every region had the same 4 clans. It also meant among guilds, families, and clans had better control over the regions. Their chat lasted 3 hours until it was finally 10 a.m. They quickly rushed out of the inn and walked toward the tallest and biggest building in this town, Holy Sanctum Branch. Chapter 16, Talent. They found a few people standing outside the gate. It wasn't even opened yet, and people were already standing outside. Alice and Tyler joined the line. Tyler noticed the people who were standing in the line were younger than him. Almost everyone seemed to be either 15 or 16. After the gate opened, they walked through the pathway to the door of the building. They found an old man wearing a black suit waiting for them as they entered through the door. "Please follow me," he said as he led them to an empty room. There was nothing but a crystal ball in the middle. He stopped next to the crystal and looked at it. "Before we start, let me introduce all of you to the world of cultivation. As you all know, 50 years ago, the spiritual energy tide changed our Mulan continent. During these 50 years of time duration, many things about the cultivation have changed. Now, you don't just have to choose between 4 clans' professions. Now, you can become anything you want. For example, using your water spiritual root, you can help people with irrigation. Using earth elements, you can start digging and searching for different kinds of metallic ores and minerals inside the land. Using wind element, you can move the gigantic turbines, which can now produce electricity without relying on lightning. Different elements have different usefulness, and even after 50 years. We haven't discovered much, however. In the current world, strength is still mandatory. Without it, you can fight against monsters, outlanders, and even someone threatening your family. So, Holy Sanctum will provide you with initial resources based on your talent. The higher your talent, the more it will invest in you. That being said, whether you want to join Holy Sanctum or not still depends on you. Inside Dimension Rifts, each power has equal control still, though the Holy Sanctum retains the most control over them. So, joining Holy Sanctum would be a better choice unless you were already from one of the other major powerhouses. Now, I want one of you to come forward and put your hand on the crystal. Hearing his words, many were nervous, so they didn't move. Tyler also didn't move. It was Alice who made the first move. She walked in front of the crystal and put her hand on it. With a single touch, a small blue light glows on the crystal. The light slowly got stronger, and a small golden star appeared on the crystal. After nearly 2 minutes, after the appearance of golden stars, it finally stopped. The old man pointed his palm at her and said, "Now, many of you must be confused about what just happened. So, let me explain this with an example. Let's say there are 9 noodles in front of you. And you are said to eat all of them. But there is a catch. First, you can only eat as much as your stomach lets you. That means you can't overcome your stomach to eat more. The second thing is that the more you eat, the hungrier you get. So, you will keep on eating until your stomach is full. Now, let me direct this example to this young girl. When she touched the crystal, it turned blue, representing the water's color. Recognizing her element is easy, but what I want to tell you with the noodles as an example is the limit. You see, she managed to eat 5 bowls of noodles. Those bowls of noodles represented these stars. When she ate the first bowl of noodles, she proved that she had the 1-star talent, and she went on eating more until she finally stopped after eating the 5th bowl of noodles. That means her talent is 5 stars water spiritual root. And, as we mentioned previously, she couldn't eat more than her stomach allows. Her talent is fixed at 5 stars. Now, no matter how hard she tries, her cultivation speed and comprehension talent can't be improved, just like she can't eat more than 5 bowls of noodles. The reason why I am mentioning limits so much and trying to get this into your head is that talent not only limits your cultivation speed or comprehension but also affects your overall cultivation. So, this young girl can't reach the peak of the exploding core realm in her life without the most miraculous resources. That being said, she has the bigger potential than me. Even I am only a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Hearing his words, everyone looked at her with widened eyes. Because for them, even the energy refinement realm was amazing, and it certainly was. Most of the cities only had a few foundation realm cultivators. The old man took a piece of paper and passed it to her. Now, there are some questions written in it. It would help if you filled it so that we can provide your rewards for the cultivation of talent. First, you will get the 5th grade cultivation technique. Second, you will get 50 energy crystals and 5,000 meso. Third, you will be able to choose 3 martial arts, each from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank. You can choose 3 of them between offensive, defensive, and movements. You can't choose 3rd rank or 2nd rank or 1st rank for all, but you can choose the offensive martial art related to the weapon if you use them. Finally, the last reward is a piece of clothing. You will get 3 full dress sets, each with 5th rank's endurance, or I should say not defensive. Yes, you will be given 5th rank clothes based on your preference. Cultivators easily get into the battle, so they often ruin their clothes. That's why Holy Sanctum provides them with some long-lasting clothes. They have not only endurance but also regeneration, as long as you keep some energy crystals on your torn clothes. They will regenerate to their original form. That's all I have to explain. Now, let's get into the line and come forward to test your talent one by one. Let's start the test. Chapter 17, 7th grade talent, 3rd grade talent, 2nd grade talent. Oh. That's 4th grade talent, 3rd grade talent. That's bad. It's only 1st grade talent. It seems like your belly is big enough. Oh, another 3rd grade talent. Heavens! We have a lot of 3rd grade talents this time. Next, it's your turn. The old man pointed his eyes at Tyler, who slowly walked forward. He raised his hand and rested his palm on the crystal. At this moment, the crystal slowly turned purple. And a star lit up. It wasn't long before the next star lit up. Then, it was the 3rd star. Not even a minute had passed, and it was already the 4th star. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath. It could be the birth of another 5th grade talent, but the old man was even more stunned. Because, unlike others, he knows what it means when the stars light up too fast. Heavens! It took that girl 2 minutes to light up 5 stars, and he had already lit up the 4th in just a minute. Is he going to awaken the 7 stars? Let's hope so. In front of his eyes, the 5th star lit up, and 10 seconds later, the 6th star lit up. It was already 1 minute and 20 seconds. At this moment, the old man's heart was almost breaking out of his chest. It was terrifying just to think about it. He couldn't believe that the child in front of him would have talent above the 7th grade, but after it reached the 7th grade, no more stars lit up. Ha! The old man breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was also sad that he didn't get to awaken more than a 7th-star talent. Congratulations, boy! I am truly blessed to see 7th-star talent in this room. You are going to be someone very important to this region. You will become a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Hearing his words, a silence fell in the room. Everyone was surprised. And the old man's next words made them jealous. As boy, not only will you get 7th grade cultivation technique but also 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade martial arts. Alongside the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd grade martial arts, you will also get a 7th grade dress. But, do keep in mind that if you suffer any damage, it won't protect you, rather, it will transfer the damage to your body. Of course, that being said, if someone from Golden Core Realms attacks you, your clothes will also disappear. As for why they can't block the attack, well, if they started blocking such a powerful attack, we wouldn't be on the losing side in the dimensional rift. Anyway, please fill out this form as soon as possible. Tyler took the form and started filling in everything. First, he filled his element as lightning. Second, he chose 1st grade movement art, 2nd grade attack art, 3rd grade defensive art, 3rd grade movement art, 4th grade attack art, and 5th grade defensive art. Then, he marked in a box which suggested whether he wanted a void ring or not. He needed one, so he marked yes. Then, he filled up some basic information about himself and passed it back to the old man. The old man casually glanced at his form while looking at the others awakening. Since there were only 2 more left, it ended quickly. Alright, since this is done, let's move to the next section where your forms will be submitted and you have to quietly wait for your rewards. The old man took them to the office, where there was a desk and a lady was sitting behind it. He asked everyone to take a seat while giving the forms to others. At the same time, he looked at Tyler and called him out. Boy, let's go and visit someone. Tyler didn't have any options. He followed the old man to the 2nd floor, where they entered a room. A man was wearing a hat and smoking a pipe. He looked at Tyler and the old man. Richard, is he talented enough to come here? If he wasn't, I wouldn't have come here. He has awakened lightning element's 7th grade talent. The man paused for a moment and took out his pipe. He looked at Tyler and slowly stood. So, you managed to awaken the 7th grade talent. That's something interesting. How about you join Holy Sanctum? Tyler was stunned by his frankness, but he quickly replied, I have been thinking about this for a while, but I still haven't concluded. I would like to return here soon enough to join the Holy Sanctum. Hearing his words, the man frowned for a moment but soon stretched out his hand. my name is Celine. I have been working here for quite a while. This is my card. The next time you come here, contact me. You wouldn't need to go through a bunch of nonsense and directly join the Dimension Rift to make a name for yourself, earn a vast amount of wealth, and get stronger. Tyler also stretched out his hand and took the card. My name is Tyler. Tyler, we will meet soon enough. By the way, where do you live? Celine asked. I currently live in Poi City. Tyler honestly replied, since this was the same thing he wrote on the form. While you are on the way, take care of yourself. I'm afraid I can't send anyone to protect you from the upcoming threats unless you join Holy Sanctum. Celine thought for a moment and warned him, thank you for your warning. I will keep that in mind. Tyler nodded his head. You can leave now and stay in that room until you get your rewards. Celine sent him out. Tyler didn't hesitate to leave. Richard looked at Celine with confusion and asked, Sir, why didn't you force him or warn him more to join the Sanctum? He is the 7th grade talent. If we lose someone like him, it would be devastating. Celine puffed out smoke and walked toward the window. I know that. But I couldn't bring myself to warn him after seeing his confident eyes. Behind those eyes, he not only hid the confidence but also the strength. Let's see what happens next. Will he die? Will he regret his decision? Or will he succeed? Chapter 18. Screw it, Mr. Tyler, please come forward. The lady behind the desk took out a purple ring and put it in front of him. Tyler took the ring as she spoke. Please drop your blood in it so that you can access it with your thoughts. Tyler nodded his head and bit his finger. His blood touched the ring, and a purple light burst out of it. Suddenly, Tyler found something strange in his mind. It was a room. Inside that room, he found his own body. He walked toward a table where there were a few scrolls, 3 dress sets, 70 white crystals, and a huge chunk of bronze coins. Seeing this, Tyler's breathing got faster. He couldn't contain himself from the excitement. He touched the scroll, and the next moment, he snapped out of the room. His consciousness returned to normal, and he was holding the same scroll in his hand. He couldn't help but feel unbelievable. Even in his life inside the simulator, he hadn't used the void ring, simply because he didn't need to. Or, maybe he was trying to save some best moments of his life for his real life outside simulator. Congratulations on awakening the 7th grade talent, Mr. Tyler. You are once again invited to join Holy Sanctum. The lady smiled politely and spoke. Tyler nodded his head and returned to the seat. Others were looking at him with jealous eyes. But there was one person whose eyes were sparkling. You were so awesome, Tyler. Alice boldly held his shoulder with her arms and excitedly shouted in his ear, I can't believe you awakened the 7th grade talent. That being said, you do possess innate strength constitution, what? Suddenly, the lady behind the desk reacted. Hearing her reaction, Alice realized that she had blurted out some sensitive information. The lady instantly ran in front of Tyler and looked into his eyes. Mr. Tyler, do you possess the innate strength constitution? I don't know. It was something she said when she saw my brute strength. Tyler cluelessly answered, please punch my palm. The lady put her palm in front of him and asked, are you sure? Tyler asked, yes, please do so. The lady nodded with confidence. Tyler clenched his fist, poured a little bit of extra strength, and thrust his fist forward. Bang! His fist collided against her palm, and a sharp air pressure released from the sides. Tyler slowly pulled down his fist and looked at her with a curious expression. It seems like you do possess the innate strength constitution. Would you like to test it? The lady asked. Tyler shook his head and said, no. I would like to keep it down. The lady looked at him with surprise and nodded with satisfaction. She was afraid Tyler would seek more glory and reward and get targeted by someone who knows his strength properly. Even in the sanctum, there were eyes that they couldn't avoid. These eyes leaked the information of many candidates who were hunted on their way, but most of the time, they weren't killed at all but instead recruited forcefully into other powers. This was why Holy Sanctum didn't do anything unless they had joined Holy Sanctum. Tyler wasn't aware of it, but he knew this wouldn't be that easy, so, having 1 or 2 trump cards would be amazing for him. He put back the scroll he was holding in his left hand. After a few minutes, the lady finally finished giving rewards to everyone, and she stood up in front of the others. Now, you are free to leave. If you want to join, you can still join Holy Sanctum right now. There were a few who wanted to join Holy Sanctum and stayed behind while Alice and Tyler left. They found that it was already noon, so they decided to have a meal. they went to that same inn and got something to eat. Tyler didn't pay like last time, and they finally left the town. While they were leaving, a few people were quickly approaching them from the shadows. You do know that these people will forcefully take you if you don't join them? Alice asked as she looked at him with a strange gaze. Yeah. Tell me something, if they die here, would I be in trouble? Tyler asked. Alice paused for a moment with a stunned expression on her face. You're kidding, right? Just answer the question. Tyler asked. In light, no, but in dark, yes. They obviously have to maintain their reputation, so they can't attack you directly, but they will definitely put you in a lot of trouble indirectly. Alice answered. Now, Tyler only had one concern, his mom. He didn't know whether he should fight back or not. If his mom falls into trouble, it would be his trouble. He didn't want his mother to suffer because of him, but he also has plans. He didn't want to be forced to join some other powers and become their slaves. Thanks to Alice, he learned a lot about big families' dynamics. He didn't want his life to enter that hell, but he needed to protect himself and his mother as well. It was quite a troublesome task. Seriously? Are you seriously considering this? You haven't even started cultivation? You can't face them and defeat them even if you have innate strength. Yes, it would be your trump card since you didn't get it. Chapter 19, Easy Kill. Tyler looked around and saw nearly 10 people in the forest. So, do you want to come outside on your own, or should I wait even more? Whoosh. 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 Hearing his words, those people who were hiding in the dark instantly appeared. At this moment, their appearance confused Tyler. They were wearing black robes with strange animal masks. Alice leaned closer to him and whispered, because they need to keep their identity secret. They usually wear this kind of disguise. Tyler Carlos, you have been, whoosh, swift snake strike. Suddenly, Tyler sprinted forward at his maximum speed. It was so fast that the man didn't even react properly before the sword swung out of his sheath and chopped his head off. Sorry, but I already decided to send you to hell. What? The other men reacted quickly as they tried to retreat. At this moment, their spiritual energy burst out, revealing the amount of spiritual energy they had. All of them are the energy refinement third stage. What a scary coincidence. Tyler instantly turned to the farthest one and started spinning his sword rapidly, generating a lot of wind until a wind disc appeared. It took less than a minute, and he had already infused some of his iron essence into the wind disc. Violent wind strike. Splash. The wind disc moved forward as the sword was released. It slashed that man's back, and the blood spilled on the ground. Although he didn't die, he became unable to move. Tyler's eyes shifted to the one who was nearest to him. He quickly withdrew his hand and condensed an immense amount of spiritual energy into his arm, further enhancing it with his internal energy since his arms aren't that strong. Without further ado, he stabbed his sword forward, creating a powerful wind bullet that struck the man's back. Viper Deathstroke, damn it. This guy is killing us like it's nothing. Let's stop and fight him together. Suddenly, one of them suggested as he stopped and turned around. But the next moment, he realized that his head was on the ground and his eyes saw those men running away without even looking back. Swift snake strike. Tyler wanted to chase others, but he realized that his spiritual energy was almost out. He stopped and turned his head. His eyes fell on Alice, who looked at him with surprised eyes. Now, Tyler was the one who was surprised. Why isn't she showing any kind of stunned look or fear? Is something wrong with her? Tyler, do you lack a girlfriend? Cough. Suddenly, Tyler spat out his saliva as he heard that question. He looked into her eyes with confusion. Well, I desperately need a hero who will help me and win my heart just like you did before. A handsome and talented hero saves a beautiful princess. That being said, you are not handsome and I am not a princess. Alice instantly moved next to him, putting his arm around her arm as she pressed her breast against his arm. What do you need? Tyler asked with exhaustion. I need someone to represent Helen's family in the next month's coming tournament. And now, I want that person to be you. Alice frankly revealed her reason without a moment of hesitation. What do I get? Tyler asked. You will get your reward from the completion. If you manage to win, you will get a chance to enter Ditto family, which you don't need to care about. You will also get 5,000 meso and 20 energy crystals with a 4th grade weapon and martial art of your element. But aside from that, we will also give you something. It is special for our family if you manage to win. You will get a 9th stage energy refinement cultivator with a soul mark. You can use him to protect your family. So, what do you think? Alice asked. Although she was showing a normal expression on her face, her heart was beating too fast. But, I am not from your family. I won't join your family. Tyler continued to argue, I know that, but if we pretend to be lovers, then you will get to enter successfully without any hassle, Alice answered. Tyler looked at her for a moment and replied, yeah, but this is not enough. I need something else. What do you want? Alice felt a bit creeped out by his gaze and also a bit flustered. I want to have sex with you whenever I want. Tyler blurted it out without any hesitation. Alice was stunned for a second, then the next second, her face turned red, and the next second, she returned to normal. All right. So, friends with benefits, then, deal, yes. Alice pulled her fist with excitement. On the other hand, Tyler was surprised by her decision-making ability. She was basically making the decision in less than a second. It was one of two reasons why he chose to work with her. For the second reason, he was getting quite a lot of urges to have sex because of the sex life he had inside the simulator, but the problem was, he didn't have the erotic touch or the ability to make a girlfriend in an instant. He looked at her for a moment, and seeing his look, she felt creeped out as she asked, you aren't planning on having sex with me in the middle of a forest, right? Although I love the idea, I exhausted all of my spiritual energy and need to refill it. Also, we need a lot to catch up with. So, later, Tyler sat on the ground and took out an energy crystal from his void ring. As soon as the energy crystal appeared on his hand, a panel appeared inside his mind. Consumable energy detected, currently charged 85%. Would you like to use consumable energy to increase the charge by 1%? As soon as he saw these panels in his mind, Tyler froze for a moment. Chapter 20. Alice, wait, doesn't this mean I can charge the simulator faster with these energy crystals? Tyler thought for a moment with shock in his eyes. What? Never knew about the effects of energy crystals? It contains enough energy to refill your spiritual energy unless you are above the Foundation establishment realm. By the way, what is your current realm? Alice asked with curiosity in her eyes. She got the feeling that Tyler had already started the cultivation because those moves contain spiritual energy. She could easily feel it. I am currently at the third stage of energy refinement realm. Tyler answered, good to know that you are at least honest. Because if you had tried to say high or low what you currently said, I would be sure that you were lying. Alice chuckled, and her reaction surprised Tyler. He couldn't figure her out at all. He shook his head and used the energy crystal to charge the immortal simulator. But before it could hit 100%, he absorbed one crystal and refilled his spiritual energy. Alice curiously looked at him as he kept on using so many energy crystals, but to Tyler's surprise, she never brought up this subject. Soon, they continued on their journey, and during this journey, they got to know more about each other. Alice was truly frank. She told him many things about the top families and powers. She also told him to look out for the Isobe family because no one knows where they are, and, among the people he killed, Isobe was one of them. Tyler stopped caring about it. He wasn't a person who could guarantee anything at all. He wasn't a smart person to make a correct decision at all. He wasn't a person who could even run away from them, so all he could do was fight back. That being said, he did plan to join the blacksmith clan for protection. Since he was already interested in forging, he could continue in this profession. During their journey, Alice even pointed out that Tyler wasn't someone who had aimed for something greater, he was just flowing with time, but he did have enough talent to become someone important. Nearly in the evening, they finally arrived in front of Poi City. Tyler quickly bid farewell to her and rushed toward his home. Alice stood outside the Poi City while staring at his back for a moment. Harry, she spoke. A second later, a man in a black cloak appeared in front of her. He knelt on one knee. Alice raised her hand and held his head. You are going to forget about him. You are not going to inform higher-ups about his existence, and, if you dare to target him, I will drain blood from your body, pierce you with 1,000 needles, chop your body into pieces, and then feed it to the dog. Your child will be sentenced to death, and your wife will be assaulted in the Paradise Inn. Do you understand? Under her palm, Harry calmly replied, yes, good. Now, follow me to the house. We are going to have a great dinner. I am so hungry right now. Alice cheerfully smiled as if nothing had happened and jumped like a little kid as she ran toward her house. Harry flashed and vanished as he quickly followed her. That threat wasn't just words, she truly meant it, and he knew this because someone before him had suffered the same fate when that man defied her order. There was something about Alice that only a few people knew, and Alice wanted it to be that way. If something went wrong, she would just eliminate the trouble, but he knew Tyler's existence wouldn't hide from Helen's family for a long time. After all, he would participate in the upcoming battle tournament. Tyler, who was already reaching his home, was unaware of it. He simply knocked on the door of his house and walked in. "I'm back, Tyler, you have finally returned." Rose rushed out of the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him. "I was so worried." "You don't have to worry, Mom. Anyway, I am starving. What do we have for dinner?" Tyler patted his mother's shoulder and smiled, but Rose suddenly paused. Her nose sniffed a few times. "What happened? Why do I smell blood on you? Oh my God. Did something bad happen? Are you injured?" Rose's expression turned pale as she started searching for his wound, but Tyler stopped her and calmed her down. "Mom, I am not injured. Believe me, this is not my blood. Something happened on the way, and I had to kill some people. That's it, but we might be in trouble because of what I've done." Hearing his words, Rose put her hand in his mouth, and her eyes turned red. "You do not need to worry about me. If anything happens, run. I just want you to live. Besides, if I die, I will join your father sooner." This time, Tyler pressed her mouth with his palm and said, "Please don't say that. I won't let you get hurt. I will find a way to keep you safe. Anyway, I will take a bath. Can we eat something before we get into details?" Rose wiped away small drops of tears from her eyes and walked toward the kitchen as she nodded. Tyler went to the bathroom, where he drew water in a bucket from a small tap and took a proper bath. After he finished his bath, he had a good talk with his mother as he finished his meal. He told his mother to send a letter to Dan that he won't be able to work tomorrow. He went to his room and sat on his bed. Now, he was confused. There were two choices in front of him. Should he check the cultivation technique and martial arts given by the Holy Sanctum, or should he dive inside the simulator and live another life at fast-forward pace? After 10 minutes, he finally came to a conclusion. "You have been reborn as the son of Sword Demon King and Lightning Demon Queen." Chapter 21, New Simulation. New boundaries. Age 0, you began to realize your mission in this life. Your goal was to find the reason why your mother leaves you to die every single time, but unfortunately, you could neither move nor do anything, so you just stayed quiet. Age 5, it has been 5 years since your birth, and you have managed to accomplish a lot of things. Using the internal energy technique, you managed to make your body a lot tougher and bigger. Age 6, by this age, you have already fucked up all the maids and women in the mansion, excluding your mother. Your curiosity about your mother led you to not have sex with her. Age 9, you managed to convince your father not to go out on the battlefield. The war between demons and humans was terrifying, and due to the lack of your father's presence in the war, your family has suffered a huge blow to its reputation. Many elders tried to dethrone your father, but none could defeat him in strength. You started taking your revenge by using your father to eliminate the elders who would threaten you. Age 10, you finally left the mansion. Since you managed to keep yourself alive, you realized that you need to go out and have sex with new women. You left Sword Demon Clan boundaries and set foot on the Snow Demon Clan boundaries. Due to the reputation of your father, the people from the Snow Demon Clan didn't treat you with respect and instead taunted you. Even so, you didn't do anything against them until they finally started using offensive moves. You realized that having your mouth shut wasn't a good idea, so you replied with your sword. You slaughtered 100 people from the Snow Demon Clan. But because of your age, none of the elders could make a move against you. Your overwhelming strength started to gain even more attention, and you slowly started mixing with the Snow Demon Clan. Most of the members of the clan were beautiful women. Their skin was light blue and had pointy ears like elves. You started using erotic touch on women of the Snow Demon Clan. Finally, you started farming more women into your harem. But your eyes were on the queen of the Snow Demon Clan, the most beautiful lady from the demon race. Age 12, you spent 2 years getting closer to the queen. Although touching the queen was prohibited, you did your best. Using every bit of knowledge and shamelessness, you had to touch her again and again. You finally landed a chance on the queen when she asked you to meet her at her room. She was waiting for you at night. You sneaked into her room, and when you entered, you saw a beautiful lady sitting on the bed. The queen was wearing a loose azure gown that was also transparent. Her red nipples were visible from the dress, and she wasn't even wearing a panty. Just seeing her made your little brother realize that it was time to shine. You walked closer to her bed and started talking to her. Instead of heading straight with a touch, you kissed her lips. You didn't even touch her breasts or skin, but continued kissing her lips. At the same time, your tongue entered hers and started moving. Both of your tongues collide, and the erotic sensation appears in your body. at this moment, you sensed unusual energy flowing through your veins. It felt like this energy was so overwhelming that it was crippling your spiritual energy, but instead of getting worried, you simply continued. Your lips got imparted on hers as you began to touch her with the full effect of erotic touch. You moved her below you and slowly removed your clothes, including your underwear. Your 9-inch long rod towered in front of her. Seeing your rod, her pussy started itching, and she felt extremely sensitive to your touch. The energy that was overwhelming your energy began to fade away, and you stretched her legs. The pink pussy was in front of your eyes as she turned her head away with a blush on her cheeks. At this moment, a smirk appeared on your face. You understood that she wanted to make you her slave by using this sex, but now, it would be quite the opposite. You moved above her and started sucking those pink nipples while your hands fondled her breasts. The moan escaping her mouth was erotic and turned you on even more. After playing with her breasts, you finally decided to take the step forward. You placed your rod on her pussy and thrust it inside. Naturally, you would have cared about it if it were someone else, but you didn't give a damn about this queen. You had already planned what you wanted to do with her, so you began to dominate her in bed. Each stroke was rubbing against her womb, and her eyes were turning blurry. Her moans were getting louder as she lost her mind over your rod. After a few long minutes, you ended up filling up her womb. But you didn't end there. You looked around and saw a giant table on the side. You lifted her and put her on the table. Then, you started fucking her at that spot. You didn't even give her a chance to rest. You spent the whole night fucking her in a different position, throughout the room. During the morning, the whole room smelled like your cum. And, you also managed to tame the queen into becoming your sex slave. You didn't take her cultivation, even though it would be very helpful to you, because you had some other plans with her. In the meantime, the war was approaching its climax, and you learned that your father had somehow ended up on the battlefield and died. You were left with confusion as you didn't understand why your father died, but you didn't think too much about him, but rather started learning more about your mother from the queen while having sex with her. And, the information you learned shocked your soul. Chapter 22, Truth Behind the Incident. Age 15, you have accomplished a lot in this life. Unlike before, you have reached the peak of exploding core realm and also managed to break your physical limits to unlock a new boundary. You have successfully tamed the queen into your sex slave and used her. You managed to kill the king with the poison. You didn't inherit the throne, but you became the controller. After killing the king, you started fucking his daughters. The king had nearly 10 concubines, and each of them had a beautiful daughter. You managed to have sex with every single one of them. In 3 years, you turned the entire royal family into your sex dungeon. But you didn't stop there. Using the power you had, you started getting more women to the royal palace and fucking their brains out. You also cut off anyone who became suspicious and thus weakening the forces of the Snow Demon clan. But you didn't care. Your control over your women had gotten so strong that they would die for you. That's why you didn't take any of them as your cauldron. Instead, helped them grow stronger. But even so, none of these were comparable to the truth you learned about your mother. It turned out your mother was the saintess of the Lightning God Palace of the human race. Lightning God Palace was once destroyed by your grandfather, and the saintess was taken as a slave for your father. But the beauty of the saintess made your father madly fall in love with her, and he eventually decided to marry her. After transforming her into a demon, your father finally married her. You finally understood why she not only killed your father but also you. But this was the truth only you knew. Other people, even enemies, didn't think that she was the enemy of the Sword Demon clan. Age 16, this year became your hellish year. The Snow Demon clan was attacked by human forces. Due to the weakened state of the clan, none survived except for you, and the person who saved you was none other than your mother. But while she saved you, in the end, she still killed you with her own hands. You died, damn that bitch. I made a mistake, but this time, hopefully, I will get a lot of rewards. Tyler was feeling sad and happy at the same time. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't do it. On one hand, she was his mother, and on the other hand, she also suffered quite a lot. He finally understood why she couldn't become the head, because, unlike the other demons who were in that clan for centuries, she was new and previously a human. Many of them won't accept her. But knowing that didn't make him happy either. He was just living his life in bliss. Why did she have to go out of her way to kill him? But from this, he did understand one thing: he would probably die before he grew strong enough to kill her or at least defend against her. While he was thinking about it, a series of messages appeared in front of him. Congratulations on your third simulation. You have survived for 15 years in simulation and acquired 50 women. You will be granted 3 rewards and a small gift. 50 women have been recorded in your profile. Next time, these women won't be counted in your achievement. You have unlocked a hidden achievement: fuck the queen, kill the king. You will be granted an additional reward. You have unlocked another hidden achievement: conquering others' harem. You will be granted an additional reward. The next simulation will start after a week. Reward 1: internal energy. It contains the internal energy you gathered in your life inside the simulation. Reward 2: spiritual energy. It contains the spiritual energy you gathered in your life inside the simulation. Reward 3: 9 stargates. The newly awakened boundary of body cultivation. Additional reward: Grand Lightning Seal, an artifact that can be stored inside a body. Additional reward: Trigram Sword Array, the protection array that your father used on you. Seeing these rewards, Tyler was so stunned that he didn't even know how to respond for a moment. His mouth was wide open. As he stared at the screen panel, a large amount of internal energy flooded inside his veins and moved to his bone marrow. All of the internal energy got stored there while slowly merging with his blood. A large amount of spiritual energy entered his seal and got stored there. A new memory of a technique appeared in his mind. This was something he gained in the third simulation. After training an internal energy technique for 15 years, he finally managed to unlock new potential for it. This potential was the 9 stargates that are hidden inside a creature's body. Once 9 of them are opened, that person would be invincible with their physical powers. This technique was truly powerful, but his eyes couldn't move away from the 2 golden items that were floating in front of him. One of them was the lightning bolt seal, and another was a sword. At the same time, he also learned how to use them. He quickly raised his right hand and focused on the lightning bolt seal. Zap! A few seconds later, the lightning bolt seal clashed against his palm and disappeared, and now, a black lightning bolt mark appeared on his palm. But he didn't waste his time pondering the new tattoo he got. He rushed outside his room while holding the sword behind his back. He was constantly powering iron essence into the sword. When he reached behind his mother, he quickly spoke, "Mother, turn around." Rose was startled, but he quickly turned around. At this moment, Tyler tapped her forehead with the sword. It slowly entered her skin, and a golden mark appeared all around her body. What is going on? Rose looked all over her body with confusion as she asked. Mom, don't worry. This is something that will keep you safe from our enemies. That being said, it can only block the attacks or attack someone within the energy refinement realm, and, when I reach foundation establishment realm, I can upgrade the essence that I stored in it to increase its power. Tyler excitedly explained, "You didn't need to do this. Your safety is more important to me." Rose felt complicated as she bit her lips and said, "No. You are more important to me. You are my only family, and you must live. Now, I am going back to my room. It's reward opening time." Chapter 23, Meow? Meow, God of Destruction. Just as he entered his room, a new message appeared in front of him. "Your gift has arrived." A big purple wrapped box appeared in front of him, and suddenly, the top of the box flew. Meow, a voice rang from the gift box, and the next moment, the gift box simply disappeared, and a cat fell to the ground. Thankfully, it fell on its legs, or else, it would have been injured. The cat was fat like a chicken. Its fur was gray and it seemed quite cute. What the hell? Where the fuck am I? The cat spoke, making Tyler look at it with confusion. Suddenly, a red leash appeared around its neck, and a small part of the leash appeared on Tyler's hand. That part entered his skin and formed another tattoo. "I don't need more tattoos." "Can you stop it?" Tyler spoke in dissatisfaction, which gained the cat's interest. "Hey, kid, who the hell are you? Where am I? How did I appear here? And why do I feel like if I don't obey you, I will get punished?" The cat continued to ask. Tyler looked at him for a moment and opened his palm. He focused his spiritual energy on the place where the leash's part was imprinted on his palm, and that red leash part appeared. He held it tightly, and the next moment, the cat started choking. "Say stop. Stop this madness. Please stop this. Gah! I can't take it anymore. Just do something." The cat immediately started begging for help. The collar around its neck was contracting so hard that it couldn't even breathe for a moment. Tyler put away the leash, and it returned to his palm. Then, he took a deep look at the cat and asked, "Who are you? How are you able to speak? Are you a Ranka monster? Do you have a name?" Hearing his questions, the cat looked at him with grudge eyes, but when he saw Tyler's palm, he quickly explained, my name is Cat God, God of destruction, ancestor of Nico clan, God of cuteness, God of cuddly body, God of beautiful paws. Since I am God, I can speak with ease. As for my strength, I am very strong. As for my name, it's Meow. You mean meow? Tyler looked in surprise. I told you so many names, and you couldn't even use the easiest one with a single word. How the hell did you manage to teleport me here and put this kind of leash on me? Meow spoke. Tyler strangely looked at him and tried to learn more about him with his gaze. Unfortunately, it didn't seem possible, so he eventually asked, "So, how strong are you?" "Never mind, let's test that." Tyler clenched his fist and thrust it forward. Although it seemed quite an easy punch, it packed a lot of strength. Hang on a second. I am not even ready yet. Mirror technique, brute reflection. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in front of the fist and recreated the fist that looked the same as the other one. When both of them collided, surprisingly, nothing happened. The fists disintegrated, but not even the slightest impact was created out of it. Tyler instantly found the logic behind this fist. It generated an equal force that negated his strike. He looked at the cat with sparkling eyes and spoke, "This is really great. From now on, you are our pet. You will live with my mom most of the time and do everything to protect her." Pet? Pet? Are you fucking kidding me? Why would I become a pet? I am the god of destruction, god of cuteness, god of cats. Stop. Stop it, please, I'm begging you. It was my mistake. Please stop, and I will never say it again. Only after Meow begged for his life did Tyler loosen the leash. He nodded and continued to observe Meow. Meow glanced at Tyler and thought, how the hell did he put the leash on my neck? And, why can't I remove it? Maybe I shouldn't go against his will for now and observe him after all. He did free me from hell's prison, but the question is, how did he do that? Did someone else do it for him? Because he doesn't possess the strength to even enter hell's prison. Anyway, this god of destruction is finally free from that damn prison. I will once again grace this world with my presence. But I need to leave his control first. Let's observe this leash for now. I don't want to change your name, and for now, just stay on the bed. You bragged about your strength so much that I will put you as my mom's guard. And if something happens to her, you should know what the consequences already. Tyler spoke as he finally distracted himself from the cat. Meow wanted to refuse, but he remembered the pain in his neck and decided to let it go. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. Slowly, I will recover the strength that I lost in hell's prison and then use it to break this leash. Meow closed his eyes for a moment, but suddenly, something came to his mind, and he said, I will protect your mother, but you can't treat me as a pet. Hearing his words, Tyler suddenly gained interest and looked at him for a moment. Alright, if you can keep my mother safe, you are free to do anything as long as it doesn't involve me. Hearing his words, Meow proudly put his paw on his chest and said, in the name of God of destruction, your mother will be safe forever. Now, do you have anything that I can eat? Tyler looked at him with confusion and asked, what do cats eat? Milk, if possible. I would like to eat some energy crystal, not much, just a few thousand. When Tyler heard those numbers, he turned around and completely ignored the cat. Wait, if you don't have that many, how about a few hundred? Come on, don't ignore me. Just a few dozen. Alright. Just give me 5 energy crystals. Come on, I need some energy to live. Arg. Alright, just give me some milk. When Tyler heard those words, he opened his eyes and left the room. A few minutes later, he returned with a bowl full of milk. Meow almost cried, but there was no tear in his eyes. He looked at Tyler and snorted, stingy guy. Chapter 24, Lightning Technique. While Meow started drinking milk, Tyler shifted his attention to the void ring. He took out the scrolls he received from the Holy Sanctum. There were 7 scrolls, each one with a different color tip. He opened the yellow-tipped scroll and found that it was a first-rank martial art. The orange was the second rank. The blue was the 3rd rank. The green was the 4th rank. The red was the 5th rank. And, finally, there was the purple, which corresponded with his lightning element, and it was the 7th rank. He opened the 1st-grade movement art, 2nd-grade attack art, and 3rd-grade defensive art. Lightning boots. It was the 1st-grade movement art that could create a boot of lightning on his feet. While riding these boots, he could go 3 times faster than anyone else in his realm. Thunder Drum. It was a fist-based martial art that required a powerful sonic blast. It would be so strong that not only could it disrupt someone's hearing, but also throw a wave of lightning sparks that paralyze others, and with their hearing gone for a few minutes, they would become quite easy to kill. Lightning Tri-Shield. It was a triangular shield that condenses a massive amount of lightning energy. In the middle of the triangle, as long as the attack lands there, it can be blocked with ease. Even from those above his cultivation, all of these were amazing, but the next scrolls that he opened were 3rd grade movement art, 4th grade attack art, and 5th grade defensive art. Lightning Overdrive. It was a movement art where a cultivator would cover his foot with a lightning boot. It would overload the power of lightning on his feet, giving his foot an extra power to move around at high speed. The best part of this movement art is that even if it overexerted the power, it wouldn't hurt his foot because it was protected by the lightning boots. Thunder Shadow Sword. An extremely fast-paced attack that even surpassed Swift Snake Strike in raw speed. It condensed a large number of lightning bolts on the sword to make it extremely sharp. Holy Thunder Armor. A powerful lightning armor that covered the upper body from any kind of attack, no matter the element or attack. Nothing could pierce the Thunder Armor unless they were absurdly powerful. After reading the entire scrolls, Tyler was left in deep thought. Hey, you have a good set of attack, defense, and movement. If you learn Holy Thunder Armor, you can create armor around your body. Learning Lightning Boot allows you to use both movement arts, and, finally, you not only create a shield in your hand but also use the fist for offense while holding the sword in your other hand. It seems like you truly know your stuff before you chose these. Now appeared in front of him and started talking to him while glancing at the scrolls occasionally. It's not something I chose. I mean, I chose what I need, but not exactly these arts. But now, it makes a lot more sense. Tyler accepted Meow's suggestion when he took a look at the scrolls. Anyway, what about this? Tyrant Lightning Body Technique. It seems to be a body and spiritual energy cultivation technique. That's nice. Meow took the scroll in his paw and opened it. The scroll was none other than the cultivation technique he received. Give it to me. Tyler snatched the scroll and looked at it. I guess you should start cultivation right now. How come you are only at the 3rd stage of energy refinement realm? Meow didn't feel offended. Instead, he looked at Tyler and asked. Tyler looked at him with surprise and asked, You can see my cultivation? I am blind. Oh. Your energy is hidden indeed, but it can't hide from the eyes of this god. This god is the strongest. Hey, listen to me while I am speaking, Meow shouted as he felt frustrated after Tyler started ignoring him and focused on the scroll. Tyler started reading the entire scroll and slowly focused on his cultivation. Since he didn't have any lightning cultivation technique before, he focused a lot on it. He cultivated the entire night. Next day, Tyler was still sitting cross-legged. He slowly opened his eyes, and a sigh came out of his mouth. Why can't I comprehend my cultivation technique? I know the reason behind my talent is due to the lightning energy that I inherited from my simulator life's spiritual energy, but I still have 7th rank talent, so why can't I comprehend this cultivation technique? Thankfully, I managed to reach the 4th stage. It seems like you couldn't comprehend it, though you used some other technique to reach the 4th stage. Do you want me to teach you this new technique? Meow's voice rang in his ear. Tyler looked to the side and saw Meow looking at him. Tyler rolled his eyes and stood up from the bed. He walked outside his room and went near the sink to wash his face. He saw his mother working in the kitchen and walked toward her. Mom, I have something to ask you. Yes, can we keep a pet? Tyler asked. Rose turned around and looked at him with confusion. You don't like pets, I know, but this one is a bit peculiar. So, I wanted to keep him. Rose suspiciously looked at him and asked, What kind of pet is it? A cat, so that's why there is so little milk. Where is it? Rose asked as she chuckled. Tyler went to his room and returned with a cat in his hand. Ah. He is so cute. Where did you find him? Did you name him? He seemed quite fat. Can we truly feed him? Rose felt under the magic of its cuteness and held it in her hand. His name is Meow. Tyler replied. Hearing his words, Rose felt shocked. Her life became gray for a moment as she lamented the name Tyler gave it, but she still chose to support him. Alright then, his name is Meow from now on. As for your previous question, if you don't have any problem, we can keep it. Tyler nodded his head and returned to his room. Meow stared at him and thought, is this guy a swordsman? I keep getting the vibes. Chapter 25, Conflict Arises. Tyler wore some new clothes that he got from Holy Sanctum. He asked them to make a normal-looking t-shirt and pants. He put the sword sheath on his void ring as he left the room. He finished breakfast with his mother and finally left the house. He went directly to Dan Weapon Shop. When he reached in front of the shop, He was confused. Dan, remove your participation in the new mission that the city lord posted. Our Sullan is only worthy enough to prepare that many weapons. You won't be able to finish it. A man wearing a green coat stood in front of Dan and spoke. His voice was quite loud, and behind him, there were nearly a dozen people. On the other side, Dan only had two ladies who were also his wife and daughter, Frankie and Josh. Dan didn't back down and spoke. Sorry, but our shop has recently recruited a new blacksmith. With his help, we can complete the mission with ease. So, you can just back off and let the professional handle this kind of job. Hearing his words, the man with the green coat fumed with anger and shouted, You think we aren't professional? Just because you were trained under blacksmith doesn't make you inherently better than us. Dan nodded his head and said, You are correct, but it doesn't change the fact that I am still better than you. Dan, you don't have support from the blacksmith clan anymore. Do you want to fight our family? The green coat man couldn't help but threaten him. Siren, do you want to fight in the middle of the city? Do you think this is your family ground? Dan didn't show any weakness as he quickly erupted his aura against the man in the green coat. Humph! Haven't you heard the tale? Dead man tells no tale. Besides, we won't be cruel enough to kill you. Boys, break his shop and show them the consequences of messing with us. Siren sharply spoke as he commanded the people behind him. I won't let you. Dan shouted as he tried to stop them, but Siren stood in front of him and released his aura. His terrifying aura was so strong that it almost knocked out Dan's wife and daughter. Those people behind him rushed toward the shop. Frankie and Josh were too scared to stop them, but at this moment, a figure dashed in front of them. Tyler stood in front of the upcoming force of 5th stage energy refinement realm cultivators. Naturally, he didn't have the strength to face them directly, but he had something up his sleeve. He raised his hand, and a seal appeared in his palm. Supplying an enormous amount of spiritual energy, he activated the seal. A runic seal appeared in front of his palm. It was a golden circle with strange lines and symbols. Grand lightning seal. Bang, arg. 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 Those men got struck by the golden lightning. It not only paralyzed them but also struck them so hard that they fell to the ground. Covered in bruises. What? Siren and Dan shouted at the same time with shocked looks on their faces, but someone was even more shocked than they were. Tyler was shocked by the consumption of this attack. His spiritual energy stock was halved by this attack. He finally understood why the attack was so powerful. Boy, how dare you attack my men? Siren stared at Tyler, and a trace of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He couldn't believe the boy less than his age managed to defeat so many 5th-rank cultivators at once. He was almost ready to attack Tyler, but Dan blocked him. Siren, it seems like I have quite a support. Do you want to continue? Dan was almost ready to fight against Siren. But surprisingly, Siren backed away. He looked at Tyler and snorted, Boy, don't let me find you. Nobody dares to attack the Sullan family. He turned around and left, not even caring about the people who were on his side. Naturally, they weren't even a part of the Sullan family. They were just some servants working for him. Tyler, thanks for helping us. Dan bowed to him and thanked him. Daddy. Dan, his wife, and his daughter rushed toward him as they held him from behind. His daughter was only 10 years old, and his wife seemed an average middle-aged woman without outstanding looks, but she still maintained facial care. Thank you, big brother. The cute little girl walked up to him and bowed just like her daddy. But Tyler quickly crouched down and raised her head. Since you call me big brother, you shouldn't bow to me. And, Mr. Dan, I did what I should do as the future partner of this business, so, only daddy can bow to you? The little girl asked. Amy, your daddy doesn't need to bow. He just did it out of gratitude, forgetting that I am also the future owner of this store. So, you shouldn't copy his action. Tyler slowly cracked a smile as he rubbed her head. Shirley, would you take Amy inside? Tyler and I need to talk about something. Dan spoke to his wife, who nodded her head and picked up Amy. Although Amy didn't want to go, she didn't cry over it. Tyler looked at Dan, who was approaching him, and stood up. Dan looked at Frankie and Josh. Sorry for getting you guys involved in this mess. Things could go ugly. Do you still want to work? Hearing his words, Frankie and Josh clenched their fists. They immediately bowed in front of him and shouted, Sorry for freezing like idiots, Master Dan. We would like to continue our job. Dan shook his head and patted their head. You two aren't even cultivators. You couldn't have done anything, but from now on, you should be careful. The Sullan family won't let it slide. Although they are bullies, they won't try to attack you inside the boundaries of the city, but if anything happens, immediately contact me." Hearing his words, Frankie and Josh nodded their heads seriously. Dan turned around and tilted his head at Tyler. "Let's go. I have something to talk about." Chapter 26, New Project. Tyler and Dan went to a small room in the backyard. Dan asked him to take a seat while he was also in front of Tyler. "Sorry for getting you involved in this mess, it's okay. I am just curious what kind of mission the city lord posted to make the Solon family make such a move." Tyler was truly surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time they tried to get in Dan's way, but, normally, they would back down due to his strength and identity. It seemed like they were truly pushing it. Dan heavily sighed and said, "The city lord required 500 third-rank weapons for his soldiers. And he wanted them within 3 months. Normally, we earn a profit of 1,000 meso from the third-rank weapon. That means this time, we would earn 500,000 meso from this project alone. That's why the Solon family won't let it fall into our hands that easily. They will try to convince the city lord." Hearing his words, Tyler clenched his fist and said, "We must get this project." "Yes, I also think so, but right now, we don't have enough power to compete against the Solon family. We won't get this mission unless we truly fight against the Solon family, but we can't do that." Dan heavily sighed. Tyler also fell into a deep thought. But suddenly he realized something and asked, "What if another family as big as Solon supports us? Do you have someone in mind? And, would they even help us?" Dan asked. "Well, I made friends with Helen family girl during my trip to the Holy Sanctum branch. I can ask her if she could help us." Tyler answered. Dan hesitated as he spoke. "If they truly support us, we might be able to complete this project. I mean, it would still be 2 of us, but we will definitely get this project. So, you can try." "Good. I will find a way to meet her right now." Tyler spoke as he stood up. "You should take some rest to restore your spiritual energy. You must have used a lot during that attack." Dan suggested as he stood. "You aren't going to ask?" Tyler was surprised as he asked. Dan turned around and smiled. "People have their own secrets. Instead of listening to a lie, I would rather not listen at all." Tyler smiled, and Dan left. He used the golden sword essence technique to recover his spiritual energy from the surroundings. Since he hadn't cultivated the tyrant lightning body technique, he could only use the previous sword technique. After 20 minutes, he recovered his spiritual energy and left the room. Before they left, Alice had told him a way to find her. On 3rd Street, there was a tea shop named Lotus. He went there and saw very few people entering the tea shop. He walked up to the shopkeeper and said, "Lotus must bloom in a lake." Hearing his words, the shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and moved his hand to the small black button on the side. He pressed the button and looked at him with a smile. "Please take a seat. Would you like to have some tea?" Tyler shook his head and went to a seat. After 15 minutes, a girl entered the tea shop. As soon as she entered, the shopkeeper bowed to her. "We will stay on the upper floor." Alice spoke as she walked toward Tyler's seat. "How come you are sitting here? Let's go up." Tyler had no choice but to follow her. As they reached the 2nd floor, Alice took him to a private room with closed walls. "So, what made you remember me so soon?" Alice cutely smiled as she asked. "I need your support for something." Tyler spoke. "All right. Let's hear it." Alice nodded. "I am currently buying the partnership of Dan Weapon Shop, where I worked previously. We recently received a new mission." "Oh. You are here to ask me to pick a fight against the Solon family." Alice instantly realized the situation and looked at him with amazement. "Can you?" Tyler asked. "Of course, I can. This is what I was waiting for. But in return, you have to ask Blacksmith Dan to forge 5 4th-rank weapons for free." Alice giggled as she put her terms in front of him. Tyler was surprised by her quick decision and her terms. It seemed like an easy one, but the 4th-rank weapons aren't easy to create, not to mention, it would cost 20,000 meso for a single weapon. That means she was indirectly asking for 100,000 meso and a lot of hardship. "I can't agree to that." "How about 5 3rd-rank weapons?" Tyler shook his head and presented his terms. "Sorry, but you are asking me to pick a fight with another family with the same strength as us without any reason whatsoever." Alice made a perfect point when she said that. Tyler bit his lip and asked, "How about 3 4th-rank weapons then? You know just how hard it is to create a 4th-rank weapon, right?" Hearing his terms, Alice narrowed her eyes and put her hand on the table. She put her chin on her hand as she spoke. Then, how about making 10 fourth-rank weapons for us while we provide you the main ores you need to create those? Tyler rolled his eyes and said, you know that wouldn't cut the cost from the previous term. It would still be 100,000 meso worth of work, but this time you don't have to find the ores on your own or even suffer a loss on the ores. Alice put her terms as she smirked. Tyler heavily sighed. All right then, great. Alice stood up while raising her hands in the air. She rushed next to him and kissed his cheek. Tyler looked at her with confusion as he asked, was that for making a deal or for just me? Alice jumped on the table and put her legs around him. She put her hands on his shoulder and said, do you really want to know? Tyler suddenly moved his arms around her and said, it seems like it's time to reap some benefits. Chapter 27, taking advantages of the situation. As his arms moved around her waist, Alice trembled a little. She couldn't help but feel a bit shy. After all, even for her, it was the first time that someone had touched her so intimately, and this someone was a person she didn't even know about. She was a bit hesitant at first, but when his finger touched her skin, she felt extremely shy. She pushed his hands and shook her head. First, you must help me in the tournament. Tyler was surprised at first, but then he quickly controlled his urges and stood up. He turned around and left without saying much. Alice was left speechless. Did I hurt his feelings? He shouldn't be that hurt, right? Alice got worried as she quickly chased after him and pulled his hand. Tyler turned around and looked at her with confused eyes. You aren't angry at me, are you? Alice asked. No. Tyler shook his head. Thank goodness. Anyway, I will send a man to Dan Weapon Shop so that you can tell him whether Mr. Dan accepts the offer or not. Alice said and quickly left. While she was leaving, her face was red. Tyler scratched his head. He wasn't good at reading people's emotions. He was able to get many women in the simulator because of his erotic touch. But here, he didn't have one. Tyler quickly left the tea shop, but when he was moving toward Dan's shop, he suddenly sensed someone. Due to his sword affinity, his senses have increased a lot. Even so, he could only see the presence because of how overwhelming it was. Is he going to attack? But there are too many people here. Even though this level of powerhouse can finish the job in an instant, the number of people is still too high. I haven't refined my spiritual energy into lightning energy. I can't use any lightning movement art. It seems like I can only do that, Tyler thought in his mind, and his eyes wandered around. He was trying to trace the position of the person chasing him. Although it was very faint, he was able to deduce it. He closed his eyes for a moment and reached into his pocket. He took out a small handkerchief and covered his face below his eyes. On the building, a man was trying to run at Tyler's pace while keeping his presence as low as possible. He saw Tyler's movement, and he suddenly got curious. What is he trying to do? Don't tell me he has already sensed me. Suddenly, his eyes shrank. He saw Tyler unsheathing his sword and heavily spinning it. He suddenly looked at the floor, and at this moment, Tyler shot. Violent wind strike. The wind disc moved toward him and struck the building. Damn it, the man fumed with anger, but instead of leaving, he rushed to the bottom and picked up people. He quickly left the building as it fell. After he safely put the people on the ground, he looked at the place where Tyler was, but now, he was no longer there. Damn that brat. He didn't even care about these people. No. He must have known that I would save them. Then again, why wouldn't I? If he reports about me, I would be caught by the city lord, but now that I saved these people, he can't report me, nor can I report him. Damn it, from his perspective, he thought Tyler wouldn't attack civilians, but Tyler did exactly what he expected the least, our house. The man looked at the broken house with his wide eyes while his kids were crying in his wife's embrace. Report it to the city lord. The man spoke and disappeared. On the other side, Tyler was slowly approaching the Dan Weapon Shop. His fists were clenched as he thought, I did something wrong, but I don't feel guilty. HAAA. That's good. The path in front of me would only get harsher. I need to keep my emotions in check. I must do everything I can to survive. Tyler's hand slowly loosened. He walked toward the Dan shop and entered the backyard where Dan was working. So, how did it go? Not exactly how I wanted. There are some terms if we want Helen's family support. Tyler explained the terms to Dan and waited for him to respond. Well, we would still end up earning 400,000 meso. But, if we consider the time we spend on them, we will only have 200,000 meso. Although it is still profitable, we would need a few days to build weapons for them. Tell me your opinion. Dan asked. I think we can agree. This will deepen our relationship with the Helen family as well. We can use that to our advantage in the future. Tyler nodded. Dan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we will do it. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he felt a spiritual pressure near him. Whoosh, a person wearing a black hood appeared. Should I forward this to young miss? Harry spoke with a hoarse voice. Yes, and tell her to keep an eye on the Sullen family. I was attacked on the way by a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. I managed to escape because of special circumstances, Tyler answered. Harry nodded and disappeared. Kid, are you injured? Damn it! This is getting out of hand. Dan clenched his fist in frustration. Don't worry about me. Now, let's start our work. By the way, I will take a break on Tuesday rather than Saturday. Will it be okay with you? Tyler asked. Normally, it would change the shift for others as well, but I will allow it. Since you are going to be the future half-owner of this shop. Dan nodded. Thanks. Tyler nodded. He liked this part of Dan. He was never questioned personally by Dan, even if it looked suspicious. That kind of person was Dan, and it was good for him. Tyler released a deep breath, and both. Chapter 28, Alice's Ambition. Bang, Helen, what is the meaning of this? A man wearing a black suit smashed his fist on the table and shouted. He was sitting in front of a man wearing a green suit. There was anger in his eyes when he spoke. It seems like my daughter made a deal with Dan Weapon Shop. So, please stay away from that shop, or else, it will be a battle. The man wearing a green suit calmly answered as he sipped tea. Helen, you do this and we will cut off the weapon transaction between us. Siren narrowed his eyes and coldly spoke. We can do that. Suddenly, a voice rang from behind. Siren turned around and saw Alice walking toward him. Siren looked at the man in front of him and snorted. Hugo, I never expected your family to fall so low that now a kid can make a decision for your family. Sorry, what did you say? Alice pointed her ear at him and asked. Siren's forehead twitched. Mr. Siren, thank you for your hard work. You brought a huge profit to our family. You should keep on picking fights like this. Alice smirked at his angry face and spoke. Hugo, it seems like you really want a war. Siren clenched his fist and spoke. Did you forget something? We will fight soon. So, are you sure you want to fight right now? Alice asked while looking at him with an insulting gaze. Siren narrowed his eyes and stood up. He turned around, but before leaving, he left his last words. It seems like the future of the Helen family will hinge on the tournament. After threatening them, he finally walked out of the building. Alice, was that really okay? I kept my mouth shut just like you did, but the other elders might not agree. Hugo looked at his daughter and asked, Don't worry, father. Everything will be just fine. Besides, I have already prepared a big surprise for them, a surprise that would flatten them. Alice cruelly smiled as she spoke. Whoosh, suddenly, Harry appeared in front of the father and daughter. Miss, they have agreed. Wait, did you just threaten the Sullen family without even confirming the deal? Hugo looked at his daughter with shock and asked. He couldn't believe his daughter made such a reckless move. Father, do you know the qualities of a smart man? Alice asked. They can make a correct decision at any time and situation, Hugo answered. That would be one way to put it. But in my eyes, I think of smart men as those who are decisive. If you can't even decide on what you want to do, you will never be able to live longer. Tyler knew he would make enemies if he killed those people, but he killed them. He wasn't being stupid by doing so. Not only did he not get injured, but he also made the correct decision, because if he had made any delay in his moves or surrendered, it would have been worse for him. But he was decisive. Being smart is not considered being intelligent, just as you said, Dad, making a correct decision is being smart. But if it takes you too long, then you are not smart, you are just thinking too much. Alice explained as she slowly stood up and stretched out her arms. Hugo heavily sighed. He felt proud and also worried for his daughter. She was a smart person, but sometimes, she truly made a bold move. Alice, are you really sure it will work? Alice looked at her father's expression and understood what he was talking about. Don't worry, Dad. This time, we have both. Alice tapped her head and continued, mind and resources. Your generation would be the last one to listen to those bastards. From my generation, Helen's family wouldn't be part of the Ditto family. Hearing her words, Hugo and Harry got serious. Hugo looked at Harry and said, keep her safe at all costs. Harry solemnly nodded. Unlike her previous guard, he had been working for Hugo for years. That's why Hugo asked Harry to be his daughter's guard. He wanted someone who would never betray his daughter. Don't worry, Dad. Harry will keep me alive. Besides, I won't engage in any kind of battle this soon. We haven't even begun the preparation. The true preparation will start after the tournament, so I will take a month's break. Break? Where are you going? Hugo asked with confusion. Training. Of course. I don't want to rely on others to do all of my bidding. I need to get stronger by myself. We are going there. Not only do I need to get stronger, but maybe Harry will reach the core formation realm within a month, Alice answered. Harry's eyes widened as he couldn't help but ask, Mississippi. Will I also enter that place? Alice rolled her eyes and said, Of course, you will. If you don't get stronger, how can you protect me? Hearing her words, Harry's eyes widened. He clenched his fist, and his faith in her increased even more. Alice turned around and shouted, And Dad, stop being so pussy. How could you let that bastard speak to you in such a tone? It would be one thing if the person were the head of the Solon family. And, don't let those elders speak for you, Alice. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from the door. Hearing that voice, Alice trembled for a moment. But she quickly got back her courage and pointed her finger at the figure coming from the door. See? That's how you should speak. Learn something from her. Alice instantly turned around and jumped into the embrace of the figure. That figure was a woman. She was wearing fiery red clothes and was tall. Just from a single gaze, one could tell that she was beautiful, just like her daughter. Mom, you need to help Dad stand up for himself. How can he let others bully him like that? Only you are allowed to bully him, Alice, that's not nice coming from you. Hugo embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head. She is right, dear. You can't let others shout at you. Alice's mother calmly spoke to her husband and then turned to her daughter. She caught Alice's ear and shouted, How could you speak such a vulgar word in front of your father? Did you forget the manners I taught you? Or, do you think you can stop listening to me after you awakened? Mom, that's not fair. Why do you always speak for father and always scold me? Alice swung her arms in the air as she started faking out her tears. Stop doing this. Anyway, I heard you were getting very close to a boy. Is it just a business deal, or is something else going on? Chapter 29, Lightning and Destruction. How did you? Alice was shocked for a moment and quickly turned her gaze to Harry, who was instantly terrified. Harry didn't tell me anything. Do you really think I can't keep my eyes on you? Alice's mother spoke with a scary glare. Seeing her gaze, Alice was terrified, but she quickly calmed down and stuck out her tongue. I am not telling you. Without waiting for her mother to reply, she rushed away. Sigh. This girl takes things too lightly. Alice's mother sighed heavily. There is nothing much to worry about her. If she fails, she will learn her lesson and start taking things seriously. Hugo shook his head. He wasn't that much worried about his daughter. After all, she was smart enough to make proper decisions. As for failing, it was normal in his eyes. Everyone fails once or twice. Unless she didn't learn from her failure, he didn't have anything to worry about her. I hope you are right. Alice's mother sighed heavily. Tyler devoted all his time to forging weapons. Since they only had a 3-month deadline, he had to be sure that he could forge the rank 3rd weapons of the same quality, so he trained in forging for the entire day and then returned home in the evening. After he reached home and had dinner with his mother, he sat on his bed and closed his eyes. Today, he realized that he needed some kind of movement art to escape from difficult situations. So, he wanted to learn the lightning boots, but to use them, he must transform his spiritual energy into lightning energy, so, he started his training on lightning element. He was surprised that even though his talent was considered 7th grade, it didn't help him comprehend the tyrant lightning body technique. Maybe this has something to do with my spiritual energy being the reason behind the awakening. I didn't awaken my talent on my own, that was only awakened because I had cultivated lightning element spiritual energy inside the simulator. Anyway, I should try cultivating this technique on my own. I can't waste the energy crystal that I have on charging the simulator now. So I can only wait. Tyler made up his mind and focused on the tyrant lightning body technique. It was a unique body and energy cultivation technique. Once a person transformed his spiritual energy into lightning energy, he would constantly charge the lightning energy inside his body, striking his inner organs and blood veins with lightning energy. This technique was quite scary because it could lead to a person's death if not practiced properly. Thankfully, those with higher talent had one advantage. Their control over spiritual energy was enormous the moment they awakened. That was also the reason they were given such a powerful and dangerous technique. Boy, you are missing something here. Suddenly, Meow's voice rang in his ears. Tyler opened his eyes and stared at the cat in front of him. The secret of the lightning energy lies within the comprehension of lightning. Have you ever seen a lightning bolt? Have you tried visualizing the lightning bolt while cultivating this technique? Lightning is one of the most destructive powers in the world. But it is also a power of judgment. It destroys evil and brings equality to this world. The geniuses suffer greater tribulation while the common people simply pass through it. Lightning represents equality. If you want to comprehend this technique, you need to understand what lightning truly means. Energy can't be destroyed or created. It can only change its form. When you refine the spiritual energy into lightning energy, you are adding the properties of the lightning bolts into the spiritual energy. So, you need to comprehend the properties of lightning: speed, power, and destruction. The more you comprehend one of these three, the better your lightning energy will be. Hearing his words, Tyler gave it a little thought and nodded. Thanks for the advice, no biggie. Anyway, I have something to tell you about today. Some people with malicious intent appeared in the house. Meow shook his paw and spoke. Tyler's pupils narrowed as he asked, "Where are they?" "Did they do anything?" Meow pointed his claw at his stomach and said, "In my stomach. They did try to capture your mother, but I prevented it from happening even before they could make a move. They were just too weak." Hearing his words, Tyler sighed a breath of relief. "Thank you very much." Meow paused for a moment. He looked at Tyler and noticed something: the tone between when he thanked him for teaching him about the lightning and when he thanked him for protecting his mother. These two were completely different, although in both thanks, he truly meant it. When he thanked me for the first time, it was more like gratitude. But this time, it was filled with respect. Meow sighed. "Anyway, you have to be careful. Although those people were weak for me, they will be strong too for you, I know." Tyler nodded and closed his eyes. With Meow's advice in his mind, he started using the Tyrant Lightning Body technique and slowly started the process of converting the spiritual energy into lightning energy. But unlike the other time, he didn't follow the same method. Rather, he focused on the spiritual energy inside his dantian. But suddenly, he realized something. He opened his eyes and looked at Meow. "How do I comprehend speed, power, and destruction?" Meow smirked and said, "I knew you would ask this. But, for this information, you need to give me something." Hearing his words, Tyler frowned. The first thing on his mind was to strangle the cat to get answers. But he realized that it wasn't a good thing after all. In any case, Meow could teach him the incorrect way of doing something, and he might fail miserably. Not to mention, Meow could even retaliate. Although he had confidence in that lease, he wasn't going to depend on it. Maybe being friends with him would be a better way to get my answers. Tyler took out 15 energy crystals from the ring on his index finger and gave them. Just 15. Chapter 30. Training Lightning Element. Hearing that, Tyler's eyebrows twitched. He quickly responded, "I haven't started earning energy crystals on my own. So, I don't have much." Meow suspiciously stared at him and thought, well, he hasn't entered the dimensional rift. Once he enters that place, I am going to raise the price. But something about him bothers me. His spiritual root doesn't have the talent for the sword, but he has quite a strength with his sword, and his spiritual root has the talent for lightning, but he isn't comprehending the lightning properties on his own. I need to check something." Meow raised his claw and said, "Boy, will you let me scratch you?" "No." Tyler instantly rejected. "Come on, don't be such a wuss. It's not like I am spreading any disease. Just let me test your blood. I want to confirm something." Meow said. Tyler hesitated. He didn't want others to find out more about him. But Meow also had some advantages. Meow did protect his mother, and he also has control over Meow to a certain degree. Not to mention, he also planned to make friends with Meow. He released a deep breath and stretched out his hand. "Don't worry, it won't be painful." Splash! Meow swung his claw and pierced his skin. The drops of blood fell on his claw as he quickly closed his eyes, and strange blue energy emits out of his body. The blue energy entered the drops of blood, and after a few seconds, a mark of a sword appeared. He looked at Tyler and said, "You have innate sword body. It is an extremely powerful talent inherited by very few people in the world. With this talent, you can easily comprehend any kind of sword technique. Not only that, I sense the internal energy inside your blood. Are you practicing the internal energy technique? But, this planet of yours shouldn't have such a technique, not here at least. Meow saw the hesitant look in his eyes and sighed. Well, everyone has their secrets. Anyway, I just noticed that you do have the talent for lightning. It's just that you are relying on instinct to comprehend things. That might be possible for your sword. But it won't work the same way with your lightning. So, you have to follow my instructions and do as I say. Tyler nodded as he kept listening to the cat. He understood what Meow meant by instinct. Because he was born with the talents of his parents, he also had the talent for lightning, but unfortunately, he couldn't inherit that talent. He only inherited the spiritual energy of the lightning attribute that helped him form a lightning spiritual root. First, let's talk about power. Power is a concept that combines with other concepts, mass and time. When you punch someone, the power of your punch is determined by how fast you punch and how much mass your hand has. Since mass is a constant concept, you can only change time to increase and decrease power in a temporary case, but in a permanent case, you need to increase the mass. In other words, you need to increase the mass of the spiritual energy by combining the particles of spiritual energy into a small, packed object. Let me give you an example. You have the spiritual energy that can fill up the ball that is the size of your head, but, in that size, your spiritual energy isn't tightly packed. That means it is more like air, which is light and loosely packed. But when you decrease the size of the container/ball to the size of your fist without decreasing the amount of spiritual energy, you will get a compact ball that will be just like iron. So, you need to compress your spiritual energy as much as possible. Then you need to focus on timing. How fast can you launch your spiritual energy from your dantian to your hand or finger? It will add the power attribute to your spiritual energy. Now, you need to learn about speed. In simple terms, speed is a concept that combines mass and time. But unlike power, here you need to focus on mass alone, because timing is something that you shouldn't be worried about here. You need to make your timing as fast as possible, and that's it. As for the mass, you need to make it lighter. That means the spiritual energy needs to be hollowed. Now, here comes the contrast. Lightning possesses both attributes, but these two attributes are impossible to merge. In one, you need higher mass. On the other hand, you need lower mass. How can you merge these? Do you know why lightning is often compared to the speed of light? Tyler shook his head. You truly don't know anything. Meow heavily sighed. Anyway, lightning is also considered the fastest speed that could rival the speed of light. The reason is actually simple. When you merge the mass that has been increased with the mass that has been decreased, you get the average mass that hasn't been changed. But, when you merge mass, you also merge timing. This means if you are going 2 times faster, you will now be 4 times faster. Now, multiply that speed by the average mass, and you will get the force by which your lightning will strike someone. It is quite a unique concept for lightning, and very few people understand this. The only reason why I know this is because at this moment, the sparks of lightning appeared around his body. Meow stood on 2 legs and proudly patted his chest. I am the god of destruction. Tyler nodded his head as he had already heard this term quite a lot. Ha! Anyway, now you understand power and speed. Let's move on to the last attribute. This is also the most important attribute and something that defines lightning. After all, now that you have average mass, even if the force of the lightning were amazing, it wouldn't be able to cause much damage to your opponent. Hence, you need to learn the third concept, destruction. Chapter 31, New Simulator. Unlike the previous 2 concepts, this is a bit harder to explain. What does destruction mean? It means to erase something from existence. Destruction changes the shape and forms of the particles of any kind of energy. When a powerful lightning bolt strikes a tree, it burns the tree and turns it into ashes. There are 2 reasons behind that incident. First, it destroys the vitality of a tree. Second, it changes the attribute of the dry tree. For lightning, you need to understand one thing. When lightning is used, it can either destroy or create. Lightning has both abilities. In case of destruction, it normally changes the attribute to fire. In the case of creation, it normally changes the attribute to life, which is also the most powerful concept for healing. Of course, these are way out of your hands. So, I can't explain destruction in normal words. But I do have a method for you to learn how to add a destruction attribute to your spiritual energy. First, you need to add power and speed to your spiritual energy. Second, spin the new spiritual energy around the spiritual root as fast as you can. Third, wait for the spiritual root to suck the spiritual energy. Fourth, when the spiritual root can't suck the spiritual energy, it will release the lightning attribute out of it. This will trigger the spinning spiritual energy to absorb the lightning attribute. But since your spiritual energy already has power and speed concept, only destruction attributes will merge with your spiritual energy, and the rest will return to the spiritual root when your spiritual energy stops moving. At first, it will be difficult and it will take a long time to create enough lightning energy, but once you get the hang of it, you can subconsciously create the lightning energy, and more importantly, once get familiar with the lightning energy, you will slowly understand the destruction attribute and you will be able to apply 3 concepts directly into your spiritual root to motivate the lightning attribute. From then on, you wouldn't need to follow this trick. You can naturally create lightning energy inside you. Alright, that's all about lightning energy. You can start now. Tyler nodded his head, and his spiritual sense penetrated inside his dantian. His dantian was a completely dark space with the purple spiritual root in the middle. He began to follow the advice from Mao. He separated his spiritual energy. On one side, he increased the mass of the spiritual energy by making it more compact. On the other side, he decreased the mass of the spiritual energy by making it more hollow. When 2 different mass spiritual energies were produced at 2 opposite sides of his dantian, he focused on pulling them together and merging them, but it was easier said than done. While it wasn't hard to increase and decrease the mass of the spiritual energy, it was extremely hard to merge them. He failed to do so for the entire night. Although he didn't succeed, he wasn't demotivated. He continued to push forward and got a little bit of success after 5 days. For these 5 days, he had been continuously working on the shop during the day and cultivating at night. After the 5 days had gone by, on the 6th day, which was also Tuesday, the system finally arrived. The same 2 choices appeared in front of him. He thought for a moment, and suddenly his heartbeat got faster. After gathering a lot of courage, he finally decided to choose the new option. You have selected to run a new simulator. Please select 3 new traits for the new simulator. Warning: you can't select more than 1 trait from your previous simulator. Warning: your previous simulator has been saved in the file, Sim1. Below the warning, 10 different traits appeared: erotic touch, little dragon, strongest parent, heir of a demon family, devilish handsome body, vitality juice, sword talent, ancient cultivation technique, holy lightning physique, X-ray vision. Looking at those traits, Tyler took a deep breath. He knew these choices were extremely important. He could either choose one of the previous or everything completely new, but before that, he had to make sure that he would be able to grow properly. He didn't want to choose the wrong traits and reincarnate into the wrong world. Alright. From what I know, there are 2 ways to get more women in my harem. First, steal. Second, make them fall in love. One is fast and another is slow. But the problem with this is that if I don't get enough women within a certain age, I won't get the rewards, and that would be troublesome. There are 4 traits that allow me to get more women. But each of them creates different circumstances. From what I've researched about these traits inside the simulator, each of these traits has its unique relationship with other traits. While erotic touch allows me to burn out the inner desires from a woman's heart, it doesn't give me anything else. If I hadn't created the 9 heavens piercing dragon sword in the last simulator, I wouldn't be able to keep those women and turn them into cauldrons. On the other hand, if I choose little dragon, I might not need 9 heavens piercing dragon sword, but since I have it and as long as I can use it, I don't see any need to choose little dragon. The next would be devilish handsome body. People say look doesn't matter, but they do matter a lot, so it could help me attract a lot of girls, but there is one problem. Unlike erotic touch, it doesn't erupt their sexual desires. So I can't simply take them to bed. Finally, vitality juice is basically my sperm that can help women grow stronger. It would be one way to get more women, but the problem is how should match it with other talents. In what condition can I truly utilize this trait to its fullest extent? Chapter 32, Wrong Choice. While I have 6 other talents remaining, I need to choose carefully. Wait a minute, I should try to ask a question to the system. I am not sure if it will reply or not. Tyler took a deep breath and asked, System, if I choose a certain trait, would I be reincarnated into that same world or in the world which matches my traits? You would be reincarnated into a different world based on the traits you choose. Bingo! Tyler snapped his finger as he finally moved his hand on the screen. Vitality juice, devilish handsome body, holy lightning physique. Tyler wasn't sure what kind of world he would get reincarnated into, but he was sure that he could use these traits to their fullest extent. His eyes closed, and the next moment, he disappeared from the white space. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful lady in front of him. She was wearing a strange hairpin to tie her hair. Her face looked smooth like milk, and, surprisingly enough, he was drinking her milk. At this moment, he was being breastfed by her. Strangely enough, whenever he reincarnated into the simulator, he no longer felt anything bad about his thoughts. Back in the real world, having sex with his mother never crossed his mind. It was almost non-existent, but as soon as he reincarnated here, the first thing that came to his mind was getting this woman into his bed. He didn't understand what was causing him to react so drastically in two different worlds, but he was glad. After all, he didn't want to do the same thing in the real world that he does in the simulator. After a few seconds, he was greeted with the panel that will stick to him for the rest of his life inside the simulator. You have been reborn as the son of Lingwu Palace Head. After looking at this new panel, he slowly lost consciousness as he fell asleep. He has entered the simulator 3 times. But this never changes. Go 0, you have learned nothing about this world. Surprisingly enough, the only people you have seen are 2 maids who work for your mother. Because of your less interaction with your mother, the relationship between you two hasn't grown stronger. Age 1, you can finally move. You decided to learn more about this world, so you sneaked out of your room. The first thing that you see after going out is large clouds just a few meters away from you. You curiously ran around trying to see more, and you were shocked to find that you were living on the top of a gigantic mountain that surpassed the clouds. While you were very curious to find more, you were spotted by the maid and brought back to your room. Because you started talking, you tried to ask for the books, but the maid didn't listen to you. You were surprised by the attitude of your maid, but you couldn't do anything. Age 2, you finally managed to sneak into a room full of books and started reading the history of this world. You were stunned to find out that you have traveled into an ancient world of cultivation where, unlike your world, immortals were cultivators. During 2 years, you rarely met your mother, so your bond with her wasn't as good as it should be. Previously, you believed that it was a similar case to the previous simulator but with different reactions, but the truth was something else. You realized that you were born as the son of a Lingwu Palace head. And Lingwu Palace being the only female immortal sect, you finally understood why you couldn't leave this building. Age 3, your body started growing, and your glowing skin became the attraction for those maids. They started taking care of you more and also touched your body in every situation they found. You got angry and shouted at them to leave you alone. At this age, you realized something. Except for family, the other people will only look at you for the benefits. Although you couldn't benefit them in cultivation, just pleasing their sexual desires was beneficial for them to keep their mind stable. But due to your rejection, they couldn't get any benefit. Age 4, you realized that you have made a great mistake by shouting at them. Because of your attitude, they couldn't get near you and started developing inner demon. You didn't realize it before, but when your mother entered a secular state for a great breakthrough, your maids cast an illusion on you. Without any powers to fight back, you were drawn into their illusion. You were forced to suck their pussies and play with their breasts, giving them orgasm after orgasm. Without your mother, you became their plaything. Age 5, for an entire year, you have been sucked into an illusion where your sex desires started to take over you. You were satisfying your maid while slowly falling into lust, but your mother suddenly came out after a breakthrough and found your situation. She killed those maids and pulled you out of the illusion, but due to the lust overflowing in your body, you hungrily attacked your mother's breast. With her power, she tried to calm you down but was unsuccessful. During this time, she realized something. Although your semen was premature, it contained an extraordinary vitality that could be helpful for the breakthrough. Your mother started looking at you as a huge resource that could be a great help for the sect. Unknown to her thoughts, you slowly began to control your lust through your past sword experience. Age 6, you finally managed to control your lust and talked about it with your mother. Because there was no maid for a year. Your mother had been taking care of you, which forged a better relationship between you two. Age 7, although you have successfully overcome your lust, your sexual relationship with your mother continued. Due to your little birdie that could transform into the little dragon, you lost your virginity at the age of 7. During this time, you realized just how much of a great mistake you made choosing these traits together. But the worst situation has yet to come. Chapter 33, Burning Rage and Lust. Age 8, you learned about your father, whom you hadn't seen after coming to this world. You learned that the man is not allowed to enter the land of Lingwu Palace, and hence he was killed by your mother. You were also supposed to be killed, but because of her love for her child, she didn't kill you, and now she had found another reason to keep you alive. While you became her dual cultivation partner for a year, you also awakened your holy lightning physique. Your strong lightning physique pushed your cultivation to a higher realm. You easily reached the peak of the Hutane realm, which was the first realm of this world. It had 9 stages, and each stage takes over a year, but due to your stronger talent, you reached the peak within a year. You became a great dual cultivation partner for your mother, pushing her cultivation to another level. As a reward, she allowed you to leave the palace and go out into the sect. But on one condition. You had to cross-dress, age 9, without any choice in your hands. You finally dressed up as a girl and went out into the sect. Due to your cultivation, you not only looked older but also more mature, with the face that even makes girls blush. You became the center of attraction after your first day in the sect. Your beauty was so great that you immediately attracted the attention of one of the seniors. After a few days of joining the sect, you were called by one of the seniors into her house. You were hesitant at first, fearing that your identity might get leaked, but you also didn't want to pick a fight with anyone, so you decided to visit her. After you visited her, she treated you to dinner and helped you in your cultivation of knowledge as well. Because your senior also possessed the lightning talent, you learned a lot from her. But during the middle of the discussion, you realized something was wrong with you. You found your breathing getting hotter and the lust that you had suppressed for so long violently trembling in your mind. You were slowly overwhelmed by the power of lust and slowly lost your reasoning. When you got corrupted by the power of lust, you jumped upon the body of your senior sister. She didn't reject you as she was expecting it, but when something started poking her stomach, she felt strange. She moved her hand between 2 bodies and touched a hard rod. Your senior sister was confused as she didn't understand for a moment. But your senior sister quickly came to the conclusion that you were a male. She instantly wrapped her arms around you. The lust inside her began to grow even further. Originally, she just wanted to have some fun time with your body, but now, she wants to taste it even more. She puts her mouth against yours, and when your lips touch, both of you sink into lust even more. Your tongue pierced inside her mouth and started moving around. Both of you sink into the feeling of dual cultivation in an instant. You began to move your hand around her breasts. The soft clothes that were covering her breasts were torn apart by your hands. Your overbearing hands fell on her breast, and you started fondling them. Even though you were kissing her fiercely, she couldn't stop herself from letting out a moan. Your rod became even more sensitive and bigger. It started poking her. She couldn't hold it anymore and stopped the kiss. She fell to her knees and started panting. You removed your pants, and a 9-inch-long rod appeared in front of her. She moved her hand to hold it. She was holding it like she held a holy sword with her lustful expression, and she put the holy sword inside her mouth. She pushed it all the way to the end. She even pushed it so much that her mouth was swollen and she had tears in her eyes. At this moment, you suddenly grabbed her hair and pulled her head. She didn't understand at first, and she kept her lips attached to your rod, fearing that she wouldn't get to taste it. But the next moment, you smashed her mouth toward your rod. Your rod slid inside her mouth till it reached the very end. Her mouth was wide open, and she felt an incredible pain in her mouth. But that pain was so covered with her lustful feelings, you realized that your senior sister was M, so you didn't hesitate to use this chance to make yourself feel better. You realized that you had a great hatred of being used as a sex toy and dual cultivation partner for your mother. And you wanted to realize that hatred of her. You started ravishing her mouth till you came inside her mouth. A load of cum entered her throat and reached her belly. She fell on her back with a satisfied expression on her face, but you weren't. You wanted more. You want to punish her more and release more of your hatred and lust. You pulled down her lower garment, and her naked pussy appeared in your eyes. You held your rod and slowly put it above her stomach. You whispered in her ears before you slowly moved it inside her pussy. At this moment, you found red blood coming out of her pussy. You couldn't care less about that. Your anger was consuming you. You knew that you had to do something about your anger. And letting it out was the only way for you, so you fucked her until she passed out. During this time, you didn't receive any cultivation benefits, but you did manage to relax your heart. You managed to feel light and peaceful once again. Now, you were feeling guilty, though. You felt like you treated her too harshly, but just remembering her moans and that lustful face she made when you were rough with her, your guilt slowly disappeared. You found a bathroom and took a proper bath. After that, you changed your clothes and walked out of her room, but when you saw a person standing outside, your heart suddenly jumped out. The person in front of you was none other than your mother. Chapter 34, Big Sex Party. You got frightened, not knowing what you do. You just stood there in fear while she observed you for a moment. Suddenly, she smiled and decided to leave. You were left in shock. You didn't notice as she walked away. Her smile got colder, and a terrifying look appeared on her face. Age 10, you have been living in the sect as a girl for over a year, but till now, nearly 10 or 20 of your senior sisters knew your true gender. For the entire year, you have been using them for dual cultivation, increasing your strength in the Xiantian realm. You gradually understood the realms in this world were quite different than other worlds. Cultivation in this world started with Hotian realm, Xiantian realm, half-saint realm, true saint realm, half-immortal realm, and immortal realm. You also found that your mother had the strength of a half-immortal realm and, using you as her dual cultivation cauldron, her cultivation was gradually moving toward the immortal realm. At the same time, your comprehension of lightning also reached first Dao grade. Unlike in your world or the first simulation, people in this world use Dao as their weapon. Comprehending a certain element and amplifying it by using spiritual energy was a way to battle against your enemies. Although your lightning Dao was 1st grade, your cultivation was enough to amplify your Dao's power to injure the peak Xiantian realm. Age 11, you spent the whole year training your lightning Dao and finally made it reach 2nd grade. Your mother was astounded by your cultivation and decided to let you participate in an upcoming tournament. But before that, a selective group of people would be chosen to participate in that tournament. And, whoever gets chosen will receive a powerful gift from your mother. It hyped the entire sect, including you. In this competition, only Xiantian realm cultivators were allowed to fight, and so, only Xiantian realm disciples participated. Your first opponent was easy to beat. You win it with a single strike. Your second opponent wasn't a big deal either, but your third opponent was deadly. She used a Reaper's blade that contained deadly poison. Although she wasn't allowed to kill anyone, she was allowed to use minor poison. You fought fiercely, but in the end, you lost. You were inflicted with poison, and only after your mother's help, you recover. While you were recovering, the battle ended. 5 senior sisters were chosen, and they all were invited to your mother's mansion for the gift. When they arrived, you also arrived. But you were surprised. Because your mother asked you to come in boys' clothes while inviting those 5, 3 of them were senior sisters you had sex with, while 2 of them were confused as hell. They recognized, but at the same time, they didn't recognize. Finally, your mother announced the gift, a dual cultivation orgy with her son. You were stunned there. You couldn't believe that you were the gift. Suddenly, you noticed something. You found a strange aroma in the room. After a few seconds, 3 senior sisters jumped at you with the intention of devouring you. The other 2 senior sisters also had blush on their faces. Soon, they also joined the party, and your mother disappeared. It didn't take long before you also got overwhelmed with the lust. The strange aroma was controlling you, and it seemed like several texts floating in your brain. You started with the first senior sister. You had the taste of her pussy before. So without wasting any time, you pushed your rod inside her. She screamed in pleasure as her face twisted in lust. From behind, another senior sister started licking your ass, giving you an intense feeling in your back. 2 senior sisters started licking your body. One was licking your nipples and chest while another was licking your back. You didn't understand whether they were having sex with you or if they were just there to clean your body, but it didn't end there. The last senior sister put her lips on yours and started moving her tongue inside yours, while smashing your rod inside the first senior sister's pussy. You get intense satisfaction from all around your body. At the same time, you realize your mind is drifting into a dark space. While you kept smashing your rod, the lightning bolts appeared in that dark space, and each bolt of lightning gave you something more inspiring. You began to comprehend the lightning in a greater and deeper way. You didn't reach the 3rd grade, but your understanding of 1st grade lightning Dao and 2nd grade lightning Dao deepened. But suddenly, an intense pleasure sucked your mind out of it as you shot a powerful load of cum inside her pussy. She fell on her front as she lay there with a satisfied expression on her face. You immediately took the 2nd senior sister in front of him and pierced your rod inside her. She screamed in pain and pleasure, but soon, she began to enjoy it as well. As you started fucking her, you realized your comprehension once again started. At this moment, you began to not only under lightning Dao but also deeper into its concepts like power, speed, and destruction. Your holy lightning physique started giving you an immense boost in your comprehension while helping your senior sisters in dual cultivation. It was only after the second one fell on the ground with her pussy full of your cum that you realized what was going on. You understood that the aroma wasn't here just to burst out your lust. It was here to help you indulge in dual cultivation with these senior sisters. You started fully taking advantage of this situation. While your cultivation realm grew from the first stage of the Xiantian realm to the second stage, you managed to reach perfection in 2nd grade lightning Dao. After that, you finished fucking all of your senior sisters and finally lay down on the ground with a tired body. But it seems like someone wasn't going to let you rest. Chapter 35, Yin Yang Harmony Seal. Your mother appeared in front of you, and she seemed to be breathing quickly. You noticed the lust in her eyes and found that you couldn't rest anymore. After that, you spent 3 hours fucking your mother until you finally passed out of exhaustion. You woke up the next day feeling refreshed. You found yourself back in your room and sleeping alone. You came out of your room and walked around the mansion. After you didn't find your mother, you cross-dressed and left for the sect. You got the news that those 5 senior sisters will be leaving the sect with your mother for the upcoming tournament, and it will take them a whole month to return. You smelled an opportunity. Your mother didn't take you with her, and now no one could truly control you here. The first thing you did was to enter the library. Although you could do a lot of things, you were prohibited from entering the library, not the sect library, but your mother's personal library. But now that your mother wasn't here, you had no problem. When you entered the library, you suddenly fell into a strange trap. You found yourself inside an illusion where you saw your mother. You felt strange because when she held you in her arms, she looked happy. After your birth, you have never seen her happy, but now, she was smiling in your illusion. A strange emotion erupted inside your heart as it wanted you to be happy as well, but you kept your heart in solitude and calm. You waited for the illusion to play. You saw a man standing next to her. After that man got closer, your mother suddenly stopped smiling, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. They were so strong that you could feel it from the illusion. Your heart was shaking, and your blood was trembling. You were sweating all over your body. You tried your best to stay calm and watch the illusion. You saw your father having a conversation. You couldn't hear anything, but you could simply understand most from their lips and expressions. They seemed to be arguing. After a while, it seemed like your father lost his patience and tried to catch you, but your mother instantly pushed him away. At this moment, a voice rang in your mind. You wretched bastard, you think you can take my son while I am at my weakest? My son will stay with me. When you heard those words, you felt the emotion outbreak. You couldn't help but notice the tears coming down your eyes. You didn't know why you were crying. You hated your mother. She was just using you as her tool, but right now, you felt like she was truly your mother. Suddenly, your expression changed, and you wiped away his tears. Once again, you maintained your calm expression as you continued to watch. After that, you couldn't hear anything. You saw your mother killing your father, but only at his death. You see his body disintegrating. Although you couldn't hear it, from your mother's expression and a little bit of knowledge about cultivation, you understood that it was just your father's clone. At this moment, you understand why she was in such a hurry to use you as her dual cultivation cauldron. Just a clone was able to fight your mother. Even if she was weak, she was still a half immortal. Now, you finally understand why she wanted to become immortal as soon as possible. Your mood became complicated. But, once again, something inside you triggered. It put your mind at ease, and your expression returned to normal. You didn't know what this was, but it had always helped you maintain your calmness no matter how emotional the situation gets. It was the only reason why you were fully able to use women for your benefits. It wasn't the lust. You never lusted over any woman. But you wanted to get more because you always had this desire to get stronger. After the illusion ended, you returned to normal and walked toward the library. You took a stroll around the library and started reading books. You had a whole month and you wanted to properly utilize it to its fullest. After reading books for weeks, you finally gained a lot of knowledge, enough to start your new project, Ecstasy Seal. It was a seal that resembled the erotic touch, but it was only part of a bigger project, Yin-Yang Harmony Seal. After dual cultivating for a long time, you have come to realize that the reason why dual cultivation is faster than normal cultivation is because of the harmony between yin and yang energy. So, you desire to create a seal that can activate the dual cultivation with your thoughts. Not only that, but it should also allow you to control the lust of your women. After being used like a cauldron, you finally understood that you mustn't let others control you. You hated the idea of someone controlling you because every time it reminded you of your lack of strength, it reminds you of the death of your father. You wanted to be restricted, free, and powerful. That's why you decided to create a powerful way to control your women. You realized the potential of the erotic finger that can completely make other females subservient to you so much so that they would give up everything just to have sex with you. Yin-Yang Harmony Seal was designed to allow you to control the women that you have sex with, whether it is in the simulation world or the real world. Age 15, you spent 4 years designing and perfecting the Yin-Yang Harmony Seal. At the same time, you managed to have sex with 50 senior sisters from your sect. You finally decided to use your seal on your mother. During one of your sex nights, you used the Yin-Yang Harmony Seal on her, but she instantly found out. Suddenly, Her anger burst out like flames, and she thrashed you severely on the ground. Unknown to her, you became so weak after using the yin-yang harmony seal for the first time that your skull got crushed. LOL. You died. Chapter 36, New Rewards. What the? Tyler was speechless when he woke up. He couldn't believe that he had died just like that. It was pure death. He couldn't even avoid it. Of course, he understood why. He had reached the peak of the Xiantian realm, and knowing his mother, she didn't hold back that easily. He never expected her to be so defensive because of the seal. He wanted to curse her, but he realized that something was definitely wrong with her. It was probably something that happened in her past that made her so cautious. Damn it. I was this close to having sex with thousands of women in the sect. If only I could make her subservient, I could freely do anything I want in that sect. HAAA. I need to calm down. There is nothing much I can do now that I am already dead inside the simulator. Let's wait for the rewards. Since I managed to get 50 women at the age of 15 years, I should get 3 rewards and a new gift, right? Congratulations on your 4th simulation. You have survived for 15 years in simulation and acquired 50 women. You will be granted 3 rewards and a small gift. 50 women have been recorded in your profile. The next time, these women won't be counted in your achievement. You have unlocked a hidden achievement, become a fucktoy. You will be granted an additional reward. The next simulation will start after a week. Reward 1 Lightning Dao. It contains the comprehension of Lightning Dao you achieved inside the simulation. Reward 2 Spiritual Energy. It contains the spiritual energy you gathered in your life inside the simulation. Reward 3 Holy Lightning Body. The talent you received from the simulator. Additional reward Shard of Immortal Energy. It was inside your body. Gifted by your mother, your gift has arrived, God's tree sapling. At this moment, a small golden branch appeared in front of him. At the same time, his mind was filled with the comprehension he had inside the simulator. Just because he had comprehended something inside the simulator didn't mean he would be able to do it outside. There were certain conditions to it, such as talent and luck, and support. His Lightning Dao comprehension was a mixture of all of that. He had the talent of the Holy Lightning Body, he had the luck of being born as the son of the palace head of Lingwu Palace, and he also had his mother's resources to support him. At this moment, sparks of purple lightning appeared on his body. A massive amount of spiritual energy came out of the seal and entered his body. Inside his dantian, his spiritual roots started sucking in all the spiritual energy, and at this moment, Tyrant Lightning Body technique started to run in his mind. Unlike before, the spiritual roots started emitting purple light, brightening the dark space of his dantian. Soon, the sparks of lightning also appeared inside his body. Whoa! He has a lightning body. Meow, who was just lying down on the ground, couldn't help but keep his eyes wide open when he saw the sparks of lightning around his body. Constitution/physique was quite different than normal talent. They didn't need spiritual energy to work. A person with innate strength didn't require spiritual energy to activate the strength, and the same was for Holy Lightning Body. His body burned stamina to produce lightning, not his spiritual energy, though it could be controlled. He could use spiritual energy to produce lightning instead of stamina. Neil looked at the small branch that was still floating in the air. He was curious about it. He felt like Tyler used the same power that summoned him here, but he didn't know how Tyler was able to do it. He turned his eyes to Tyler and thought, looks like he is going to practice that cultivation technique. If he practices that technique to the 3rd level, he should be able to fight a peak energy refinement cultivator with his body alone. I wonder where he will stop. But now kept his eyes on Tyler as he sensed a massive outbreak of lightning energy from his dantian. At this moment, this lightning energy entered each of his cells and slowly tempered them. After 3 hours, his body released a wave of lightning energy outside. It produced a blue aura and covered himself with it. He reached it. He reached the 1st level. Yes, keep on going. The stronger you are, the more resources you can earn, and the faster I can improve. Keep going. Niao's eyes brightened as he kept watching Tyler. At this moment, Tyler's body was immensely strengthened. An immense amount of spiritual energy was used to complete the 1st level, but it was good for him. Tyler didn't stop and tried to push into the 2nd stage. Once again, a massive amount of lightning energy traveled through his veins and entered his cells. The constant vibration of lightning energy produced so much charge that it managed to increase the power of his cells. After nearly 5 hours, his body once again released that same aura, 2nd level. At this moment, his lightning energy suddenly disappeared. A massive amount of spiritual energy, almost emptying his seal, burst out. What's going on? I noticed that he had an immense amount of spiritual energy, but this is insane. Does he have a tool to store spiritual energy? He could summon me, so I think that's plausible, but even so, what's he doing? He doesn't need this much spiritual energy, and why did he stop transferring lightning energy to his cells? Is he going to try something new? Yes, Tyler was trying something new, or rather, something new suddenly activated, and Tyler didn't know how to stop it. Inside his sea of consciousness, a gigantic red star appeared, and in front of that star was a massive red gate, but that red star looked quite ordinary. It was neither releasing heat nor gravity. It was just like an illusion. Of course, it wasn't an illusion. Tyler felt all that enormous amount of spiritual energy entering through the gate and reaching out to the star. 9 stargates, first gate red stargate, condense. Chapter 37, Kidnapping. Tyler was experiencing an extremely important moment. Inside the sea of consciousness that resides on his forehead, he found a red star. It was gigantic, but from his consciousness, it was small. When the spiritual energy entered the gate, it changed. He didn't know what it turned into, but when it changed, it moved toward the star. The star slowly came out of his consciousness with a thread that connected it. This thread was made out of that special energy. The star moved down as it reached his foot and entered his soul. Meow didn't see it exactly, but he sensed an incredible power. At first, he only sensed it concentrated at a single point, but after he put it inside his feet, he could feel it throughout his body. Suddenly, he recognized this energy. It's star power. What the hell? How did he get the star powers? That should be impossible. The power of the stars is the hardest to get. No. No. He is not absorbing the star power, he is producing it. Meow's eyes widened when he saw him producing the star energy from his forehead. He didn't know how Tyler was doing this, but his eyes quickly burst with excitement. Amazing. This amazing. He actually managed to harness the power of the stars and use it to improve his strength. That means he doesn't need to reach the 3rd level right now. Meow got even more excited as if he were the one doing it. Wait, is he emitting the power of a star outside his body? Meow suddenly turned silent and sat cross-legged. For a cat, it was quite an awkward position, but it didn't mean much to him. He closed his eyes, and a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. At this moment, the star power released by Tyler moved toward him as he slowly absorbed it. After 2 hours, Tyler slowly opened his eyes, and seeing Meow in front of him, cultivating like a human made him confused. Wait, I cultivated the power of a star, and it seems like my surrounding has it. Does that mean he is absorbing my power of the star? Tyler thought to himself and slowly moved out of bed. He clenched his fist as he raised his hand. He could feel strength condensed in his arm. His progression had left him stunned. He released a deep breath and looked at the small branch, and picked it up. He put it inside the void ring. He knew this branch was extremely precious. Anything with God written on it would be precious. He didn't take it immediately because unless he touches it first, nobody can take it away from him. That's why he wasn't worried about Meow taking it. He stretched out his hands and walked out of the room. Mom, Tyler called. But he didn't get a response. He frowned as he called out again, Mom. After he didn't get a response for the 2nd time, he released his spiritual sense and covered the house. He didn't find her, but he noticed some weird aura left in his house. He instantly opened his eyes and looked throughout his house. When he was looking at the table, he saw a letter at the top. His heartbeat soared, but he quickly took the letter and opened it. If you want a mother, come to the forest in the southeast. If you don't arrive within 2 days, you will not get your mother. Tyler clenched his teeth. Meow. He shouted with anger. What happened? Meow rushed out of the room when he heard that angry voice. It's been a week, and he has never seen Tyler so angry. When he came in front of Tyler, he asked, Why didn't you protect my mother? If you wanted the power of a star, I could have given you when I was awake. Tyler gritted his teeth and shouted, Boy, it's not my fault. I could have sensed it if the person had released a killing intent. But they didn't. They quietly came and took away your mother. And, I said I will protect her. I didn't say I will babysit her. Meow rolled his eyes and replied. His tone was a bit cold. He didn't like Tyler's attitude. But, he didn't get mad either. After all, losing someone important to you makes anyone angry. Yes, they didn't attack her, or else trigram sword array would have been activated. Damn it! They must have some other purpose. After Tyler realized the situation, he took a deep breath and calmed down. You can fight, right? Tyler looked at Meow and asked, Well, I did promise to protect her, so I will fight. Meow nodded as both of them quickly left the house. Tyler left the city. He was sure that they wanted something else from him. If they wanted him dead, they didn't need to go out of the city. Although killing was prohibited inside the city, the rules are only for the weak. The Sullen family didn't need to follow the rules. They could just kill him and act as if nothing happened as long as they don't do it in front of the public. Killing in front of the public would force the city lord to take action. Tyler and Nia left the city and rushed toward the southeast part of the forest. Boy, we might be going directly now. What should we do after we reach there? Nia asked. We need to find out what their purpose is first. If they are not the Sullen family, then it could be troublesome. Tyler replied. Nia thought for a moment and said, I will do my best to keep her safe, but I have to get her behind me or else I won't be able to make any moves. You need to hide. As soon as we reach there, you will hide your presence and watch everything. As soon as you get the chance, you will take my mom and leave. Tyler spoke with a serious expression on his face. That could kill you. Nia seriously gazed at him and spoke, Only if I die. Chapter 38, Saren's Crazy Plan. On the way, Nia didn't say much. He understood that his mother was his main weakness. Right now, Tyler has improved a lot, his strength has grown significantly, and he could fight against anyone in the energy refinement realm, but he was afraid that the opponent would be the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. After all, that person did manage to sneak in and take Tyler's mother silently. He was afraid that the opponent might even be stronger than the Foundation realm. After 15 minutes, they finally came across a board that had stop on it. Both of them stopped there and looked around. They saw another board. Smash this board. Tyler looked at Nia and nodded his head. Nia was a bit far away from him. He walked toward the board and smashed it while using a little bit of strength. It was just a wooden board, so it broke instantly. He waited for 10 more minutes until someone finally arrived. That person was none other than Siren. He was holding Tyler's mom, and she was unconscious. Seeing her unconscious, Tyler clenched his fist as if he were ready to attack. Don't make a move or else I will kill both of you. Siren spoke. He had put his hand around her neck and could snap at any moment. What do you want? Tyler asked as he clenched his teeth. Boy, remember when I told you not to mess with me? Do you regret it? Siren smirked as he asked. Tyler didn't speak as he clenched his fist even more. I can see that face. You are regretting. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter anymore. I got a brilliant plan to shut down that shop, shut down Helen family, and as for you, let you live in misery. Siren laughed proudly as he spoke, of course, to make your life miserable. I have two choices. First, I should kill her and let you regret it all your life. Second, I could use her against you. At first, I thought of killing her and then killing you, but you are a bit unique. I am not sure if I can kill you for sure, and if you escape out of my range, it would be hard for me to kill you. Of course, that doesn't matter, boy. Do you know the punishment of not completing that task? Siren asked. Tyler clenched his fist as he didn't reply. You will be put into prison for the rest of your life. But how can I make you fail that quest? Obviously, you are the reason why that bastard Dan has so much confidence in finishing this task in time. But what if he loses you? Of course, I said I won't kill you. So, what can I do? What would be a suitable punishment for you for making enemies with me and supporting that bastard? Tyler was getting nervous. He had no idea what Siren was thinking, and each word coming out of his mouth only made his heartbeat go faster. Boy, I will give your mother back to you. I could have kept her conscious, but I didn't because what I want to do right now is simple. Siren cruelly stared at him and continued, cut off your right arm, pass it to me, and then take your mother. Hearing his words, Tyler was shaken for a moment. He finally understood why Siren didn't keep his mother conscious. If she heard this, she would bite her own tongue to kill herself rather than let him cut off his hand. Boy, I am not going to give you an eternity to think. 30 seconds. If you don't cut your hand in 30 seconds, I will kill her. Hearing his words, Tyler clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth and asked, how can I believe you that you will let her go? Won't my strength drop after cutting my arm? Oh. It seems like you have already considered cutting off your arm. Alright then, I will take 3 steps away from her, and you can throw your arm to the side. I need to make sure that you can't attach your arm back. Hearing his words, Tyler clenched his teeth and took out the sword from his void ring. Seeing this, excitement appeared on Siren's face. He dropped her to the ground and retreated a few steps. At this moment, a voice rang in Tyler's head. Are you sure this is the right choice? If you can make him move a little bit further, I might be able to save your mother. Tyler looked at Siren and said, can you move further? What if you attack my mother as soon as I cut my arm? Hearing his words, Saren clenched his fist and said, Boy. Believe it or not, I will kill your mother right now. I am being lenient. Cut off your arm and throw it as far as you can. If that makes it more assured, Tyler took a deep breath as he kept his eyes on his mother's body. His right hand suddenly clenched his fist, and after a while glow appeared on his palm. He took out his ring and put it on his left-hand finger. Then, he lifted his left hand, and the sword went down, splash. Thud, he threw the sword to the ground when he sliced his arm. He quickly held his arm and threw it far away. Seeing that arm flying away, Saren chased after it with a big smile on his face. Tyler quickly rushed toward his mother and held her. He didn't hesitate to run away from this place. On the other side, Saren reached in front of Tyler's arm. The next moment, he took out a small yellow paper and put the spiritual energy into the talisman, and threw it above the arm. Ha ha ha. This is it. This is the destruction of that damn shop and that damn bastard. Saren's expression turned extremely cruel as he started laughing. Helen family. Do you really think I don't know what you are planning? You will lose in the tournament. You will lose in the next battle. Our Sullen family will devour your Helen family. Chapter 39. Tyler's crazy goal, run. Run, we must run. Tyler held his mom by one arm and desperately ran as fast as he could, crossing several meters in a single leap. Meow was also running faster and catching up with him. Tyler, you need to stop, or else you will die because of bleeding, Meow shouted. Tyler didn't listen to him. In his mind, he only wanted to run as fast as he could. This troubled Meow as he didn't know whether to save Tyler or not. After all, there is a high chance he would be free if Tyler dies, but he was more worried about the unknown. For a god like him, the unknown would be the only thing that troubles him. Being controlled by Tyler didn't trouble him because he knew he could escape at any moment for as long as he wanted. Meow quickly raised his paw and jumped on his shoulder. Yellow energy emerged from his paw, and he put it on Tyler's wound. He didn't like saving people because he was the god of destruction. But now, he didn't want to face the unknown. A long time ago, he once tried to challenge the unknown and got caught inside Hell's prison. That's why he feared the unknown very much. Tyler was startled by Meow's effort. Only then did he suddenly realize that he was still bleeding. He was in a great hurry that he almost forgot that he was bleeding. Thank you, Tyler said as the purple lightning energy emerged on his foot, forming a pair of lightning boots. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, he started running like a lightning bolt. He managed to reach his home in just a few minutes. He put his mother on the bed and sat down in a chair. Ha! H-A-A-A. H-A-A-A. Tyler was breathing hard. That cost him too much stamina, and due to his blood loss, his condition was even worse. So, what do you plan to do now? You lost your arm. Meow stared at him and asked. Tyler bit his lips and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He lost his arm, and he did this to himself. If he hadn't cut off his own arm, he wouldn't have lost it, but then he would have lost his mother. His only motivation to grow stronger was his mother. When his eyes were closed, the images of the past emerged in his mind. Tyler, you are a man. Promise me. If I ever lose my life, you will take care of your mother. It was his father's words. He still hadn't forgotten those words, and they kept him motivated. He was willing to do anything just to get stronger so that he could protect his mother, but today, he almost lost his mother. He almost lost her because he made the enemy of the Sullen family. It was his fault. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a cruel gaze emerged in those eyes. Meow, is there any way to hide my connection with my mother from the rest of the world? Meow was surprised by his words. He raised his paw and suddenly slapped his head. Is that really something you should be thinking about right now? You lost your freaking arm. You know that you have a task that you must complete in 3 months. Right, I know, but this has already happened. I am ready to face any kind of consequences on this path. It was my mistake, and I will take it upon myself. But my mother mustn't get hurt. I must do everything to protect her. Tyler clenched his left fist and spoke. It's impossible. Unless you use some kind of power to erase their memories, there will always be people who will remember her, and your enemy especially knows this. So, there is nothing you can do. Meow sighed and answered. Suddenly, at this moment, Tyler's eyes turned red. Then, I will slaughter this city, kill every single person living in this city so that nobody can speak a word about my mother to my future. Yes, this is the only way to keep my mother safe. I must slaughter this city. Slap. Suddenly, a palm landed on his face. Although his eyes were open, he couldn't see anyone until he finally returned to his senses. He saw his mother standing in front of him with tears falling down her cheeks. After slapping him, she pulled him into her embrace and cried, What happened to you, Tyler? What went wrong? Sniff. Sniff. Why? Why did you become like this? WWW. What do you mean, Mom? Tyler was confused by her questions as he stuttered, Please, Tyler, please don't say such stuff. You are a good person. Please, don't take innocent life. Rose continued to cry as she begged him. But Mom, they know about you. They would kill you. Tyler replied, Then, let me die. I won't be your burden. Let me meet your father. That's what I want, son. You are a cultivator now. My life will only hinder yours. Rose held him tightly as she continued to shed tears. Suddenly, Tyler pushed her. He put his hands on her shoulder and shouted. Then, what about what I want, Mom? Does my goal mean nothing? Does my life mean nothing to you? I don't want this, Mom. I always prayed to the gods to help me awaken my talents so that I could become a cultivator. I wanted to become a cultivator because I had a goal, Mom. I wanted to bring my father back to life. Cultivation can reverse life and death. I want to bring my father back to life. And I want to make both of you immortal, Mom. That's my goal, Mom. Everything I am doing and everything I will do in the future is just to make you two together. So, what about my goal, Mom? What about me? The thud, Tyler fell to his knees while holding his mom as he cried, I just want to keep my family together, Mom. I just want to be with my father and you. Chapter 40, Scarlet Will Eyes. At this moment, Meow, who was watching over it from the side, was shocked the most. He never thought Tyler would have such a crazy dream. Resurrection, it wasn't possible even for him, so he knew it would be a foolish goal, but at the same time, the ceiling of this goal is so high that Tyler would do anything to reach there. Tyler didn't seem like a bad person from the outside, but the insane goal that drives him to do something crazy would definitely make him a bad person. Meow didn't consider himself a good person. Being a god of destruction, he has destroyed countless worlds, killing billions of people, but he only did that because they were either meant to be destroyed or they were his enemies. On the other hand, Tyler was doing something extreme. The entire town wasn't his enemy, so killing all of them would mean Tyler would walk on the path of evil. If you truly want to erase her presence from Mother's memories, there is a way to do so without killing anyone, although it would be hard. Meow decided to open his mouth even though Rose was still there. Rose, who was crying while hugging her son, looked at Meow. She didn't try to think why he was talking, but rather she was curious about this method. Tyler also raised his head. That being said, your dream is completely foolish. It is impossible to achieve. Of course, I won't stop you from having such a dream, I was just reminding you. Anyway, do you want to hear about this method? Tyler didn't care about the first piece of information. He asked, What's the method? Rose didn't say anything. She never thought her son had such a goal in his life. It was absurd. Just because one can cultivate doesn't mean one can control life and death. It was truly impossible, just like the cat said. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait, why is this cat speaking? Rose interrupted Meow before he could speak. Seeing her confused, Meow proudly patted his chest and introduced himself. My name is Cat God, God of Destruction, ancestor of Nico clan, God of Cuteness, God of Cuddly Body, God of Beautiful Paws. Since I am God, I can speak with ease. As for my strength, I am very strong. And, you can call me Meow. Hearing his words, Rose was dumbfounded. She pointed her finger at Tyler and muttered, My son wants to bring a dead person back to life, and the cat living in my house is calling himself God. What is wrong with this world? Am I in some kind of illusion? Yes, that must be it. Suddenly, Rose got excited and held Tyler's face. That explains why you previously said such cruel words. My son would never think of doing something like that. This must be an illusion. No wonder you don't have one arm. It must be an illusion, right? Hearing her words, Tyler clenched his fist inside. It is not an illusion, Mom. When she heard that, her smile froze and tears fell down her cheeks. So, everything is true. You not only said those words but also lost an arm. It must be because of me, right? Yes. That's why you want to kill them, right? Tyler, please don't do this for me. Please, don't make me feel any more guilty. Hearing her words, Tyler bit his lips. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Rose clutched his clothes and said, "Promise me, Tyler. Promise me that you won't make me feel guilty." "Please." Tyler didn't speak a word. But he nodded. Seeing this, Meow was shocked. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Rose. He understood something and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Should we talk about the method that I previously mentioned?" Hearing his words, mother and son turned their eyes to him. Rose's eyes widened as she asked, "Yes, you said you are a god. You must have a way, right?" Meow rolled his eyes and said, "Although I said I am a god, if I truly had the power of a god right now, would I be your son's pet?" Rose's excitement died as she bit her lips. "While I don't have power, I do have knowledge. I know a method that can help you solve this situation, but it is extremely hard and it also requires you to help me grow a bit stronger." "What do you mean?" Tyler asked. His first thought was that Meow was trying to regain his strength. But why a bit stronger? Why not a lot stronger? Even if I do regain some of my strength, I won't be able to erase their memories without using some special techniques. But there is something that I am proficient at, and it is treasure hunting. I once made a bet into the unknown because I smelled a treasure inside Hell's prison. That's where I was imprisoned before you summoned me here. My treasure hunting ability allows me to sense different kinds of energy around us, and there is a special kind of energy known as blood demon energy. There is a special race between demons known as blood demons. They possess a special kind of eyes known as scarlet will eyes. This eye is excellent at illusion. Once it is used to trap someone into an illusion, it would be almost impossible to come out, especially if you are weaker than the caster. Using these eyes, you can cast an illusion technique in this entire city and make them forget about your mother's identity. You don't have to kill them. Of course, if you want to get these eyes, you need to physically transplant them into your eyes. The process is critical as it could take away your eyes if it remains unsuccessful. Currently, I can't sense the location of blood demons. But once my power increases, I will be able to do it. At this moment, Tyler spoke. "No, we don't need to do that. I have another way to obtain those eyes." Chapter 41, New Goal. "You do?" Meow looked at him with surprise in his eyes. "Yeah. I have a way to get those eyes. But, don't worry, I will give you some energy crystals. I don't have many, so I can't give you a lot. But it should be enough for a while," Tyler said as he took out nearly 20 energy crystals and passed them to him. "This is a surprise." Meow looked at the crystals and then looked at him. "You are not stingy, Puff." For some reason, Rose couldn't hold back her laughter. She chuckled and patted Meow's head. "Why didn't you tell me that you could talk? It was his fault." Meow pointed his claw at Tyler. "It's okay then." Rose sighed. She knew her son wouldn't tell her something that would make her worried and doubtful. On the other hand, Meow was dumbfounded. He sighed and took those crystals. He looked at Tyler and, looking at his right empty shoulder, he said, "There is a way to recover your arm." When he said that, Rose and Tyler intensely stared at him. Meow licked his foot and said, "As I said before, I have a treasure hunting ability. I can sense treasures around us. But for this, I don't even need to sense the treasure. You have a strong branch. I don't know what exactly it is, but it has extremely powerful vitality. With that, you could possibly make yourself an arm, but that branch would be extremely hard, so you need to find something first. A fire, specifically sacred flame. There are 3 levels of scared flames: continent burning flames, planet burning flames, star burning flames. As their name suggests, as long as you put enough spiritual energy into them, they can do whatever their name is. But for this, you could use any one of these levels. I know the location of a continent burning flames. I know the location of star burning flames as well, but you obviously can't go there and pick it up. While continent burning flames should be the place where you can enter. Before I tell you the exact location, I want to ask you something. How much do you know about dimensional rifts? Tyler thought for a moment and answered. Dimensional rifts are basically the space between 2 different dimensions. One dimension is ours, and the other belongs to the creature living inside that dimension rifts. It was said that those creatures were abandoned there, and they want to enter this world to conquer it. So, humans, demons, or monsters often enter the dimensional rift to fight outlanders. Those creatures must be dealt with by every race present in our dimension. Hearing his words, Meow nodded. Exactly, but the scope is too big. You have no idea about the scope of dimensional rifts. Even as a god, I was forced to fight inside the dimensional rifts. So, you can say that you will be entering dimensional rifts no matter how much stronger you get. Currently, your planet is very low on PPR, planetary power ranking. It is a special kind of ranking that measures the overall strength of a planet and ranks them. There are 9 ranks, starting from 9 to 1. 9 is the lowest, and 1 is obviously the highest. Since your planet has just started, your checkpoint should be Elithrin. Elithrin has been the first checkpoint for almost every planet. At this checkpoint, you won't find anyone stronger than Golden Core Realm. I don't remember the complete map of this world, but I do remember a special place called Ember Halt. Inside this place, you will find a trial. The trial was divided into 5 levels. Once you reach the 4th level, you will be able to choose one reward from multiple options. And among them, there are 5 continent burning flames. You can choose any one of them, or especially the one which remained, and, in this trial, it would be more about your strength than realms. It means your opponent would only get stronger without increasing realms, and if you die there, you die for real. So, unless you finish each level in less than 5 minutes, don't challenge the next level. You have to carefully remember this, okay? Unless you finish the previous level within 5 minutes, don't try to challenge the next one. You told me that you wanted to join the Blacksmith clan, right? But I suggest you join Holy Sanctum, because it is the only place where you can leave whenever you want, as long as you pay some remuneration. You should already have the invitation. Just go and join it. After that, enter the rift, search for Ember Hall, and get that flame. Your strength has improved massively, though it might have decreased a bit due to that arm. You should still be able to complete the 4th trial. Hearing his words, Tyler nodded his head and looked outside. It was still afternoon. He then looked at Meow and said, "Stick with her, alright? If something happens to her this time, I will blame you. Don't worry, Tyler. I will take care of myself." Rose intercepted Meow before he could say anything. Tyler sighed and nodded. He walked up to a wardrobe and picked up a robe. He put it on and covered his entire body. After that, he gave them one more glance before leaving the house. After he left, Meow looked at Rose and said, "You know, you are his weakness, right?" Rose clenched her fist with frustration. No, I didn't mean it that way." Seeing her frustration, Meow understood that she had misunderstood his words and tried to explain. "What I mean is that you are the only one who could make him feel weak. When he said he would slaughter this city, I knew he wasn't kidding. I feel that anger and bloodthirst in him. But you were able to change his mindset instantly. Now that I know what his goal is, you must live. No matter what, you can't die. Because if you die, he will slaughter the entire world." Chapter 42, Alice's Anger. Tyler knew he had left in a rush. That's because he had to do this. The sooner he gets his arm fixed, the faster he can start working on that project. He won't let Dan suffer because of him. He was the one who suggested Dan accept it after all. When he reached the gate, he saw a girl standing at the gate. When he saw her, his eyes trembled a little. The girl was none other than Alice. She just stood there with desolate eyes, staring at him. When Tyler reached in front of her, he spoke. "What's wrong?" Although it was good that he initiated the conversation, Alice could feel coldness in his tone. She immediately understood his meaning. After all, it wasn't her fault that his mother was captured, but it was somehow their fault as well. After all, the contract was about containing the Solon family so that they wouldn't make a move, so, to some extent, letting them make a move on his family was partially their fault. "Is she alright?" Alice asked in a low tone. "Yes. If you don't have anything important, I should leave. I am in a hurry." Tyler walked forward as he spoke, but just when he passed next to her, Alice caught his left hand. Tyler stopped and turned around. "Sorry, I'm really sorry. I should have asked someone to guard your family. I didn't think they would make a move directly to your family." Alice apologized. She even bowed to him. "No, it's okay. In the contract, you were supposed to protect Dan's shop from Solon. So, it doesn't matter." Tyler shook his head and pulled his arm, turning around. "Tyler, I am really sorry. I know you wanted us to contain the Solon family so that they won't lead any attack, but we couldn't keep every member in check," Alice shouted as she tried to hold his hand. When she moved toward his right side, her hand touched nothing but clothes and slid down. She froze for a moment and tried to touch it again. Tyler pulled his hand, but she insisted. She threw his robe up and saw an emptiness in his right hand. "Oh my God." Alice covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes widened. Tyler quickly pulled down the robe since many people were walking around. He turned around, but Alice instantly came in front of her. "Why? Why did they take your hand?" Alice stuttered as she asked. "Isn't that obvious? They knew that I would be representing you in the upcoming tournament and wanted to cripple me, and, this way, they can also prevent Dan's shop from completing the task. Two birds with a single stone. Tyler clenched his left hand and spoke. There was a trace of anger in his eyes, but he was still keeping his expression calm. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. Alice almost cried as she clenched her fists and lowered her head. You did nothing wrong. This happened because of my decision. I'm in a hurry. So, I should leave. Tyler slowly calmed his emotions and patted her shoulder as he ran away. Alice didn't stop him. At this moment, she couldn't stop him at all. After all, she was blaming herself. If she had only asked a single guard to stay at his home, he would have been safe. She took a deep breath as her eyes turned scary red. She walked away. She walked until she reached a small building. It was on the 11th Street, a bit outside the city. There were only a few houses here. And this house belonged to her. Harry was silently following her in the shadows. As she walked inside the gate, she saw several children at the age of 12 playing around. Sister Alice, it's Sister Alice, Sister Alice. Those children saw her and ran toward her with excited expressions. All of them seemed extremely excited as they gathered around her. Soon, more and more children came out of the house. There were around 10 children. How is everyone? Are you having fun? Alice squeezed out a smile and asked, We are playing, but it is not fun. Sister, you said you will give us a task soon. A young boy raised his hand and pouted. He had a small and thin boy wearing a white shirt. Yeah, sister, playing is not fun. Another boy pouted. They were a bit similar. Not just them, everyone seemed a bit similar. The only difference was their clothes. Hair, eye colors, and gender: black, green, blue, red, orange, yellow, white, purple, silver, and golden. Silver, golden. You two aren't having fun because you always mess up the game. Sister Alice, it's their fault that they don't know how to play. A little girl with blue eyes spoke. Unlike boys, girls were wearing vintage dresses. We are not bad. We just don't want to use our abilities. Golden shouted with his face turned red. Nope, you guys are too scared of using your powers. Another girl with green eyes spoke. All right, everyone, there is no need to quarrel. Alice patted their heads and chuckled. Let's go inside. Alice said as everyone followed her. There was not a single adult to take care of them. And it wasn't needed. 2 years ago, she saved them from an experiment. She almost lost her own life because she was also captured during that experiment. She was taken to the experimentation lab of the Ditto family, where they empower children with different experiments, giving them higher evolved minds and different unique abilities. She also gained the ability, and because of that, she didn't awaken her ability at first. She was 14 when she got the ability. She spent 1 year in that facility and then spent 2 more years properly controlling her ability, and her ability was none other than poison. She was able to escape with these children because she poisoned the entire facility. She erased her information from their data book alongside these children and ran away. That's why, even though she was taken to Ditto family, she was able to live with her parents. Sister, is there anything fun we can do? Golden asked. Yes, sister. Please. Silver showed her his teary face and asked, Of course, there is. Alice smiled as she replied. Then, her eyes turned serious. I have an important task for all of you. Saying so, she took out 10 pictures from her spatial ring and passed them. I want you to kill 10 of these. Each one of you gets one. Originally, I was planning on revealing you when we finally go against Ditto family, but now this is something important and only you can do it. Chapter 43, Contract. Hearing her command, a big smile appeared on their faces as they shouted, Yes, sister. They immediately took the pictures in their hands. This is mine. No, this is mine. Nope, this belongs to me. Well, then this belongs to me. Sigh. All right, I will take this one. These 10 started arguing with each other as they held the pictures. Suddenly, Harry appeared beside her and asked, Miss, isn't it risky to let her do this? No. They are basically the best option for us right now. I want Sullivan family to feel the pain that he felt. I can't ask any one of our family members to make a move because that would instantly spark a war, but these children can do it with ease. Alice shook her head and responded, I can't wait to use my power. Red excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, Red, what did I say about using your power? Suddenly, Alice narrowed her eyes and spoke. Red slowly turned silent as his excitement died down. Don't overuse your powers. All of you should learn from Golden and Silver. The more you use your power, the more it will consume you. All of you have incredible abilities, and you need to understand that these abilities might even cost your life if you overuse them. Did you forget what happened to your sister 2 years ago? Alice spoke. Hearing her words, Red turned silent. At this moment, Alice moved to her knees and held his shoulders. I know you want to use your power. I know you want the world to know more about you, but right now, you can't use your powers. Wait till you awaken your talent, and then you can freely use your powers. Now, will you do what your sister told you? Red slowly squeezed out a smile and nodded. Seeing his reply, Alice smiled and stood up. After that, she took out a bunch of gifts and gave them. After a while, they left the house. Tyler was running toward the town where the Holy Sanctum branch was located. He reached there in less than 2 hours at his current speed. He was quickly allowed to enter when he emerged in front of the guard. After all, he wasn't completely covering his face, and they could easily recognize him. He headed straight to the Holy Sanctum branch office. He headed inside and saw the same lady sitting behind the desk. Upon reaching in front of her, Tyler asked, "Can I meet Mr. Saline?" "My name is Tyler Carlos." Hearing his name, the lady felt like she had heard about him somewhere. Suddenly, she remembered his face and asked, "Are you the one who awakened 7th grade talent not too long ago?" "Yes, miss." Tyler nodded and raised his left hand. Small bolts of purple lightning emerged from his palm. I will inform Mr. Saline. Can you please wait?" The lady gulped down her saliva and nodded. Tyler nodded and walked toward the chairs. He sat down, and the lady immediately called Saline using a paper talisman. It was an artifact created by the Talisman and Array clan. Talisman could be used for a variety of purposes, and communication was just one of them. After a while, Saline walked toward him. The lady was shocked when she heard that Saline would come down to meet him, but then she thought about his talent and basically understood things. "Mr. Tyler, although it has been over a week, it feels like we just met yesterday." Saline walked toward him and put his hand around Tyler, but he soon felt something was wrong with Tyler. He felt an emptiness on his right side when he tried to hug him. "Mr. Tyler, why don't we enter my office and talk?" Saline suggested and immediately walked toward his office. Tyler had no choice but to follow him. After they reached his office, Saline spoke. "It seems like you suffered some heavy loss. It was my stupidity." Tyler replied, "Although it seems only an arm is missing right now, your strength should have decreased. If you had joined us earlier, we would have provided you with the protection." Saline said, "No, I am not here to reap any benefits from Holy Sanctum. I need to enter the dimensional rift. Can you help me with this?" Tyler said. Hearing his words, Saline narrowed his eyes and spoke, "Although it isn't impossible, you know that you aren't at your full strength." Suddenly, purple lightning armor appeared on Tyler's chest, and purple lightning boots appeared on his legs. A sword also appeared in his left hand as he raised his sword and said, "Wanna test me?" Saline, hearing that, couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not going to test you, Mr. Tyler. You don't need a test. I was just asking if you were sure to put your life on the line when your strength has decreased. But if you don't have any concern with that, then I don't see any problem. Now then, let's start with your registration. I had prepared one for you just in case." Saying so, he took out a long paper and put it in front of him. "You can read it and sign at the end. Contract Holy Sanctum. Mr. Tyler, you have been invited to join the Holy Sanctum Guild to keep the peace in this world. We, Holy Sanctum, have been managing the Sunfry region for over 50 years. We have been able to recruit thousands of youths who come from all kinds of backgrounds. Our sole purpose is to keep the world safe and provide the resources to the youth for development. Conditions to join: you must be recorded as an awakener, you must have 3 stars talent, you must be a human. Rules of Holy Sanctum: infighting inside the sanctum is forbidden. Guild members aren't allowed to take anything from the mines they discover. Guild members must obey their superiors. Anyone going inside the dimensional rift must register. Guild members can only leave after paying half of the remuneration they earn from the guild. Rewards: Golden rank 100,000 energy crystals per month, Silver rank 50,000 energy crystals per month, Bronze rank 10,000 energy crystals per month, Elite member 5,000 energy crystals per month, Member 1,000 energy crystals per month. Signature, Chapter 44, Dimensional Rift. "So, what do you think?" Saline asked. Tyler didn't say anything. He picked up the pen with his left hand and signed it. As soon as he finished signing, a black light emerged from the paper and got stuck on his hand. He looked at his left hand and saw a box. There were some words written on that box, but he couldn't understand them. "Try releasing the spiritual energy into it." Tyler followed his words and released his spiritual energy. Suddenly, A white box with black words appeared above his hand. Name Tyler Carlos, age 18, Cultivation Energy Refinement Realm 4th Stage, Contribution None, that is your record status. Once you kill the Outlander, you will see an increase in contribution. Once the point reaches 1000, which means killing 1000 Outlanders, you will be an official member of the guild. That means you will receive 1000 EC each month and for a whole year. You don't need to kill any more Outlanders unless you have to enter the emergency rifts. You will keep receiving 1000 EC each month for a whole year, and then your rank will reset once again unless you manage to reach a higher rank in that same year. That would start a new countdown after the moment you reach a higher rank. Of course, it will drop once 12 months are over until you reach golden rank, from which you don't need to worry about killing the number of Outlanders. Until then, do your best to kill as many Outlanders as you can. As for the dimensional rift, do you want to enter right now? Hearing his words, Tyler put down his hand and nodded. He needed that flame as soon as possible. As long as he gets that flame, he could regain his hand and then help Dan. At least, that's what Tyler believed. He followed Celine outside his office. He was taken to a completely different room filled with different people. These people were from different families. Everyone seemed different, but Tyler didn't focus more on them. Rather, his eyes were on the giant circular red and blue portal. People were constantly entering the portal. Celine took him in front of the portal and walked up to an old man who was holding a pen above a register. Name? The old man looked at Tyler and asked, Tyler Carlos, are you a member or not? No, your Cultivation, Energy Refinement Realm 4th Stage. After hearing his realm, the old man took out a box with a bunch of different bands. He took out a black band and gave it to him. Put it on your wrist. Infuse your spiritual energy into it, and a virtual map will appear in front of you. The map records most of the important places of Elithrin. The first checkpoint where you will land. Tyler took the band and looked at Celine. Celine chuckled and took the band. Tyler stretched out his left hand as Celine helped him wear the band. Seeing this, the old man looked at Celine and asked, is he serious about entering the rift? Well, dead serious. Celine chuckled as he replied. The old man looked at Tyler and said, you can enter. Tyler nodded and walked toward the portal. He had to stand in a line, though. This line wasn't long. His turn came after 3 minutes. He took a step forward and put it inside the portal. His heartbeat was racing, but he didn't have time to stay. He continued to walk forward as his body suddenly disappeared. Are you serious about letting that boy in? We would be collecting a dead body soon. The old man looked at Celine and spoke, not necessarily. The fact that he only lost his arm with his arrogance means he has strength. Celine shook his head and spoke, well, it is not bad to be optimistic. The old man didn't believe him. Even fully functional people couldn't properly survive inside the rifts, much less a boy with one arm. Inside the rift, Tyler appeared on barren land. There was nothing but the solid ground and lots of creatures, and these creatures seemed to be in the battle, a constant battle with the humans. Tyler glanced at the battle and saw a bunch of creatures trying to fight a single human. These creatures had an overwhelming number of advantages. Seeing this, Tyler thought, my goal is to enter Ember Hall as soon as possible, but I also need a lot of energy crystals. Meow is slowly becoming more useful. I could use these crystals to get more information out of him and also forge a proper bond. Not to mention, these crystals can be a great help to me as well. So, let's become a member of Holy Sanctum. Tyler took out the sword and held it with his left hand. He rushed toward the human who was surrounded by a lot of creatures. These creatures were a bit different and similar to humans. They had 4 legs, a body that looked like a hippo's, and extremely ferocious claws. They also seemed to be attacking mindlessly, and even if they were cut apart, they didn't seem to stop fighting. Against those creatures, the human was a man wearing gray clothes without any armor or a powerful weapon. But, before entering into the battle, Tyler asked from a little bit far, do you need help? He hates when someone tries to spoil others' kindness, so he knew he should ask for help. At least, this man was fighting against those creatures. So, he didn't hurriedly jump into the battle. Hearing his words, the man rolled his eyes and shouted, help, as soon as he got the signal. The purple lightning bolt emerged around his body. The lightning boots appeared on his foot. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed toward those creatures. His sword conjured a massive amount of iron sword essence and strengthened itself. As he moved forward, his sword slashed horizontally. Swift snake strike, splash. Chapter 45, Gamma creatures. As soon as he slashed one of them, he swiftly moved to the next one. But, suddenly, the man in gray clothes shouted, watch out. Tyler instantly reacted by moving to the side. He quickly condensed the lightning armor around his body as he looked at the creature that he had just slashed. Its body was torn apart, but this creature was still alive and moving. You need to cut them into pieces, or you need to cut their heads. That's the only way to kill them. The man in gray clothes swung his blade as he chopped the head of that creature and shouted, "They are called Gamma. They are the weakest creatures in the dimensional rifts, but they can be quite a trouble because of their ferocious nature in battle." After chopping the head of one of the Gammas, he explained, Tyler nodded his head and instantly dashed to the side, where he stood in front of nearly 5 Gammas. "I haven't tried it before with my left hand, but I need to do it right now. There are no excuses. I have to do it," Tyler said to himself before infusing his sword with iron sword essence and spinning it. His sword spun like a crazy tornado, conjuring the gust of wind that circled as he wanted. Violent wind strike, bang, nearly tens of Gamma creatures got sucked into his wind disk. When the wind disk disappeared, those creatures were smashed into the ground with an intense force enough to injure them severely. Unfortunately, it didn't kill them, because he was using his left hand. He couldn't control his sword properly and didn't manage to slice their skin when they were sucked inside the wind disk, but even so, with his overwhelming increase in strength, it managed to prove to be quite a powerful force. When those 10 Gamma creatures were destroyed, the man looked at him with a stunned gaze. But he didn't waste any more time before releasing a powerful flame slash. Boom, nearly every remaining Gamma creature was burned by that slash. Of course, it didn't end the fight since these creatures could continue to fight for a long time even if they were injured. Tyler quickly released the bolt of lightning on his feet and, using the lightning boots, he moved around while slashing those creatures. All of his strikes were directly aimed at their necks. The man who saw him moving like that couldn't help but feel shocked. Is he left-handed? Why can he move his hands so swiftly? It's like he is cutting tofu. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Oh, no. He will get more points than I if I don't do anything. Thinking so, he immediately swung his blade at the Gamma creatures who were burned before and hacked their body in half. He also tried to aim for their neck, but his aim wasn't that great. The only reason why Tyler was so good with his left hand was because of his swordsman training inside the simulation. While he wasn't using his left arm, he was still using the sword in perfection. That perfection was inherited from him, and now even if he couldn't perform the perfection, he could still outdo many people. After a while, they finished killing all the Gamma creatures near them and finally looked at each other. The man in gray clothes slowly stretched out his right hand and introduced himself. "My name is Joseph. I just arrived in Dimensional Rift 2 days ago. Thanks for the help." Tyler glanced at his right hand and then raised his head. "My name is Tyler. I just arrived here right now, so, are you going to the city or continue here?" Joseph asked. He was planning on asking him to team up since both of them have shown similar levels of strength. "I need to enter Ember Hall." Tyler said, "Ah. I almost forgot that you are a newbie. Don't bother wasting your time going there right now. If you want to reach Ember Hall, you need to pass through the hordes of hundreds of Gamma creatures, but maybe if we team up, then we could make it easier." Joseph pointed his thumb at himself and spoke with a cheesy smile on his face. But Tyler had doubts in his eyes. The reason he revealed his destination to an unknown person was that he wanted to get more information out of him. Although he did the information, his problems didn't vanish. Rather, the next one showed up. He didn't want to rely on anyone to get what he needed, but without doing so, it also seemed impossible. Because right now, he didn't have time. "Alright, but how long are we going to stay here? If possible, I would like to leave right now." Tyler nodded his head and replied, "Have you brought enough energy crystals? We might need to buy some things like Cell's recovery pill, energy-enhancing talisman, and especially a blade for myself." Saying so, Joseph showed him the blade, which was full of cracks, and said, "When you buy a rank 1 weapon, it gets damaged quickly even if you are in the correct realm to use it." Hearing his words, Tyler glanced at his sword, which was also a rank 1 sword, but it was more powerful since it was crafted with a mixture of cold iron and dextrite metal ores. Normally, dextrite metal was heavily used in every weapon, but when it is combined with cold iron, it surpasses the normal level of hardness and reaches the hardness level that can only be destroyed by an outside force. The reason why Tyler chose this or instead of going for the higher rank weapon was that he needed a weapon with a stronger core to hold the sword essence. And since the higher rank weapon already costs a lot, he didn't want to use cold iron on that level of the weapon until he reaches that level himself. "Mine is fine. Let's go buy those things and leave for the Ember Hall." Chapter 46, Simulation and Dimensional Rift. "Oh, man. I have been thinking of entering the Ember Hall, but nobody here wants to team up until you know each other very well. I was surprised that you agreed to team up with me." Joseph put his hand behind his head and spoke. "What do you mean? I thought people team up quite often here since it seems hard to defeat those creatures." Tyler looked at him with a surprised gaze and asked, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think people would want to give up their prey to others? I was surprised that you agreed so easily. But then again, if your goal is only Ember Hall, I can understand why you would agree so easily." Joseph rolled his eyes as he explained with a boring expression on his face. "Then, what about you? Why would you agree so easily?" Tyler looked at him and asked, "Me? Well, I just wanted to get more prey. And, alone, it would be impossible." These people do not understand. Joseph's eyes turned cold suddenly as he continued, "Those who hunt in groups always get to have a bigger feast, so, you plan to take down at least 50 gamma creatures from those hundreds. And, if you do that, then you might not need to hunt for 5 or 6 days. Tyler glanced at his eyes and responded, "Ha! I am not planning on resting after this. I have something more to do. Besides, who knows, I might get 80 while you only get 20. After all, you don't have any motivation to hunt those creatures." Joseph's cold eyes swept toward him as he spoke. "So, you knew I wasn't interested in the gamma creatures? Since when?" Tyler was surprised by his observation, so he asked, "When you let me take your kill?" Normally, this only happens in 2 situations. First, it must be because you weren't interested, or it could be because you made a mistake. If it was the latter, you would have complained till now, but since you didn't, I can only assume it's the former case. Joseph pointed his finger up as he explained, "You aren't completely right. I do want to make more kills. I only left them because it was my mistake, but I didn't complain because it was my mistake. So, don't worry. I am not going to repeat that mistake again." Tyler showed his clear intention through his tone as he kept on walking. "Well, alright," but it seemed like Joseph was completely unaffected by his tone. He shrugged his shoulders and kept walking next to him. While they moved toward the city, they encountered a few gamma creatures, but they managed to finish those creatures quickly. After a while, they finally reached the front of the giant city gate. Before it, there was a gigantic bridge that held the disconnected land between the city and the Elythrin. Under it, there was a giant river. Seeing this, Tyler turned his eyes to Joseph and asked, "Do those creatures often come to the city? You don't know a single thing about the dimensional rift, do you? Look at the sky." Hearing his words, Tyler slowly raised his head, but when he raised his head, his eyes widened. The red sky was emitting light, but there was no sign of the sun. He tried to find the clouds, but he couldn't. There were no clouds, just the red sky like blood. Does this place have no sun? Tyler lowered his head and asked, "Of course, it has. But this sun is a bit different than our sun. You can even call it the moon to a certain extent, but it doesn't cast light, it casts darkness. The dark sun that rises in the bloody sky, every night, the dark sun provides an enormous amount of energy to these creatures. They are called gamma for a reason. Whenever the rays of the black sun hit them, their cells burst out an enormous amount of energy, putting them into a berserk mode and giving them an enormous boost in strength. Want to fight those creatures at night? That's just suicide. It's like fighting against the raging monster. And that's not the worst part. During the night, they also lay eggs underground. Since they don't have gender, every creature lays eggs with their DNA and the energy from the sun. And more importantly, instead of laying one, they lay 10 eggs. You cut down 10 today, they will have hundreds more tomorrow. It's just that vicious cycle that never ends. This is what it means to be part of a dimensional rift. Now, you should have already understood why we dug that massive river around the city." Hearing his words, Tyler took a deep breath. Nearly a month ago, he wasn't even considered a cultivator. He had no talent or anything whatsoever. But after he encountered this dual cultivation simulator out of nowhere, his cultivation journey began. The goal that was hidden deep in his heart finally started beating again. He thought he would never get a chance to fulfill his goal. After all, without being a cultivator, a talk about eternal life and bringing the dead back to life is just nonsense. Even with cultivation, Tyler knew it would be hard. But he had never considered it impossible. Because when you reach the peak of the cultivation, you could even transcend thousands of years in lifespan, so having eternal life wouldn't be impossible. As for bringing the dead back to life, he has no idea how he is going to accomplish it. He just knows that he must accomplish it. He must bring his father back to life. Because of this insane goal and his fast cultivation, he almost forgot to understand more about this world. After all, it wasn't just the simulator that was different from the real world, the dimensional rift was different as well. In fact, it was so much different from the real world that the simulation worlds felt like the real world than this, a world with a dark sun and bloody sky. At this moment, Tyler couldn't help but ask himself, if the simulation world is heaven, then is this hell? Chapter 47, Looming Threat. In the real world, I already told you. His arm is gone. Without that arm, he can't forge the weapons, and if he can't do that, he will be forced to enter that prison and riot for the rest of his life. Why would you need to get involved with this anyway? Siren stood in front of a man in black cloth who hid his face with a black cat mask and asked, he killed the members of our family. Nobody kills our member and gets away with their life. He must die. The man in the black cloth spoke, he will die. It's just that his death will be much more painful and interesting. Don't you want to go and visit him in the prison where he will be rioting for the rest of his life? Do you think I didn't kill him because I couldn't? The moment that Brat challenged the prestige of our family, I wanted to kill him, but when he finally joined hands with Helen's family, I decided to make his death more painful. He is going to die a really painful death, and I am going to enjoy every last bit of it. Siren let out a cruel laugh and spoke, that's none of my concern. Since he dared to kill our members, I must kill him. Besides, even if you are right, I have no reason to let his mother live. She must die as well. The man in the black cloth spoke with a grudging tone. Well, that's your business. Anyway, I already told you what you wanted to know, now I want to know what you might know. Siren's expression turned cold, and his eyes released a crazy bloodthirst as he asked, how did 10 young geniuses of our family die in such an unconventional way? Who did it? 10 people. From the information we managed to gather, 10 people were using 10 different abilities. The first was frozen to the point ice dust could be found inside his blood, the second one only had his ashes remaining, meaning he was burned alive, the third one seemed to be like a dried piece of wood, which means his entire body's nutrient was sucked by someone, the fourth one seemed to be killed mysteriously. There is no sign of external injuries, but his brain can no longer function, and his soul has been extinguished. The fifth one had his body corrode like poison, but he wasn't poisoned, rather, something darker happened to him. The sixth one had a sword piercing through his forehead. The seventh one had killed himself. The eighth one seemed to have lost all of his spiritual energy and was then killed by a knife. The ninth one seemed to have been utterly crushed in the battle until he died, and the final one had his bones cracked and died because his bones pierced his heart. His muscles were utterly crushed as well. That's all we know right now, damn it. Even we know all that. You basically just told us what we know. How can you be so useless? Siren clenched his fist and shouted at him, but suddenly, the man in a black cloth released a crazy killing intent and spoke, you didn't tell me anything new either. So, fuck off. Siren clenched his fist heavily and left. He didn't want to start a battle with a man stronger than him. Although he was very unwilling to do so, he still had to leave. The man in the black clothes clenched his fist and thought, I don't have time to think about this strange situation. I need to finish my job first. Let's find where he is, at Tyler's house. Now, it has been the next day. Will he be all right? Rose looked out of the window with a worried expression and asked. Don't talk about him. He will be fine. He is stronger than you think. That's why he dared to cut off his arm. Anyway, you should make something to eat, shouldn't you? Nya walked around on his 4 legs and spoke, yes. I should cook some food. What do you want to eat, Meow? Rose slowly forced a smile on her face and asked. She was trying not to blame herself for his loss, although it was her fault. She knew if she kept thinking that way, she would hurt herself, and then her son will go into madness. She didn't understand why her son became like this. She knew her son wasn't like this before. He was extremely kind and smiled every time. Although he kept smiling, she could feel his smile slowly fading away. Now, it was just an empty smile with no emotions. Suddenly, the day her husband died emerged in her mind. Her husband was lying on the ground with blood coming out of his chest. He was delivered to his home before his death. At that moment, her son was crying out loud as he should, Tyler, you are a man now. You need to take care of your mother. If you cry like a snotty brat, how would you take care of your mother? Holding his son's hand, her husband smiled for one last time and said, a man must take the responsibility of a family, no matter what kind of situation they are in. Promise me, Tyler. Even if you get hurt, even if you get thrashed, even if you bleed, you will keep your mother safe. I am dying, but I have no hatred or anger toward what I did. Even if I die or bleed, it was for my family. My only regret was that I couldn't accompany your mother until you grow up and get married. At this moment, Tyler, who had barely controlled his tears, once again started crying and shouting, no, Dad. No, please don't go. Please, Dad. You promised me that you won't leave me, you told me that a man mustn't die with regret. Father, please wake up. When those words rang in her head, she found the line of tears falling down her cheeks. Look out, suddenly, Meow shouted as he jumped behind her. At this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared on Meow's neck. Splash, Chapter 48, Alice Returns. Meow raised his claw coated with spiritual energy against the dagger. Although he managed to slow it down, he couldn't block it. The dagger slashed his skin, and the blood spilled on the ground. Meow! Rose saw him bleeding and immediately shouted as she tried to rush toward him, "Stop! Don't come closer. I will keep him busy." Meow didn't ask her to leave since there could be someone else waiting for her outside. He wanted to keep her safe. Meow immediately released an enormous amount of spiritual energy and channeled it around his body. Slowly, his size increased to the size of a leopard, a spiritual beast. Why does that brat have a spiritual beast? Never mind, I need to kill it to kill her. The man in a black cloth clenched his fingers around his dagger and rushed toward Meow. Meow also released his spiritual energy and condensed a sharp claw over his paws. He stood up on his rear legs and slashed at the dagger, but when the dagger collided with him, Meow was pushed back. TCH. And, here I thought you would be stronger. The man in the black cloth sneered and rushed toward him. He was able to push Meow easily. He believed that his strength would allow him to kill Meow with ease. Damn it. Why did that brat make an enemy with a peak of the Foundation establishment realm? I might be able to fight him using my best techniques, but I can't use them when she is here. Meow couldn't help but glance at Rose, but the man with the dagger took advantage of his distraction and struck him with his dagger. Although Meow reacted, his reaction was poor. He only managed to stop the dagger when it had already pierced him. I don't have time to waste with you. I will finish you right now. The man in a black cloth snorted and took a few steps back. His dagger released a cold aura, and the next moment, his dagger turned bigger, to the size of a sword. Frozen dagger art rhythm of night. Whoosh! Crack! 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 The man in black clothes moved like a gust of white wind, and the frozen dagger touched every corner of Meow's body. Nicoplan divine art furry spikes. Crack! 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 Suddenly, his fur turned into sharp needles and pierced through those pieces of ice. Although Meow managed to come out of it, he was shocked when he saw the man in black clothes rushing toward Rose. At this moment, a sword appeared in front of him. This sword emerged out of her forehead. It was nearly the size of a normal sword, but it was purely made out of sword essence. When it emerged from her forehead, the man in the black clothes was shocked. He instantly moved to the side to dodge it, but the sword also changed its direction and moved toward him. The speed caught him off guard, but suddenly he noticed something. The essence of that sword was fading away with each second. He clenched his fist around his dagger and thrust it forward. Crack! Bang! With a single strike from his dagger, the sword broke into pieces. Humph! I can't believe I'm trying to dodge this weak attack. I should be ashamed of myself. I need to kill her soon and then capture this spiritual beast. It would be too wasteful to kill it, the man in the black clothes thought and rushed toward Rose, but at this moment, Meow appeared in front of him with his paw holding a black sphere. This black sphere was covered with purple runes that made it look quite strong. The man in the black clothes didn't dodge this time. He conjured powerful spiritual energy into his dagger and turned his dagger into a scythe. The next moment, his body was coated with a dark purple robe, and his eyes turned purple as well. As he looked at Meow, he rushed toward Meow without any hesitation. Dark Beast Bomb, Night Raider's Scythe Art Mercy of Evil God. With a single slash from the scythe and the bomb was split into two parts. But when the bomb exploded around him, they instantly exploded. The man in the black clothes sensed it, and his eyes widened to the point they could come out from the side. Boom! Nicoplan divine art fortitude of fur. An enormous amount of spiritual energy gathered in his furs and instantly enlarged them to the size of a gigantic bear. His fur, coated with extra spiritual energy, came in contact with the explosion, but even with those furs, Meow couldn't block the explosion. He was still hurt as he burned the majority of his fur. Meow raised his head and stared at the mist of the explosion. You bastard! Suddenly, a roar came from the explosion as a man holding a scythe came out of it. Damn it! I have lost too much of my powers. Why didn't this man die after eating that beast bomb? He should be dead by now. Meow tried to find a way to continue fighting him, but nothing came to his mind. Suddenly, he sensed cold energy next to him. Frozen chains. Crack! Crack! 2 chains made out of ice suddenly broke out of the ground and wrapped around his legs, pulling him to the ground. When Meow turned around, he saw a young girl standing next to him with one of her sides frozen in ice. Spiritual beast, can you take her out? We will take care of him, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Meow turned around and saw a girl of a similar age to Tyler standing there. She was none other than Alice. Meow instantly nodded and rushed toward Rose. Because he increased his size, she was pushed to the ground a bit farther away from him. Meow instantly grabbed her with his remaining spiritual energy and rushed out of the house. At this moment, another voice rang inside the room. Sis, how do you want us to take care of him? It belonged to a young boy with red eyes. His hand was bursting out of flames as he crouched on the table. Well, it wouldn't be bad if I suck all of his spiritual energy before you kill him, a young girl with orange eyes spoke. She was standing next to the man in black clothes. That would be a waste. Just let me absorb him. I can easily suck out his lifespan, the young boy with green eyes spoke as he hung himself on the ceiling with a strange vine. Sis, let me to the pleasure of crushing him into dust. A young boy with purple eyes let out a big smile and spoke. Shut up, you guys just want to use your powers. Sis, let me use my powers. I can make him spell out everything we need to know, the young boy with silver eyes spoke. How is that any different than those? Sis, let me use my dark powers to corrode him to death. The young boy with black eyes spoke. I don't know what you guys want to do, but do it fast. He is going to break the chains soon, the young girl with blue eyes spoke as she gritted her teeth. All of you, go out and wait for me. I will finish this, Alice spoke with strong killing intent in her eyes. The little boys and girls pouted but still left the house. Crack, at the same time, the man in the black clothes broke the chains and rushed toward her with his scythe. He immediately understood that escaping was impossible. But he wanted to take care of one of them before he died. Unfortunately for him, Alice was going to use her special powers. She raised both of her hands and a black goo emerged out of her palm, forming a sphere. With the 100 extremely potent toxins, I am going to take your life. The sphere moved toward him and struck his dagger. The next moment, his body froze, and the black poison started covering his body. These 100 poisons will show you the true carnage. This is just the prelude to your death, Black Carnage. Chapter 49, END, Boom. Whoosh, a powerful explosion sounded from the house, and a large cloud of black gas gusted out. But, the next moment, all that gas was sucked in. Seeing this, Meow turned his eyes to the young girl with blue eyes and asked, is she going to be okay? That gas seemed extremely poisonous. Don't worry. Our sister is strong. There is no poison in the world that can kill her, the girl with blue eyes smiled and answered. Suddenly, her eyes twinkled and she pounced toward him. Ah! Such a cute talking cat. She tried to hold him, but Meow instantly dodged her. He moved to the side and spoke, don't try to hold me. This god won't be held by a puny human. His tone was quite cold when he said that. But suddenly, a tiny hand caught his tail and pulled him up. Meow reacted harshly as he slashed his claw at the young boy, but his golden pupils suddenly shone with a bright golden light, and his body trembled for a moment. Meow's paws fell for a split moment before he regained his control. Why you brat? How can your will dominate mine? Meow's eyes turned serious as he looked at the young boy with golden eyes. His body released an intense, thick layer of killing intent like a robe around him. He was a god of destruction. He had destroyed the lives of billions of people. He had destroyed millions of families. Being the god of destruction, he was at the pinnacle of strength. His strength might not be as same as before. He might not be as strong as before, but his will hasn't diminished. His will of destruction, the will of cat god, and the will of god of cuteness were still there, so he couldn't fathom the idea of his will getting suppressed by someone else, especially a young human boy. I wouldn't try to fight them if I were you. You might be a spiritual beast, but they have numbers. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Meow looked around, and at this moment, all 10 children were in fighting positions. Who are you? Meow turned his head to Alice and asked, my name is Alice. I am Tyler's partner. Alice introduced herself and walked up to Rose. She immediately bowed her head and said, sorry, I didn't send anyone to protect you before. I failed to understand that they might shamelessly attack you. If I had kept you safe, then Tyler wouldn't be in a tough spot right now. Rose was stunned by her apology. She had been confused for a while. First, the group of children appeared with a beautiful girl who seemed to be the same age as her son, and then they saved her. Now, she was even apologizing for the previous incident. From your reaction, it seems like Tyler hasn't told you yet. I have been working together with Tyler for a while. Alice saw her confused look and tried to explain it. At this moment, Meow walked in front of her and released his aura. Girl, we can discuss your relationship with Tyler later. First, I need you to tell me how this brat countered my will. Hearing his words, Alice thought of answering him, but her eyes fell on Rose, whose face was covered with distress. She was having the same thought over and over again. Meow also followed her gaze and saw Rose's expression. He instantly panicked. No, don't think of anything stupid. This attack was out of the ordinary, but it wasn't something I couldn't handle, so please don't think of that. You have already seen your son's state. If anything happens to you, he will go crazy. And, believe me on this one, his craziness will have no bounds. So, don't do anything stupid. Meow was really afraid of feeling guilty and taking her own life. She was a weak woman after all. She wasn't someone who could bear all this burden. And, she loved her son. Seeing him suffer so much because of her would make her feel guilty. Just now, Alice's words touched her sore spot once again. Miss, please believe in your son. Tyler doesn't want you to do anything stupid. I know just how helpless a child and his parents can be when they have no choice. I had gone through the same thing. My parents could do nothing but watch me being forcefully taken away for an evil experiment. I know how Tyler is feeling right now, and I have seen how my parents felt at that moment. We didn't give up on living. If they had tried anything to take their lives, we wouldn't have met after a few years. It was just the separation of a few years, but we did get a chance to live together. There is nothing greater than that. So, please don't do anything stupid. Alice moved forward as she crouched down and spoke with a gentle tone. Hearing her words, Rose slowly raised her head, and tears filled her eyes. She couldn't help but pull Alice into her embrace and cry for a moment. After a while, she finally pushed Alice and wiped out her tears. I'm sorry for my outburst. I just felt like my existence was nothing but a hindrance to my son, but now, listening to you and him, I felt like I should live so that we will have a better future. She raised her hand and patted Alice's cheeks. And, sorry about that experiment you had to go through. I can't fathom the pain and suffering you had to live through during those years. I am just happy that you are living a good life with your parents now. At this moment, Meow jumped in front of her and spoke. Seriously, you need to give me the answer this time. You said you are an experiment. Are these brats the same as you? What exactly are you now? Hearing his words, Alice stood up and slowly stepped back. The 10 children moved next to her. Her eyes changed as they turned purple from black. All of their eyes glowed. And they simultaneously spoke. We are the eyes of the new dawn, or you can simply call us END. Chapter 50, Blacksmith and Dimensional Rift. Inside the Dimensional Rift, Tyler was astounded by the situation of the dimensional rifts. The creatures were biologically evolved through the power of the sun, and the sun actually appears at night. It was confusing as hell. And he didn't understand why there was a red sky. Basically, the sky is the reflection of the light coming from the sun, so if the sun is dark, why was it letting out red light? Shouldn't it be black? He was confused but not an idiot. He didn't think for too long. Knowing that it was none of his business, he followed Joseph. As they crossed the bridge, the guard standing in front of the gate stopped them. Band? The guard asked. Tyler raised his left hand through the robe and showed the black band. Looking at the band, the guard nodded and moved to the side. Tyler noticed that most of the people had kept their bands visible. Is it necessary to have this band? Tyler asked as he walked inside the gate. Yeah. This is basically the identification that creatures inside the dimensional rifts can't copy. You have no idea just how horrific these creatures are. Gammas are just the lowest level creatures, but they already gave us so much trouble. Just imagine how higher level creatures would be, from a certain perspective. They are just like humans, divided by their talents and supernatural abilities, except, they are 100 times scarier. If humans weren't good at things like elemental arts, then we would have been wiped out by now. Joseph replied, Man, this city is big. Just as he crossed the gate, he saw nearly 100 people walking just in front of him. This wasn't a city in the real world. It was just a city inside the dimensional rift that only a few people could enter. Looking at the road that extended wide road, he was surprised at just how many people could walk in a different lane. Looking at his surprised expression, Joseph spoke. You thought there would be fewer people in the city, right? When I first came here, I thought the same thing. But the truth was different. More than 1,000 people were living in this city alone. Basically, when you enter the dimensional rift, you enter a different world where if you have the guts to stay, you own the land. Now, if we want to stay here for the night, we have to pay the rent for the room, and those who stayed here earn that rent. It is a risky move, but it is also worth it. Of course, just like in our world, some people control certain parts of the city, and a person who controls the entire city. Let's go. I will go into detail as we move. Tyler nodded his head as he followed Joseph toward the market. The market was just in front of them, in the middle of the city. There were 4 main roads connecting the center to the 4 sides. On the sides of the roads, there were several stalls and shops. Many people were buying and selling stuff around them. This area is governed by the city lord. He imposes a certain amount of tax for each day so that he can earn enough money to keep the walls safe. After all, there were still creatures that could shoot from afar. We need those walls to stay tough for us to live in a little peace. Let's go find a weapon shop. As they walked toward a shop with no board, they saw a little kid sitting on the counter. This kid didn't seem to be much older than 10 years old. Seeing him, Tyler looked at Joseph with confusion. He is the son of the blacksmith. That man has lived here for over a decade now. He built a house here, he built his shop here. He married here. He had a son here. His life is basically here. Hearing his words, Tyler couldn't help but feel a little shocked. A kid without any power living in the most dangerous place. He couldn't even imagine how reckless the blacksmith is. Forger Ping, I need a blade. Joseph raised his hand as he shouted while walking inside the shop. It's you? You broke your weapon so soon? The blacksmith was working on a sword at the side. He looked at Joseph with surprise and asked. He had seen him a day before yesterday, so he could easily remember him. Yeah. I have been fighting for a while. Anyway, can I check the blades from there? Joseph said as if he were already familiar with this place. It seems like you still want to go with a rank 1 weapon. All right. Saying so, the blacksmith Ping started dipping his sword in a strange liquid. Tyler couldn't help but stare at the liquid. When he noticed the color of the liquid, he stood there for a moment and asked, why aren't you using dextrador? The funlacer does have the properties of fire and water, but it doesn't give the weapon the durability it requires to support any kind of impact. The weapon will basically break in a few battles. Wait, is that why his blade broke so easily? Hearing his words, the blacksmith raised his head in surprise. It seems like you know a few things about the blacksmith. But you do not know anything about dimensional rifts. You can't find dextrat here. Without dextrat, the weapons inside the rifts are not as durable as the weapons from outside. That being said, this is not a normal funlace Oregon. I see why you thought this would be just funlacer because the color of the liquid is slowly changing from silver to red, but there is one more element mixed with it. This element keeps the reaction similar while giving the weapon the durability it lacks. This ore is called rutile. So, you are wrong. It's not that his weapon broke because it doesn't have dextrat. Instead, his weapon broke even though it had rutile. Now, you understand. Hearing his words, Tyler couldn't help but gulp. Rutile, one of the strongest and most durable ores that can be found in the world. He couldn't believe this man was using this ore for such a low-level weapon. This was the ore that was only used for rank 7 weapons or above. His eyes turned sharp as he asked, wait, does that mean Dimensional Rift has a lot of rutile? The blacksmith chuckled and asked, what do you think?